Alrighty, boys and girls, welcome everyone to April 4th, 2022. It is 8:15 Eastern, 7:15 Central. We have quite the severe weather event that is expected not just today, but tomorrow, Wednesday, and possibly even Thursday. And so we're going to continue our coverage as we always do. If you're watching this after the fact, please be sure to click on my channel and try and find more recent videos or live streams talking about the weather. That will be able to inform you guys as to what could potentially happen within the world of weather in, I'll say, North America. We have one tornado warning that is currently in effect at this time. This is over here for portions of Monty and Cook counties in north central Texas. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So the activity is already starting. All right. Now, believe it or not, this is not supposed to be the main activity. All right. The main activity is going to be this giant wind maker that is going to push on through and create hurricane force winds all across portions of north central Texas in towards Arkansas, Louisiana, and eventually into Mississippi. And then there's supposed to be tornadoes that are going to form along that line. So this is the beginning of that line right here. This line is starting to develop into that. And you can see how we have a giant elongation of showers and thunderstorms that are starting to congeal a little bit more. But this isn't the official start of the thing that'll push on through, all right? It's not quite there yet. So it's definitely something to watch out for that. Let us see. But yeah, there is a tornado warning over here near St. Joe and Bonita in Texas. You can see, if we do our analysis here real quickly, we do have a hook. All right, this is the first thing that I typically look for. All right, if we're looking on radar, we're trying to see where the rain is all getting congealed. Well, the first thing that we try and find more or less is where the rain gets congealed and where it gets wrapped around, and we see how the rain falls over here near the Bonita area, specifically in all this pink right within here. And you can see that's starting to get wrapped around a bit more here at the bottom side. And so whatever you have the rain wrap around, that's our rear flank downdraft. And so you have that component that marks the potential of something tornadic there. We also have a bit of a forward flank downdraft right within there. You can see how we have a little bit of a spike right within this area. This is not, with hail or anything. This is just how the supercell kind of congeals that moisture. And so we have the moisture that is starting to congeal over here in the portions of St. Joe. The inflow, as we like to call it, the warm, moist inflow, the moisture in the atmosphere that is starting to get pulled right into the storm. If you think of it this way, this is food for the thunderstorm. This is how the thunderstorm continues to sustain for as long as it does. And if you have decent moisture up in these areas, this storm will continue to want to mature more and more, become stronger, and eventually become tornadic. And that's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued this tornado warning for Monty and Cook counties here in north central Texas, which once again will be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Now, the one thing that I do want to mention here, all right, before I get into any further analysis, look at this here. We have some very heavy pinks and purples that are now starting to shoot up more or less. This tells me right here that there is a tremendous amount of hail that can be associated with the storm. As a matter of fact, if we go to the maximum expected hail size, you can see a lot of these yellows over here, almost borderline green yellows. This is indicative of about golf ball sized hail to almost even lime sized hail. And that is some significant, heavy amounts of hail on this thing. Heavy amounts of hail that is being dumped over near the Bonita areas north of St. Joe. And eventually, this will head off towards the Red River near Marysville, Texas, and Leon, Oklahoma. So if you're over there, just to the west of I-35, look at that. Now we got oranges. That's 2-inch size hail that could potentially be falling with this storm here. Large amounts. That is some large amounts of hail here that is starting to be dumped within this area. So yeah, this is a big-time storm that's moving on through, and areas near Leon, Marysville, areas near the Red River, you guys really need to watch out for this more and more and more. No, in this case, congeal would be the same thing for weather, I should say, in the terminology. Solidify or coagulate. All right, coagulate. This is all coagulating for the most part in this giant line. So congeal is the right terminology, as well as consolidate. Especially with this storm right here. But man, that's a lot of hail with this. Let's take a look at the new product here that people have created for GR2. And this right here is the lightning to ground potential here. All right, this is the possibility of significant amounts of lightning within the area. And this is a good identifier as to whether or not you have a strong storm or not. All right, if you need a lot of lightning in order for you to get a lot of significant, you know, significant activity within your thunderstorm. And there you go. You have a lot of lightning within that. So yeah, that is definitely a lot of lightning here with this product. I need to change this color table because this color table is definitely not exactly the best, but I'll change it. I'll change it. Don't worry. But you can see the higher you go on the scale on the left-hand side, the higher the probability of there being lightning within this area. And yeah, we have a lot of that. Look at that on correlation coefficient. Holy, look at this. So if you guys have been to my previous streams, all right, you guys know that if you have a lower correlation coefficient, all right, which is basically colors that are not red, that's when you basically have stuff that is not rain. All right, so areas that are not red, it's not rain, and it can either be a few things. It can either be hail, it could be smoke, or any sort of, you know, natural causes like bugs, birds, and stuff like that, or it can either be debris. Now, it is not the latter two. In this case here, this is all hail. This is all hail that is falling. And oh my goodness, ZDR, holy, look at how much hail is being spawned within this entire thing. That is significant amounts of hail right there with this storm, on top of the potential for this thing to potentially have a tornado. All right, so golf ball sized hail, maybe even lime sized hail possible with this as this continues to move on through. And we haven't even talked about the tornadic rotation. All right, here's the tornadic rotation, which, by the way, just a refresher, this is a tornado warning here for north central Texas. That'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. This is for Monty and Cook counties. All right, so if you live over there, highly recommend you watch over that. So here's the rotation. Let's take a storm motion for morning. And you can see a lot of reds and pinks moving away from the radar, greens that are moving towards. So right about here, all right, this is where the heaviest amounts of the stronger winds, they kind of touch right within there. That is where the tornadic rotation would be, in my honest opinion. All right, you have the reds that are completely trying to wrap around here. And right on the top side here, either here or right here is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this is north of St. Joe, Texas, due east of Bonita, due west of Marysville, moving to the north and east. And so let's get a timing out here for this one. And yeah, this will be crossing over the Red River near Leon, Oklahoma. So if you live near Leon, Oklahoma, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Chat has told me that there is a new tornado watch, and indeed there is. All right, we're looking at GR Earth right here, right now. New tornado watch. This does include the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area, as far north as the Red River here near Sherman and Paris, as far south as areas near Corsicana and Cleburne, as well as Waxahachie. So if you guys live in any of these areas, or if you know anyone that lives within these areas, all right, I highly recommend sharing this content, all right? Remember, the best way to share this content here on YouTube is to be sure to hit that thumbs up button, all right? If you hit that thumbs up button down below, YouTube sees that activity with a lot of people hitting it, and they're going to think, hey, this is the type of content that more people need to see. So Please be sure to do that more and more. As well as, you know, of course, if you want to help the algorithm more, if you're new to the channel, please be sure to hit that subscribe button as well. But we need to continue to try and get this information out to more and more people. So please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below if you haven't already. And copy the link to this live stream and share it with more and more people on YouTube. All right? And even on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Because we do have, once again, a tornado watch that has been issued for the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. Now, what about the probabilities for this? What are the probabilities for this event? That is really interesting. Here we go. 50% chance of seeing 2 or more tornadoes, 20% chance of seeing 1 or more strong tornadoes. So low chance for strong tornadoes tonight, but there is a decent chance for 2 or more tornadoes within this general area. So we need to watch out for that very closely. And as this line continues to materialize, you know, this entire line back here, that is what's going to be the main risk that's coming off towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So this is definitely something we're going to have to watch out for. Let's go back over to Dallas-Fort Worth's radar, go specifics here. And let's talk about the severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so for areas here in Wise and Jack County, you have a severe thunderstorm warning until the top of the hour, 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. 60-mile-per-hour wind gust is the main thing with that, but I do think you guys could see some sporadic hail with that within these areas. Very small amounts, though. I'd say P to maybe even, you know, marble-sized hail at best. But there is a lot of you know, little spotty hail that's within this line here. So I'd watch out for that if you guys can. I'm assuming there's going to be quite a bit of lightning within this too, and you actually can see there is some spotty amounts of lightning that is possible within these storms. I'm looking back off to the north. Oh my goodness. The cell that has a lot of hail and the tornado warning right now, this is the, once again, the lightning probability here. Whether or not there could be lightning here, the higher the probability, the stronger the storm more than likely could be. And we're up here in the whites. All right, that right there is the upper echelon values of a thunderstorm, which tells you that there's a lot of lightning that is possible within the storm. I actually take a look at the flash rate here, looking at specific analysis. And according to this has about 28 lightning strikes per minute. 28 lightning strikes per minute. That is a lot of lightning. That indicates there is a lot of thunderstorm activity within this cell. Very strong thunderstorm that's going to move on through. And of course, we already know, once you get into the oranges, that's when you get above lime-sized hail. That's 2-inch sized hail or larger. That is possible within this storm. And that is a pretty strong storm here with this one. Wow. This is just some very, very significant values here. Looking at correlation coefficient, anything that's in the red here, anything within these red pixels, that's all rain. All right, everything else is either air, debris from a tornado, like debris getting kicked up. That could even be debris from strong damaging winds, you know, like hurricane force winds across the board. Or that's hail. And in this instance, this is hail. Very strong amounts of hail, heavy amounts of hail, large hail that's moving on through here. So yeah, we have a lot of activity here with this storm. Once again, this is quite the thunderstorm here. So we're going to have to continue to monitor that very, very closely. I'm trying to see here. What could be on our side view. Can take that out. I'm trying to filter all the stuff that I can start to kind of delete a bit so that we can run this a little bit more cleaner, I should say. Man, that's a lot of lightning. Wow, 96%. 96% for lightning there. That's insane. All right, let's go down real quickly. I wanted to see what the storm over here in Del Rio did. Produced 1-inch sized hail. Before, this actually looked like a really strong storm. All right, you can actually see as we back up here, had some very heavy amounts of precipitation. And we call this, or at least I call this area Del Rio Magic. All right, so whenever you have thunderstorms that are right along the border of Texas and Mexico, I call it Del Rio Magic because it's just, these storms always form. It's almost like magic to where it just pops up out of nowhere. And, you know, it's pretty cool to look at, but also not very cool to experience because these storms produce large amounts of hail within this. So wanted to check up on that. Good news is those storms have kind of diminished a little bit. Still prime environment for them to continue to flourish. And you can actually see all the way over here in Mexico, there is a storm that is sustaining over there, but not really too much anymore. So that is the good news with this. All right, back to Dallas, Fort Worth. The cell over here near Bridgeport, basically the thing along the line, now is starting to kind of get its act together a little bit more. There's a lot more lightning within the cell. A lot more lightning you can see here congealed within this area to where, you know, the updraft is starting to rise all that rain, and it's starting to do it at a rapid rate. Of course, once it gets above a certain point, all that rain starts to freeze, and then, of course, goes back down, does its activity and stuff like that. So, real quickly, before we get back to the tornado warning, because the tornado warning there is still in effect, it's still still going actually, and it's also warned for golf ball sized hail, so large hail, once again, as we mentioned, and that'll be in effect for another 13 minutes. I want to go over here to the outlook here for you all. And here is the severe weather outlook by the Storm Prediction Center. This basically tells you as to where you could potentially anticipate your severe weather to exist. And so the general light green area, that is just a general thunderstorm risk. That's not really associated with the severe weather. The areas that are associated with the severe weather is the areas in the dark green, which is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, the yellow, which is a 2 out of 5, and then the orange, which is a 3 out of 5. And so if you live within these areas here, especially the yellow and the orange, I'd say specifically the orange at this point. You know, areas in the yellow still need to watch, especially if you're on the southern side and the northern side. So northern, southern, and then maybe even the eastern side, but that's more for tomorrow's risk, because tomorrow's risk, there's something entirely different. If you're over there, you need to watch out, and you need to have a way to get warnings overnight, because this is going to be an overnight threat. We did start live streaming 18 minutes ago. All right. So just for perspective, you know, usually when I live stream, I'm in it for the long haul. I'm in it to win it. I'm in it to live stream for hours on end. All right. And so for this event here today, because we just started live streaming here just a few minutes ago, we are expected to live stream during this overnight threat and try to keep you guys company and tell you guys as to what exactly is happening here. Now, what we can anticipate. All right, I'm moving to this thing here, which is our wind outlook. All right, so we have a 5% chance for wind in brown, 15 in yellow, and then a 30% chance in red. Notice how consolidated it is right within this area here. All right, you can see as far south as Lufkin, heading off towards the central portions of Louisiana, I'd say near Alexandria, to as far north as the Oklahoma-Texas border, following along towards Texarkana, and even further off towards the Louisiana-Arkansas border. That area, that all can experience some very strong damaging winds, 30% chance of seeing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts or above. And then we can also see here, this is the hatched risk, okay? This is the significant risk for strong damaging winds. Significant risk for strong damaging winds. Specifically, hurricane force. That's 74-mile-per-hour winds or greater within a 25-mile radius. There is a 10% chance or greater of seeing hurricane force winds right within this area, okay? So the risk for very strong winds is possible. You know, potential derecho, as some weather people would call it, is possible. Now, the other thing that I want to mention here, this is the tornado risk for everyone. All right, 2% in green, 5% in brown, 10% in yellow. Okay, if you're in the 5 or in the 10%, you need to watch out very closely, especially as we get towards the early morning hours of tomorrow. All right, once we pass from 1 and 2 in the morning and further, there is going to be a lot of tornadic potential possible, and that'll continue to move on through into tomorrow. And we'll talk about tomorrow here in a second, but let us go ahead and talk about that tornado warning once again, right along the border of Texas and Oklahoma. So this is a tornado warning for Monty and Cook counties, and that'll be in effect until 7:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. We still have a very strong supercell present. You can see the hook right within here, the rain being wrapped around. So you have your outflow that's being pulled in, your inflow, which is right within there. You can see your inflow notch with the lesser amounts of precipitation right within that area. Although the inflow notch has kind of, shrunk a little bit. If we go back to what it was in the beginning, you can see how large the inflow notch actually was. You can even make out the area as to where the inflow notch actually was. And then if you start to, fast forward it in time, it's kind of just became a bit discombobulated more or less, so that now the inflow notch is very skinny. And so it's going to be really hard for this thing to continue to take and draw in moisture more or less to try and continue to sustain it. And it's actually represented over here with our lightning. You can see our lightning probabilities here are not in the whites anymore. All right, we had a lot of whites before, and now, well, not really as much. This is not a whole lot of activity there. You can see our hail is now into the greens, no longer, or the darker greens, no longer in the kind of yellows and oranges anymore. So this storm is kind of deteriorated a little bit more, and that is the good news in my honest opinion. I do think this thing is kind of gusting out a little bit more, becoming more of a damaging wind risk. And so that is the good news with that tornado warning up north. But if you're over near Leon, once again, Leon, Oklahoma, that does not mean that you're completely out of the risk, all right? This thing could continue to, rotate, try and intensify a little bit later on. So you're just going to have to continue to stay in your safe space if you haven't already. So Leon, Marietta, there in Oklahoma, continue to stay in your sturdy structures. Going down further south real quickly with the line here that is north of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, has a severe thunderstorm warning. Don't believe it has a tornado possible. Yeah, it does not. So it's just strong damaging winds and then spotty hail possible. Down on the southern side over here near Agnes and Springtown, that is a storm to watch out for. Maybe something on the rise more or less that could be trying to develop. So watch out for this cell over here as it moves towards Paradise and Decatur as well as Boyd. We could potentially be seeing something that could develop over there. All right, so now we talked about that. Now let's talk about what's going on over here with tomorrow. So tomorrow there is a severe risk potential, or there is the severe risk potential over here for the Deep South as well as the Southeast. And it's basically a continuation of what is expected to happen here today. We will be covering this live on our channel tomorrow as well. I probably will get say 2 to 3 hours of rest in between the live stream that I do tonight and tomorrow. I do have an energy drink and some coffee possibly that I'll be able to drink throughout the night. So I'll continue to stay up to date with you guys. And I've been staying up really late as well. So my natural clock is going to allow me to stay up for quite some time. But for tomorrow's risk, I will more than likely be starting up a new live stream early in the morning tomorrow, probably around 8 or 9-ish is when I can expect us to start to live stream. But we have our 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here within the dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. All right, now areas consolidated here within the yellow and the orange. Listen up. All right, listen up. There is the chance for significant weather within your area. I'll put up the tornado risk here. There is a significant chance for tornadoes. So you guys see this yellow, this yellow area over here? That is the 10% chance for tornadoes. You see this black box with dotted lines in it. All right, this black box with dotted lines shows that there is a significant chance for tornadoes within that area. We call that a hatched risk or a significant severe risk. And so if you live within those areas, all right, I'll start calling them out. Savannah, Georgia, Albany, Georgia, Dothan, Alabama, Hinesville, Georgia, Statesboro, Georgia, All right, you need to be on high alert for some potential tornadic activity tomorrow, even significant tornadic activity, to where the threat for significant tornadoes within your area is possible. All right, what a hatched risk basically means is you have a chance for EF2 to EF5 tornadoes to occur right within that area. Basically saying strong tornadoes are possible. So once again, 2% chance for areas in the dark green, 5 in brown, 10 in yellow. All right. So areas in the brown and the yellow, highly recommend watching out. And then if you're in the black circle with dotted lines, you really need to watch out for tomorrow. And we also mentioned that, say 2 or 3 videos ago, something like that, where anywhere on the southern side of this risk could potentially see some tornadic activity. You can see here on the southern side of this 10%, that is kind of what happens here. So we've been on this for quite some time with our videos, and hopefully our word has got out a little bit. I also want to mention, do not be surprised if there's some activity over here in eastern Missouri. All right, specifically near the St. Louis area, could potentially be something over there, so watch out for that. All right, that's one lemonade down. Now, the other thing I want to say before we get back to our activity, more or less, our current activity, is I want to go over to Wednesday, and this is the severe weather outlook for Wednesday as well. So you can see, once again, the same recipe for severe weather, except a little bit further north. I'm actually watching this event a little bit more closely than some of these other ones. This one could potentially be something to watch out for. So once again, 1 out of 5 in dark green, huge 2 out of 5 in yellow, and then a 3 out of 5 there in that orange. I'm watching, as this, I can't emphasize enough, there is the potential for something to happen here on this day. So Wednesday, all right, this is Wednesday the 6th. There is the potential of severe weather here. There's nothing significant here according to the severe weather probabilistic outlook, but still need to watch out for this very closely. So 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here on Wednesday. We will live stream tomorrow. We will live stream on Wednesday. I'm not sure if we will live stream on Thursday. There is the threat for severe weather over here along the coastline, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to what's happening right now. Let's go back to the tornado warning, which seems to be kind of deteriorating more and more as I look at it. That seems to be the case. Lightning probs. Yeah, the probability for some lightning. There is some over here in the 50%, general frame. 50 to 60% general frame. So there is the potential for some lightning within this area, but not a huge amount. Not a huge amount. And it's not as high as it once was. So I think this storm is kind of deteriorating more and more as I look at it. Either that or it's starting to kind of shed. All right, what's happening here is we're getting a lot of thunderstorms that are, splitting off of these storms. All right, we're starting to get this main thunderstorm that is starting to kind of go in all sorts of different directions, and we call this splitting. All right, so the storm is kind of splitting itself and fanning out more and more. So I think that's kind of the case here. And yeah, that is more than likely what's happening. I appreciate what you guys have done for me so far. Appreciate the turnout. We have 800 viewers, live viewers right now on this Monday evening. So I really do appreciate you guys. If you're enjoying the support, or if you're enjoying the content, I should say, please be sure to subscribe, as we're going to be doing more of this over the next few days. And especially since, as we continue to get further and further along with our severe weather risk, not just tonight, but into Tuesday and Wednesday, there is expected to be some more significant weather. So if you want to come back, if you know anyone that lives within the areas that I talked about within the past 7 minutes, please be sure to come back. All right, I will continue to do this radar coverage, and I will continue to try and get as much information to you guys as possible. So Please be sure to subscribe if you haven't already, and hit that thumbs up button to help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. That would be greatly appreciated. Is shedding good or bad? Shedding is good for in regards of us not wanting activity. You can if you want, Pyro. You can if you want. If that's the only radar that you have on your laptop, then sure. I have radar scope on my computer too. But it's up to you. Speaking of which, let's put this on here. And yeah, lightning is just kind of really depleted with that. Really has depleted. Aaron Easton, thank you so much for coming back to be a weather watcher. Really does mean a lot to me. Is that the case, MK? Sheesh. Yeah, also, for the members, that were active before the stream, I updated all the names. Updated all the names over there for you guys. All right? Now, if I spelled it incorrectly, please tell me. Please tell me. All right? Because you guys deserve to have everything, you know, set up for you all. All right? So, Aaron, I'll put your guys' name. Hopefully, keyword hopefully, in between this stream and the next stream for tomorrow. But no promises. I might be too tired, and so I'll just, like, pass out. But I'll try and get it to that. What's it looking like for Nashville? Nashville, is pretty interesting here. So for tomorrow, they're expected to be on the southern end of the general thunderstorm risk. But watch out for Wednesday. Wednesday is the day to watch out for. See, you guys are on the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. And it just really depends upon when those thunderstorms fire up, because there's going to be a boundary that's moving off from the north and west to the south and east. And so it just really depends upon if the thunderstorms develop before or after your guys' general area. So watch out for that. Lee Gray with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then Aaron Easton with the 5, thank you so much. And then, geez, there's a bunch of people. Bama Edits, thank you so much for becoming a weather watcher. It really does mean a lot to me, especially since that is the best way to support my channel, by becoming a weather watcher, a member, supporter to the channel. So thank you so much. I really do appreciate your guys' support. Will I be live tomorrow? Yes, I will. I will be live tomorrow and Wednesday. All right, so this is Wednesday here for you all. So there's a lot of activity over here expected for Atlanta as well. So I will be live on Wednesday. Of course, this is Tuesday as well, and you can see how confined this risk is here too. Yeah, Aaron with the 5 says hunkered down here in Fannin County, just north of Dallas. Yep, no problem. As I said, I'll continue to keep you guys up to date as this continues to move on through. Let's update our radar here, see what's up. All right, so now stuff's starting to get a lot more a lot more widespread, more or less. I want to take a look at this storm that's over here, just to the north of Bonham. And over here, there's a pretty strong severe thunderstorm warning. This is for 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail in Fannin County. So someone actually super chat from over there. So I'm not sure where in Fannin he actually lives. But yeah, there is actually a severe thunderstorm over here within your area that I want to say just popped up. Yeah, just popped up. What in the world? Why? Get out. My cat always sneaks into my room for whatever reason, and she just made noise. And I was just like, what are you doing? She looked at me with the eyes of, hey, can you please let me out? And I was like, fine. You weren't supposed to be in here anyways. But anyways, yeah, so pretty gnarly severe thunderstorm warning over here. Maximum expected hail size, almost an upwards of 2 inches is over here. And a lot of lightning with this too. Not like a tremendous amount per se, but there's a 53% chance of there being lightning within some of these areas. Right in between Ravenna and Bonham. So a lot of stuff over there. That'll be something to watch out for specifically. But yeah, this is areas over here in northern Texas. We're going to be talking about north central Texas for practically much of the event here. All right, the main event is here in Texas, and it will then eventually move off into southern Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi. But for the most part here right now, all right, from now onwards, if someone asks in chat if there's going to be, you know, where are we looking at right now or something like that, just so that we're all on the same page right now. If you're going to be watching for quite some time here, we're going to be looking in north central Texas, either in Dallas-Fort Worth or north of Dallas-Fort Worth. So that's where we are covering right now. If you know anyone who lives within these areas, all right, I highly recommend telling them that this stuff could potentially be moving off into their area, because there is a tornado watch. All right, there is a tornado watch in the area of Dallas-Fort Worth. It goes as far south as Corsicana and as far north over here as Sherman and Paris. All right, so we do have a tornado watch that is in effect for some of these areas. And if they, don't have any sort of things to look at, more or less, if they don't have any cable to where they can look at local news coverage, then send them my way over here. Copy the link to the live stream and share it with them. Send them a text message or even put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram so that they may be able to have something so that we may be able to get our coverage out to people who may need it. And also, if you want to continue to help me spread the information, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button if you haven't already. All right. If you hit it once, perfect. You guys have done a amazing job in helping me get this out to more and more people. But if you haven't already, I highly recommend doing so. It only takes 1 second. So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. That is something to watch out for here. Ooh. Ooh. All right, so I'll get into the simulated radar here in a second as to what you guys could potentially expect. I want to talk about something here real quickly. All right, so for the people who are in the path of this, I'll get to you guys. All right, I promise you, I'll show you guys a simulated radar as to what you guys could potentially expect, and I'll walk you guys through it area through area. All right. What I want to talk about right now, there is an embedded cell right in here. It's very hard to tell, but there's a little hook right within that area. All right, you see that little hook right within there from the red, how everything kind of got congealed and it's being pulled around? Right there, there is something that is potentially, to watch out for, that is approaching the Slidell areas and then eventually towards I-35 north of Denton. All right, if I were to get a timing out for this storm, this is going to be heading off towards Sanger and Crum as well as Slidell. So if you know anyone who lives over there, there is something over here based off of reflectivity. If we take a look at velocities here too, look at that. We have a lot of reds and pinks moving away from the radar, greens moving towards. There is some consolidation right within here, so potentially something tornadic that can try and develop over here, approaching the Slidell, the Sanger, and the Crum areas here of north central Texas, north of Dallas-Fort Worth, near I-35. So if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to monitor the storm very closely, especially since, you won't be able to see this thing coming. You see how there's a lot of rain out in front of this, a lot of these yellows, oranges, even reds. You saw how hard it was to even see where that, where that hook actually was right within that area too. It's really hard to see it at first glance, but if you just eyeball it here for a second, there is a hook right within that area. So this is something to watch out for, and that tells me that this thing is a relatively rain wrapped. There is a lot of rain that is surrounding this general rotation. And if you're outside, all right, I'm not sure if it's currently dark out over there along I-35 or near Dallas-Fort Worth, but if it was bright outside, this thing would be, just surrounded in rain. Now, if it is dark outside, that's all the more reason for you not to go outside, all right? I'm going to be completely honest with you. You're not going to see a whole lot, even with the lightning, all right? The lightning is going to be very hard for you to be able to really, monitor as this moves on through, because it's just, there's so much rain. Everything is kind of blinded. The visibility is gone. And so it's just, that's how it is. So this is a cell to watch out for very closely. I'm actually looking at the normalized rotation, and anywhere above a blue. So once you start to get into greens, yellows, reds, pinks, even on the side, you can see. By the way, if you ever want to see the scale, it's on the left-hand side. All right. So the higher it is on the screen, that's the more significant, the actual parameter it is that we're looking at, just to give you a depth perception, more or less. All right, so that's always going to be future reference for the channel. If you're here to stay and whatnot, just consider that whenever I'm looking at stuff here right now. But whenever you're above a blue here, all right, you start to get into the greens, that's when you start to kind of notice that there is some tornadic rotation there. And it does seem as if things have kind of fanned out a little bit more. Maybe not as consolidated as it once was, but there is still a heck of a hook here. Look at that, starting to jut out here on the southern side. So we're going to have to watch out for this relatively closely. Yes, the cat has already been let out. So we've already freed the cat. All right, let us get to our promise here. All right, I promised that there was going to be, timings with how this continues to move on through, and I will provide that. All right, so what would be the best course of action for me to do this? Would it be easier if we did that and then move this over here? There we go. That's not terrible. It's not bad, actually. Let me turn off click for soundings here. Still not the best, though. Yeah, that should be good right there. All right, so you guys kind of see what's going on here. You can go to the latest scan here. All right, so here we go. Timing is above. Hopefully you guys can see that right there. Yeah, all right, so that's good. Timing is above. It is in central right here. So you see, this is the timing, 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time, which is right now. All right, now this might not be too, accurate. Actually, we can go, too late. All right, so yeah, this is the timings right now. You can see as this continues to move on through. There we go. You can see how things continue to kind of move about. Line starts to consolidate more. Areas near Sherman, Paris, Plano get some prefrontal thunderstorms. But then you can see the line that starts to develop as it approaches I-35. So I-35 down to Weatherford, right around the 10 p.m. Central Daylight Time hours is when the line really starts to become a lot more into a strong line segment. All right, so this is when it starts to get its eyes on Dallas-Fort Worth. Cleburne, as well as Fort Worth, starts to get it. Sherman, 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Then it approaches the Plano, Dallas areas, as well as areas near Waxahachie, and then further along. That is when you guys can get it at around midnight. It'll start to push on through here and pass through Paris, and then eventually areas along I-20. Moving on through, and even portions near Texarkana gets into that activity. The one thing that I want you guys to pay attention to here real quickly though, all right? Notice these little bowing segments right within that area. Let's see if I can get a more bolder line here. Right within here, you see these kind of bowing segments that are starting to form along this, even on the southern side, right in those areas. This is something to watch out for. We're going to see a lot more of these little bowing segments that are going to continue to really form and materialize. And because of that, we can anticipate more and more strong damaging winds. And that's kind of the reason as to why there's going to be more hurricane force winds within some of these areas. All right. Mainly what happens there with these hurricane force winds, with these bowing segments, I should say, is that the wind pushes really hard behind this. All right, so you have a lot of wind that's being pushed into that general area. It's being consolidated into where the bowing segment is actually at. And so at the top of that bowing segment there is where usually the peak wind gusts actually are. All right, the peak wind gusts is usually are at the top of that bowing segment. And so because we have so many bowing segments, these arcs more or less that are right along the line, you're going to continue to get all of these repetitive activities of just more hurricane force winds and more and more and more that will continue to just, you know, develop all over the area here. So this is something to watch out for. All right, this is something to watch out for. Of course, we're going to be up as late as this, too. We're going to continue to show you as this continues to move on through. Wow, look at that bowing segment. Look at that. That's an entire line right there that goes from Texarkana to Tyler. So, my goodness. So, yeah, there is a lot of... There's a lot of strong damaging winds over there. Oh, yeah, you are Universe. Hold up. Forgot you are part of staff on Discord. So there you go. How is that pronounced? Wazahatchee or Waltzahatchee? There's a lot of different pronunciations. All right, how do you pronounce that then? Because I would love to know for future reference. I would love to know for future reference. That way my communication will be a lot more cleaner and stuff like that. So just to repeat here, all right, before we get back into the main activity right now, because there is a tornado watch for some of these areas. All right, timing is above right here. There's your timing. All right, right now we're currently looking at 9 p.m. Central Daylight Time, so this is an hour from now. All right. And here's the line that we're watching right now, extending from the former tornado warning that was up a little bit further north, and then extends all the way down towards Weatherford, and then further along in towards I-20. This line right here is going to push on further and further east as this continues to materialize. So you see how the line continues to just go more and more and more. It'll approach the Weatherford and Fort Worth areas at about 10 to 11, as well as Cleburne, Sherman at around 11. And then we go over to Dallas, Plano, and that general vicinity as that continues to move on through at midnight, as well as areas along 35. Well, actually 35 is pretty much out of the risk here right now by 1. And then areas further along. So I'd say near Corsicana, maybe further along towards Sulphur Springs and Mineola. They're getting the activity now, as well as Greenville. Well, Greenville actually is a little bit on the backside. But you can see the big gust, the arc that's now starting to really develop here along some of these lines. You also see another one that's down here at the bottom, another arc right within there. And those arcs are the stuff to watch, all right? If you ever see those arcs, that is really going to be the catalyst for these hurricane force winds. and you can see this big arc right within here. So what happens with the hurricane force winds is that you have a lot of wind that comes in behind this. At the top part of those arcs is where the most significant damaging winds is actually at. And so trying to determine as to where the top of that arc is going to be in the future, well, that's just what we're going to have to continue to watch out for here with our radar coverage. So something to watch out for as this continues to move on through. So it's like, Waxahachie. So it's like Waxahachie. Waxahachie. So you pronounce the ah in it. Waxahachie. That's how it's pronounced? I see a lot more Waxahachie more than other stuff. I appreciate everyone who's correcting me. As I said, I take that very seriously, and trying to get the correct pronunciation. Because, you know, if I keep saying the wrong thing over and over again, if there's a person who doesn't know what I'm talking about and they're like in immediate danger of a tornado, you know, I'm not going to be very useful to them. So, all right, perfect. Perfect. So new day one has been issued. New day one convective outlook. Still a 10% chance for tornadoes, and it's for places of northern Louisiana into southwestern Mississippi. And there you go. Otherwise, nothing really has changed. Still significant wind risk. Yep, that's still there. So everything is pretty much the same. Everything is pretty much the same. And so there you go. Let's go back to radar. And I want you guys to kind of see how messy things are right now. So what's currently happening here, first off, the cell that is over near Telephone in Texas, this is along the border of Texas and Oklahoma. It's on the southeastern portions of the Oklahoma border and the northeastern portions of the border of Texas. And look at this over here. Golf ball sized tail, 60 mile per hour wind gusts. This is a severe thunderstorm warning with considerable damage possible with this. So if you're over here near Telephone, Monkstown, as well as areas over towards Boswell and Soper in Oklahoma, you guys need to bring all your valuables indoors, all right? Anything that is, you know, fragile, if you have any pets outside, you know, cars, bring them into garages, just bring them all indoors if you can, or put them under some sort of shelter, so that way your property may not be damaged and people may not even be injured. So if you're out in front of this, get indoors, stay away from windows as well. That's another thing too. You know, I've seen multiple instances of golf ball sized hail going through windows, and you know, just shards of glass and ice shooting out everywhere is a recipe for disaster, especially if you're not suspecting it. So please be sure to, you know, if you haven't already, get into a sturdy structure if you're out in front of the storm. All right, so Telephone as well as Monkstown need to watch out for this very, very closely. Sandra with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And Chris with the membership, thank you so much. That really does mean a lot. You two, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It really does mean a lot to my channel. So thank you so much. Thank you. So we do have this big line that's now starting to develop. I guess our line is really starting to kind of congeal a little bit more and become more solidified as a giant line. But there is quite a lot of lightning with some of these storms, and I do see something that's really interesting here. All right, so I want to point this out. we notice how there is a lot of open air out in front of this line. All right, you guys see this over here, Dallas Fort Worth. There's not a lot of storms. Even, you know, west of that, there's not a lot of storms. Okay, so the moisture over here is untapped. This moisture is all going to be, you know, pulled more or less to the north into where some of these other showers and thunderstorms actually are at. And in this instance, we have one of them that are actually supercellular in nature, which if you don't know what a supercell means, it's basically a significant thunderstorm, all right? Those are the ones that typically produce tornadoes. Okay, so whenever I say supercell, start thinking in your head, okay, those are the more significant storms. They could be, you know, could be talking about large hail, very large hail, tornadoes, strong damaging winds. That's the main thing there to think about whenever I say supercell, okay? So we have an area over here that is starting to develop a supercell. It's not fully there yet, okay? It's still got a little bit to go, but it's in the beginning stages. And you see how we have a little bit of an arcing characteristic right here. Not completely a hook quite yet, all right? I would say a kind of a reverse comma, all right? So if a comma was inverted, I would say an inverted comma head, all right? And so we have this arc right here, and it's starting to develop a bit of an inflow notch. And whenever you see that, a lot of that moisture is going to start to flow into this area, and that is something to watch out for. Now, one thing really interesting that we can do with our radar, which is GR2 Analyst, all right? This is, in my opinion, one of the best radars out there. So if you're thinking about doing this in the long haul, you know, like as a hobby or as a professional meteorologist or something like that, GR2 Analyst is the way to go. It just costs a bit of money, but it's only a one-time purchase of $250. If you save up enough for it, you can put your own products and stuff like that there, code it, all sorts of stuff. So it's really, you know, a really useful product for people who actually want to use it. But one thing that we can do here with GR2 is we can actually take a 3D of this cell. We can take a 3D of this supercell here and be able to determine as to, well, what I just talked about. We can actually see everything that we just talked about here with our 3D. So let's take a look a little bit here. Well, we have our inflow notch right here. It's a bit of a cave, and that's what most inflow notches are, because you have a lot of wind that's, you know, keeping all this rain up above the ground. A lot of rising motion over here because the moisture consistently wants to come into this area. But we have a cave here where there is no precipitation, and that is where the moisture is going to seep into this area. And there is a heck of an inflow notch here. Let's actually take a look at higher values of rain here, try and determine. Yeah, this is a pretty huge inflow notch here within this area. So this is something to watch out for. All right, this would be a storm that could potentially produce some large hail damaging winds, and then eventually something tornadic if this thing does wrap around completely. So we'll have to continue to watch out for that very, very closely. But this is a heck of a supercell here with this. I also want to take a look at the hail cores. All right, so the potential for some large hail within this. You see a lot of this kind of transparent red, okay? That is where the general hail core starts, more or less. That's where you could potentially start to see hail. And then the pinks, more or less. All right, let's see if I can actually... I have very dark pinks. That's kind of funny. There we go. That's close enough. You see these kind of pink colors right within here. All right. This right here is your hail core. That is where storms start to, you know, kind of congeal more hail. Let's go back to eye space and then go back down. Yeah, there we go. So much better. This is where your hail cores are actually located. And you can see all that pink right here. Look at that. A lot of hail. A lot of hail above the ground here with this one. So supercell here. This is bona fide as a supercell. This is telling me that there's a lot of rain, a lot of hail, and potentially even some developing rotation with this that it's trying to, you know, get a little bit later on. Nothing really too much that I can see here if I look at the higher tilts. It does look like it is starting to develop a little bit of a rotation. You can see here, of course, red's moving away, greens and grays moving towards. So it's really broad, nothing consolidated at this time. But there is something that is trying to develop here near the Boyd and Rome area. So Um, areas that are over here near Denton, all right, I know there's some people who live over here near Denton. I need you guys to watch out for the storm very closely. All right, you guys are in a severe thunderstorm warning. So that already means that you need to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. All right, if you have any valuables outside, bring them inside, like pets. If you have any pets like dogs, cats, whatever, bring them inside now, okay? Because this storm already is producing a significant amount of hail, and we'll show you guys here as to, you know, how large the hail could be within some of these areas. But, you know, this storm here is already warned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. I think it could even be larger than quarter-sized hail, maybe up to golf ball-sized hail, maybe lime-sized hail at most is possible within some of these areas. So you guys really need to watch out for this as this continues to move on through. And on the other hand, this thing could potentially be something tornadic to watch out for within the next 15 to 20 minutes. So we're going to have to continue to monitor this very, very closely, even towards Justin, Rome, Roanoke. Rome's got to have a very nice view of that inflow notch, potentially even a wall cloud right within there. Would not be surprised if that was the case. So that's going to be something we're going to have to watch out for. You know, Corinth, as well as areas near Highland Village, the split of 35 on the northern side near Denton, so 35 west and 35 east, areas near Roanoke, north of Grapevine, practically, you know, anywhere that's north of the international airport, Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, all right, and basically north of the Beltway of 635, you guys need to go ahead and kind of monitor this storm very closely. Very closely. So, once again, this is in northern Texas. Northern Texas. This is strong severe thunderstorm warning over here. Large hail, very large hail. Actually, this is something here to make a note of here. Look at this, guys. This is our maximum expected hail size. You can see the values on the left-hand side, kind of. But I told you guys before that once you start to get into the oranges, that's above 2-inch size hail. We're now starting to get into the reds. We're now starting to get into the reds right within there. And that means that we are starting to get above the 2.5-inch size hail mark. Above 2.5-inch size hail. Which is, oh boy. If that's the case, you know, that's like baseball sized hail almost within that area. And if you can imagine ice chunks the size of baseballs falling from the sky, jeez, that is an immense amount of hail that could fall within that area. So we got to continue to watch out for that relatively closely, because this supercell, as I said, this thing is trying to become a supercell here. It's not completely done. It's still relatively, you know, still got a ways to go. But it is definitely starting to get that look of, hey, I'm a storm that you need to watch out for very closely because I'm starting to get stronger and stronger and stronger. Yeah, this would be gorilla hail, as Reed Timmer would say. This would indeed be gorilla hail. Ooh. The surface, it seems everything is too quiet, so that's going to be something interesting. Another thing that's pretty interesting here that I think I just realized, oh, it just went considerable. The severe thunderstorm warning just got upgraded. Yep, golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So now, they are saying, the National Weather Service just got updated, and they updated it saying that golf ball sized hail is possible within the storm, all right? I'll read the actual impacts from this. People and animals outdoors will be injured, okay? So if you're outside while you're in the middle of the storm and golf ball sized hail is hitting you, you will be injured, all right? Expect hail damage to roofs, sidings, windows, and vehicles. Expect wind damage to roofs, sidings, and trees, all right? Now notice how they said windows. Notice how they said windows. All right, this hail comes at an angle, and they just start hammering the sides of the house. And if they hit your windows, that goes right straight through your window. So the reason why I say that you guys need to stay away from your windows is just because of this, all right? If that hail just so happens to come at that angle and it starts to, you know, smack the side of your house, you're going to have broken windows, you're going to have glass shards and ice flying through the side of your house. And if you're right there, you could get injured. So you need to stay away from windows. Stay away from windows if you guys can. Let's take a look at the lightning probability here, or the lightning to ground probability here. And we have a lot of it over here. So you can see on the left-hand side, once again, that's the scale. The higher the scale is here on the left-hand side, the higher the chance for lightning to be within this area. Just, you know, for the most part, just realize that once you start to get into the dark reds, the pinks, and the whites, that's when you have a very high probability of there being lightning within this area. And what that tells me is that there is a lot of thunderstorm activity that is telling me this is very strong storm ongoing. All right, you know, maybe not the strongest of storms, but you have a bona fide cell that is severe. All right, whether it's producing a tornado, whether it's producing large hail, whether it's producing hurricane force winds, that is, you know, to be determined. But the main catalyst here, in order to determine as to whether or not you have a strong storm, is heavy amounts of lightning within that area. All right, as a matter of fact, if I go and take a look, all right, across this entire area here, circled in this pink circle right here. All right, so this pink circle that is outlined within this area. If I were to take a look at how many lightning strikes have occurred per minute within this area, it's 103. 103 lightning strikes per minute. Per minute, guys. That is a lot of lightning. I don't know what just happened outside my door, but that is a lot of lightning within this area. You know, sometimes you get these discrete cells that form out here. All right, we'll go to this cell in Aubrey. All right, this cell has 15 lightning strikes per minute. Okay, and it's about 1/3 the size of that line. Okay, that line right there has 103 lightning strikes per minute. Per minute. That right there is some immense thunderstorm activity that's telling me we have some strong storms within this area. Another thing that can tell me that this is pretty strong, we have some very high values of reflectivity. All right, so anywhere above red, once you start to get into the pinks, purples, blues, even browns in some spots, if it's high enough for that, that's when you know you have some very heavy amounts of precipitation or debris. All right, now in this instance, this is not debris. This is precipitation. And to be specific with this precipitation, this is hail. This is heavy hail. This is large hail. There's a lot of hail ongoing within this area. KDP values are pretty high, so you have rain and hail within this area. And that right there, oh boy, that is a hail spike. That's a hail spike. You guys see this blue line that just kind of shoots through the radar just like this. Whenever I see that, you can even see that on reflectivity. Whenever I see that, that tells me that there is some significant amounts of hail. Very significant amounts of hail. Large amounts of hail. And there even is still a little bit of a hail spike here too. Right within there. So yeah, the radar is having difficulties trying to determine as to what's going on with the storm, because what the radar does is, if you could imagine here for a second, the radar right here. Okay, so here's the radar. This is Fort Worth's radar. It sends these beams out in all sorts of different directions. It's like a an actual, you know, like an airport radar that circles around, you know, does all sorts of scans, tries to, you know, show what's going on. Now, these beams, how they work is that if they find anything in the air, whether it's rain, whether it's hail, whether it's whatever, you know, birds, smoke, anything that can be picked up by radar, that then gets reflected back to the radar, and that shows up here on radar. But what happens with hail, debris, and any other solid objects that are in the sky is that sometimes that can be reflected in any sort of different direction, all right, because they're solid. They're not at a liquid state. They're not in a, a gas state. It's a solid. And so that solid, similar to a mirror, reflects it in all sorts of different directions, and it makes it look like there is actually some more stuff ahead of where the actual storm is, so a little bit further away from the radar than it actually is, all right? And, because if you think of it this way, instead of the beam being reflected back normally, it's got to travel more of a distance to get back to the actual radar. So whenever we see those hail spikes, we know there's a lot of solid objects in the sky. And in this instance, well, oh boy. Yeah, that's a lot of hail. That is, according to this radar, over 3-inch sized hail within the storm. And according to the prob severe here, which tells me how many other stuff, the parameters of energy in the atmosphere, the wind shear, and all sorts of stuff like that with height. This tells me that the hail within this storm is about 2.25. So we already have above lime-sized hail within this storm, more than likely. All right, lime-sized hail is more than likely falling, but as a ceiling, we have hail sizes well above baseballs. All right, they're not softball quite yet. Softball is 4-inch sized hail. All right, but we have about teacup sized hail now, which I know teacup sounds pretty weird, but if you can imagine a small teacup, okay, if you were to hold the handle there, the size of that cup, if you were to put it in a circle, that's how large the hail is. And if you can imagine that giant, ice ball falling from the sky, not just one of them, like, a lot of them, you can imagine how active this really is. Jeez. We just had a report here from emergency management that just came in. This is 3 miles northeast of Decatur. Tank battery caught fire after being struck by lightning. So a tank battery caught fire after being struck by lightning. Oh boy. So this storm is really significant, guys. All right, when we say that they are producing large amounts of hail, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning ever, all right, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning ever, you need to get indoors and you need to bring your valuables into some form of shelter, all right? That includes cars. That includes any sort of fragile stuff outside. It includes friends and family, pets. Don't forget about the pets. Do not forget about the pets, okay? Because if you leave them outside, they're going to experience baseball-sized hail. And that, I hate to say it. Because, golf ball-sized hail causes injuries. If that, hits someone in the head, it's a major cause for concern. Because you're, that's on the brink right there. All right? Knock someone unconscious, do major brain damage, head damage. If you can imagine that hitting a pet that is not as large as us humans, that does not bode well. All right? So they need to be brought inside. Any part of Illinois will be affected? More than likely not, except for extreme western Illinois tomorrow. But other than that, not really. Yeah, there is a green tornado symbol over here in Denton. I don't see any rotation on that. I see rotation over here on this Justin side, though. This cell near Justin does have a little bit of rotation with this, so we're going to have to watch out for that very closely. I want to go over to Radar Omega here real quickly. I want to see if there's anything. Does not look like there is any cameras out here. Because I would try and show you something from Omega, but not really. Let's pull up here. I know there is sky cameras over here in Dallas. and Fort Worth. So I want to see if we can get something here. So that's from Fort Worth. That's from Dallas. Fort Worth, State Net Museum Way. Dallas, Fort Worth Airport. Arlington Globe Life. Denton. Ooh. That's right. Denton is getting impacted right now. Ooh, what the heck was that? All right, let's move over to the live camera over here in Denton. Look at this. Just for reference as to how many lightning strikes there are over here. Look at this. 1, 2, 3. Oh, another one just happened. Well, there you go. Just look at this. Over and over and over and over again. All right, this is striking numerous times. If you also want for reference, down here there's this tree. You can see how hard the wind is blowing. It's not really blowing very hard right now, or at least not that I can see. I'd say about 10 to 15 miles per hour, so the storm hasn't hit yet. There is a lot of activity over there. What is the most trusted mobile radar app? So the thing of it is I have 2 radar apps that I would recommend. 2. Either or is up to you. One has a lot of stuff, all right? It has more roads. It actually has roads defined on there. And it has a lot of products. So if you're like more of a weather type person who wants to get into weather more, follow along, especially while I'm, doing coverage and stuff like that. Radar Omega. Radar Omega is a good radar app for you. If you just want something that is going to get you your stuff quick and it's a lot easier to use, Radar Scope. Especially with chasing, all right? I highly recommend Radar Scope over Radar Omega when you're chasing, storm chasing. I did it when I was storm chasing. Other areas too. Other people do it as well. They use Radar Scope over Omega. It's just because it's a whole lot easier to use. And the data comes in a whole lot easier. So there's that. But Radar Omega, there's a lot of stuff on there. So if you ever want to track it, if you know what, you have a little bit of patience to where you can kind of understand as to how things work, Omega is the way to go. But Radar Scope is the other one that I would recommend. Radar Omega is not a monthly subscription. If you just, it's only $9, and then you need subscriptions and other stuff like that in order to get more stuff. Pickles with the 20. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to Pickles before I read this. Everyone say thank you to Pickles. Hey Nate, you seen some of the crazy lightning storms from Pecos? I did for last year. Did he upload a video recently? That got some activity from that? If he did, let's try that. There we go. That's a lot easier. If he did, I have not seen his latest videos, so I definitely will want to go see them. Yeah, that storm just passed right over Denton. A lot of lightning over there too, so there you go. So, good news here to everyone. There is only 2 severe thunderstorm warnings in effect right now, and that's because of the line that's moving on through. I'm gonna move this way. There we go. So now everyone can kind of see what's going on there. You can also see the side of my face flash because we got a lot of lightning on that screen there too. It's the biggest tornado I've ever seen chasing. I've only chased 1 tornado in my life, so It was this small tornado that was rain wrapped over in south central Pennsylvania. But seeing other people chase, all right, seeing other people chase here on this channel, the biggest tornado I think I've ever seen that Matt has chased. There was one on the day of Happy Texas, the Happy Texas tornado, but it wasn't Happy. It was another tornado that was in the northern panhandle of Texas. That one was pretty large. And then the what's-its-face tornado. The Round Rock tornado that he just got. That one was a large tornado too. But he's caught numerous other tornadoes as well. And he's even intercepted a couple, too. So, Matt does an amazing job chasing for us here on the channel. Yeah, Round Rock. It was just last week. Just last week. It was, what, the 20... No, not last week. It was the week before. It was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. 21, the 21st of March. 21st of March. That right there is a large tornado over there that Matt got. Clarendon? Which tornado was that? Chase the Winterset, Iowa tornado? That was a heck of a tornado. That was a significant tornado. All quiet on the Tahlequah front, except for the pouring rain. You'll take it? Yeah. Fortunately, my friend, though, probably could get some activity a little bit later on. Radar Omega is on the phone. Yes, it is. Scope and Omega is on the phone. And I believe if you make a purchase, it's a one-time purchase, but if you want to get more stuff, then you have to add on to it subscriptions and stuff like that. .321 was Clarendon? Well, isn't that Round Rock then? Because that was technically defined as the Round Rock tornado. I'm not sure. Where is Clarendon? Oh, 3/13/21. What day was that? Holy crap. How come I don't remember that? 3/13/21. Yeah, how come I don't remember that day? I've covered so many events that my brain is just like, what? I've seen this day? There's a severe weather event for this day? There's just a bunch of stuff. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that is some heavy amounts of lightning. That is very heavy amounts of lightning that is approaching the Justin area. And then, of course, the areas near Denton. You know, that's some significant amounts of lightning, too. So, my goodness. Still? Ooh, what in the world are you? You're on the backside, so nothing really. How many lightning strikes per minute now? It's went down a little bit, just a little bit, but it's still 98. 98 lightning strikes per minute. That's still pretty significant. What about Mayfield? Where does that fit on the list? So what we were talking about more or less was like watching from storm chasers' perspectives. Now covering tornadoes. Covering tornadoes here on the channel. Covering tornadoes on the channel here. If you're talking about just based off of radar, the most insane one tops it all was, you know, Mayfield. Mayfield was the most insane tornado I've ever covered. And I've covered a lot of them. Covered a lot of EF4s on this channel. You know, of course, there hasn't been an EF5 since 2013. And I didn't start this channel until March 19th. Or at least I didn't start this channel from a winter's, you know, not winter, geez, a weather perspective until summer of 2019. All right, so I've covered a lot of storms in between now and then here on this channel. And the scariest one, there's two scary tornadoes that I always forget. Mayfield's one of them. Mayfield was one of them because of how significant it was and how it impacted such a large populace. The other one that I will never forget is the Bassfield So-So tornado, or the Basefield So-So tornado. I believe it's Basefield, but it could be Bassfield. That was one of the most significant tornadoes I have ever seen on radar. The Bassfield So-So actually was 2.25 miles wide. That's how large the tornado was. And it was the largest tornado in Mississippi ever. All right, there's a lot of tornadoes that have occurred in Mississippi. That was the largest tornado I've, you know, ever in recorded history. And I got to cover it that day. So, yeah, they may still even upgrade the Mayfield tornado. That's the crazy thing. They could even upgrade it to an EF5, but it's still preliminary. At this point, you know, when you get to an EF4, all right, it doesn't matter if it gets upgraded to an EF5. Because once you get to an EF4, you already know something significant has already occurred. You already have had significant damage within your area, or in that area. And a tornado has occurred. So, but yeah, Bassfield So-So tornado. Absolutely insane. Where was I when I was during the 2011 outbreak? We were in Columbus, Georgia, in the Army. Fort Benning was scary. Yeah, I was super young at that point. So I'm pretty sure you guys wouldn't have liked to hear, you know, me screaming and all sorts of stuff like that. Being a little kid. Actually, I wasn't really a little kid per se. I was, what? Close to 10-ish. Like 8-ish, 9-ish, 10-ish, something like that. Probably 9. So I was pretty young. You guys wouldn't have liked me to cover that. Tell you what. What state is this in? This is in Texas. This is in northern Texas, north of Dallas-Fort Worth. So luckily right now, these storms are kind of just going about, creating a lot of strong damaging winds for the most part. They're not really doing much more than that. What the heck? Oh, that's a windshield wiper for the camera. That scared the crap out of me. So there's a lot of people that live over here in Denton. All right, if you guys live over there, Denton, New Hope, Corinth, Little Elm, Prosper, Frisco, areas near McKinney, Melissa, as well as areas near Salina and Weston. You guys need to go ahead and get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows if you haven't already. There's a lot of strong thunderstorms that are moving on through, producing some large amounts of hail. Not as large as it once was. It definitely seems as if the hail has started to kind of settle out a little bit more. You can see how the green is not as, you know, widespread. You don't have any oranges or reds, so that's the good news there. So the storm has kind of settled a little bit. Sheesh, there is a lot of strong updraft characteristics here along this line still. Let's take a 3D of this. I'm curious to see what's happening with the storm right now. Ooh, okay. Interesting. So what I see right now is the inflow notch is not there anymore. All right, that's obviously the good news. So we don't have an inflow notch. Oh, I just got pinged there. That's fine. But yeah, don't have an inflow notch there. So the storm isn't really ingesting moisture to become a strong storm. So this isn't really a supercell anymore. I mean, it is a supercell, but it isn't a supercell at the same time because it's not ingesting moisture. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Denton County in north-central Texas, northwestern Collin County in north-central Texas, southwestern Grayson County in north-central Texas.
I was watching that. I really was watching that because I knew there was just a little bit too much rotation on that northern line. All right, so... Oh, wow, and it is consolidated just a little bit more. So there's your new tornado warning over here. Just to repeat, all right, this is for Denton, Collin, and Grayson counties here in north central Texas. That will be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time, all right? So we literally watched the rotation go right over us with the camera here, just right above our screen. Now let's go take a look and see from a radar perspective, all right? So let's take a look at the rotation. Reds and pinks moving away from the radar. Greens are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation. It is about to cross right over Aubrey. So if you live near Aubrey in Texas, north and east of Denton, north of Dallas-Fort Worth. All right, if you're near Aubrey, you need to watch out for this very closely. Very closely. Because this thing could potentially produce a tornado right over here. So Aubrey, areas near Salina, as well as Weston, Gunter, areas off towards Van Alstyne, as well as Anna. All right, so if you live over there in those areas of Texas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. You can take a look here on reflectivity, and it's a little bit harder to see. All right, it's a little bit harder to see, but we do have a little bit of a hook right here. And then what's also happening is on the bottom side, we have a bit of a bowing segment over here. And you can see how that bowing segment has now became a lot more apparent here in the latest scan, but a hook right within there to where moisture comes in. And then at the bottom side, we have a lot of very strong damaging winds that are coming in on the bottom side. So what we call this here is a bit of a bookend vortex, okay? So at the bottom of, the bottom of the rotation, once again, very strong winds coming in behind this. And we have a bit of a whirlpooling effect. So a lot of winds coming behind, and then the rain kind of scatters in both directions. And on the top side, all right, where there is, where it's more favorable for something tornadic to occur, that is where your tornadic rotation can lie. And that is the reason why there's a tornado warning over here for portions of Aubrey and Krugerville. So if you live near Aubrey and Krugerville, right now is the time to get in your safe space. If you know anyone who lives over there, if you know anyone who lives here in Aubrey, Krugerville, Pilot Point, Salina, near State Highway 289, Gunter, Weston, you guys need to get into your safe spaces right now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, let's take a look here with Omega. All right, so here's our rotation still. And let's take some timings out here for you all. Let's draw a storm track. Let's actually zoom out a little bit more. It is moving this way. And I have no clue at how fast. How fast is this thing moving? 35 miles per hour. So it is moving. It's actually moving more this way here. And then, of course, 35 miles per hour. Let's calculate. Aubrey, they say in about 5 minutes. I doubt it. It's about to hit you right now. Let's actually fix that. Why is this so hard to get something? There you go. All right, so Aubrey, within the next minute or two, there you go. Selena, 20 minutes. Merrily in 26 minutes. Weston in 32 minutes. Kelly in 37 minutes. Elmont in 38 minutes. Farmington in 39 minutes. Van Alstyne in 42. Anna in 44. Howie in 44. Cannon in 52. And Westminster in 53 minutes. So if you live in any of those areas here in Texas, all right, any of these areas in Texas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. People are saying it's Salina. All right, so if you live near Salina, anywhere along State Highway 289, north of Prosper, all right, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. You can see there's a lot of lightning with this cell too. You can see how many lightning strikes have occurred within this area. A lot of lightning within this storm here. So you need to watch out for this very closely, very closely. And this thing does look like it wants to continue to materialize. So this is something to watch out for. So guys, we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible, all right? Copy the link to the live stream, share it with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we may be able to get this information out to more and more people on social media. Because if they don't have, you know, let's say they don't have power. Let's say somehow they lost power because, you know, tree fell on a power line. Let's say that they don't have, you know, they don't have cable, all right? They'll come to social media to try and figure out what's going on. And that's where we come in. So if you hit that thumbs up button down below, you help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. And if you copy the link to the live stream, we can continue to get this out to more and more people on social media in general. So please be sure, if you haven't already, hit that thumbs up button. Do what you can to try and help me get onto YouTube's algorithm. You know, even subscribe if you need to, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works as well. But we got to continue to try and share this with as many people as possible, because there is rotation here. All right, just a refresher as to what we're looking at here right now. There is a tornado warning here. This is for portions of Denton, Collin, and Grayson County here in north central Texas. That is in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. All right. The current rotation is to the north and east of Denton. So Denton, they're out of the immediate tornado danger. All right, they're outside of this red box. It's the areas over here near Aubrey and Salina, areas near Weston, they are in the immediate danger. You can see the rotation here and the velocities. You have your reds that are moving away from the radar and your greens that are moving towards. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And there is a lot of activity that is still present within this area that is going to continue to move on through. This thunderstorm is very tall too, 46,000 feet in height. So this is a bona fide supercell here on the northern side. And I don't see a tornadic debris signature at this time. So right now, the good news is that it doesn't appear to be on the ground right now. But that does not mean that it, you know, won't go on the ground at any time soon. That does not mean that this thing is dead. That does not mean that this thing is, you know, inoperable. This thunderstorm here has the potential to produce a tornado. All right, that is the big thing here. And so when the National Weather Service issues a tornado warning, anytime the tornado warning is still in effect, all right, regardless of what I say, you need to heed their warning, and you need to stay in your structure, in a, you know, safe space of any sort, underground or lowest innermost part of your building if you can. And you need to stay there until the thunderstorm passes so that you guys may be safe. That is the big thing there. All right. I'm going to start listing areas that are not in the risk right now. All right. So you see the giant red box right within here. Okay. This is where the tornado warning is at right now. Okay. Whitesboro, Sherman, Collinsville, Gainesville, areas on the backside along I-35. you guys are out of the risk right now. You guys are outside of the warning box. You guys right now are not in the immediate danger for tornadoes, okay? You're going to get a lot of strong damaging winds over there. Could potentially be severe, but you're out of the immediate threat for tornadoes. Areas that need to watch out still. All right, Prosper, Salina, Weston, Anna, Van Alstyne, areas north of McKinney. Areas north of McKinney, you guys need to watch out for this very closely too. The Little Elm, you guys are a little bit too far south to be in the immediate tornado danger. So Little Elm is in the clear right now. If you're south of 380, all right, if you're south of 380, south of University Drive, all right, if you're south of University Drive, you guys are in the clear. Okay? South of University Drive, you guys are in the clear. If you're north of University Drive, specifically near the Salina areas, south of Pilot Point, south of Gunter, even approaching towards the Van Alstyne areas, you guys need to watch out for this very closely, all right? Anyone along South Preston Road, north of University Drive, you need to take this very seriously. There is a tornadic storm right over there that could potentially be moving off into your area, so you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. You're along 380, should you take cover? Depends upon where you are in 380. If you're encountering thunderstorms right now, well, let's put it this way. If you're along 380, you're not in the immediate tornado danger, okay? So if you were north of that, then I would say start taking cover. Right now, there's a severe thunderstorm warning, however, that is pushing through your area, okay? And it also has the potential of producing some spotty hail, especially as it approaches the New Hope, Oak Point, even Little Elm, all right? If you're near Little Elm, you guys are going to see some large amounts of hail here pretty soon. $50 sized hail, more than likely, within your area. So that general vicinity, you know, you guys can potentially get some hail, but the tornado danger is off towards your north. You guys should be fine, especially if you're already seeing showers and thunderstorms. All right, but I would pull off. Well, actually, I wouldn't even pull off to the side. You guys are going to continue to get more and more thunderstorm activity as this continues to move on through. So just drive with caution, put on hazards. Drive very slow, all right? Do not rush. Do not rush to get out of the showers and thunderstorms. Stay calm and continue to try and navigate if you guys can. Will Rockwall get tornadoes? Rockwall is where? Rockwall, Texas is on the eastern side. Near Rowlett, almost. So they are in a tornado watch. I can't specifically say if they are going to get, tornadoes. But I do think they are going to get some severe weather. So I would continue to watch out for this, all right? Within the next, I'd say 2 hours. 2 hours from now, okay, is when you guys are going to start to get your answer as to whether or not you guys could see something tornadic, all right? This should be passing through, through your area at about 1.5 hours to 2 hours from now over in Rockwall. So something to watch out for. Let's go back to the tornado warning, all right? I want to emphasize real quickly. First off, this is a tornado warning here for, this is Denton, Collin, and Grayson counties, all right? That'll be in effect until 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. There is areas over here that need to watch out for if you're near Prosper, near McKinney, or north of that, all right? It'll be near the Prosper area, or at least north of Prosper, all right? This is going to be north of Prosper at 9:05, so in about 5 minutes, that is when the tornadic rotation is going to move on through McKinney, all right? North of McKinney here specifically. If you're north of McKinney, it'll be around your area at about 9:10. Salina, it'll be right around your area at 9:15. Okay, so 9:15 is when when this storm is going to move on through, and I do think this storm is going to be passing through that area. As a matter of fact, I think it'll be through your area a lot earlier than that. I think Salina could actually see this probably within the next 5 minutes as well, with some, the beginning of it with the strong damaging winds. So 5-10 minutes is what I'm giving Salina. Once again, if you're in Salina, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already, because there's some tornadic rotation within the storm that is could potentially mean that there could potentially be a tornado. And I know I said that like 5,000 times already, all right, but I have to emphasize there's a reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning here, all right? There's good reason. There also looks like there could potentially be some tornadic rotation right within here too. Look at this. You see the original rotation's back over here. You have reds moving away, greens moving towards. There is a new area of rotation here, a lot stronger and a lot more out front, and it's a lot more confined. This area over here, about a mile or two to the south and west of Salina, all right? You see here, we have some very strong reds and pinks moving away from the radar, and then greens moving towards with a very bright green pixel right about here. And so we do have something indicated right within this area. Normalized rotation is above the blue threshold, so that does mean that there is some relatively strong rotation potentially possible within this area. And there's a lot of lightning with this cell too. I mean, if you guys were to obviously don't be near windows, okay? Don't be near windows because, you don't know if any sort of debris or if any sort of hail, if any sort of, trees could fall on into your area. But if you were to quickly peer out from the center part of your house and to look towards the window, this thing is probably, shining off all sorts of lightning strikes across this area. There's all sorts of lightning that's firing off within this area. And so, yeah, the lightning to ground potential here, the probability is relatively high within these areas, and that tells me there is a very strong thunderstorm moving on through with at minimum, strong damaging winds. So please be sure to stay in your sturdy structure. Salina, Weston, Melissa, Van Allenstein over here in Texas. This is north of Dallas-Fort Worth. You guys need to go ahead and take your proper precautions if you haven't already. So once again, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we may be able to try and get this information out to more and more people on social media. Let's say they don't have power. Let's say they don't have cable. That's where we come in. That's where we try and provide the information to as many people as possible. So please be sure to copy the link to this live stream, share it on there, and by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So continue to please do that, because there is indeed a tornadic storm right here. It still has quite a bit of rotation too. Good news is, doesn't look like it's as strong. Bad news is, it's still there. Oof. And there's a lot of hail with this too. Look at that. I mean, it's not like significant amounts of hail, but the thing of it is that around this area, you're going to have rain, you're going to have hail, strong damaging winds, all sorts of stuff obscuring as to where the potential tornado could be. So if you were to try and figure out as to where this would be by stepping outside, you'd have no idea. You'd really have no idea. Van Alstyne, all right, appreciate it. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. So Van Alstyne, Weston, Anna, Melissa, it's now starting to head off into your area. Now, regardless as to whether or not this is tornadic, it's going to create some very strong damaging winds to the area that's near the tornadic rotation, all right? So please be sure, if you haven't already, to get into a sturdy structure and stay away from windows. And, preferably get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right, that's the That's the preferred method. All right. Confirming. There's a lot of lightning McKinney. All right, well, that makes a lot of sense there. Oh. What? So this was what? Hour and a half, 2 hours ago. Okay. I know this is not in Texas. This is in Florida. And this is what golf ball sized hail does to a car. This is what golf ball sized hail does to a car. So whenever I say that golf ball sized hail is possible within a storm, all right, and you need to take, sturdy structure, you need to get into some form of shelter. If you don't, this is what could potentially happen. Ow. That's retweeted on my Twitter if you want to take a look at that a lot more in depth. But golf ball sized hail, perhaps larger in some spots. That's huge right there. Let us see. Yeah, that's why garages exist. For you to put those in. Because during large hail like that, oh boy, that's game over. Yeah, that was some pretty serious damage. So we're continuing to watch this. It looks like the rotation is now starting to kind of weaken a little bit, but it's taking more of an easterly turn. So it's more east. It was curling up north and then has moved east a little bit more. I think that what's happening is you have more rotations kind of develop and they spin up. And then you have another rotation that kind of develops and tries to spin up a little bit more. But this is pretty broad here. You can see a lot of reds moving away, greens moving towards. But this is like very, very wide. Compared to what we had earlier to where it was a little bit more consolidated. My apologies. Look at that over there near Aubrey. Now, I'm not saying there was a tornado in progress that was over here near Aubrey, but you notice how consolidated that is. And how there wasn't as many grays in between the reds and greens, whereas now, I mean, look at this. Very, very broad, but still, if you live within these areas near, once again, Salina, Van Alstyne, Weston, Anna, Melissa, you still need to stay at a sturdy structure. These storms will be approaching you within the next, say, 5 or 10 minutes. Perseus with the 5. Thank you so much. That really does mean a lot. Says, thanks for the great coverage. You live in Dallas-Fort Worth area, watching local news too. You're identifying things faster than them. Well, geez. I'll continue to try and see what's going on here and let you guys know as to what's going on with this as time goes along. So thank you so much. It really does mean a lot to me. And I'll continue to hopefully try and stay on top of all things. No, go away. Yeah, I'm trying to get, like, webcams on here from the NBC Dallas Fort Worth, and every now and then they try and fit in these little segments and whatnot. I'm like, no, stop. Don't want that. So the line down here towards Dallas Fort Worth, all right? So we looked at the radar before, about an hour to hour and a half ago, the simulated radar. And sure, it doesn't look exactly like what's going on with what's happening right now, but you can kind of see the bowing segment right within here, right, guys? You can see how it's starting to bow out a little bit. And you also see, all right, if we look a little bit further down south, you can also see this little, transparent green line right here. Well, what does that green line mean? Well, that's an outflow boundary, all right? That outflow boundary basically tells me, all right, that that's an area where showers and thunderstorms could potentially develop. Don't believe me? We saw this a little bit earlier here too. And you notice how behind that green line, that's where the showers and thunderstorms formed? So that is where I'm watching for the potential for more development to occur later on. And you notice here, along the line, that's where things are starting to become more, consolidated too. Notice how it was only up here at first. Now it's starting to extend a little bit further down south. Now it's as far south as down here. So this outflow boundary right here is something to watch. It is something to watch in regards to how much activity Dallas-Fort Worth can actually get. All right, so we're going to have to watch out for this outflow boundary right in there. And you better pray that this outflow boundary doesn't continue to create showers and thunderstorms, because right now, definitely looks like it's doing so. You're a newcomer to the channel. Do I also chase storms as well? Yes, I do chase. Now, what I'm doing now here, all right, so I bought new chasing equipment and stuff like that, streaming equipment to help with chase. And it's kind of weird. I tried working it on, what day was it? I think it was the 31st. I think it was the 31st of March, and it just wouldn't work. Now, I've tried it before, and it worked here in the house, so maybe I just need a more stable Wi-Fi connection, but I mean, it's just the actual website is not good, so I'm just gonna have to continue to ask about it more and more. But I have all the camera equipment, all right? I have all the camera equipment that I need. I have 4K cameras, I have regular handheld cameras, I have, still shot cameras and stuff like that, DSLRs. I've got the stuff, all right? I'll chase when I want to. The only thing about it is that I live in South Central Pennsylvania. So I'll only be able to chase areas that are along the East Coast, because chasing out in the Central Plains is pretty far away unless if I get a lot of money. And with gas right now, it's going to cost a lot for a channel that's still trying to find their way a little bit. So what's the blue misty color on the radar currently? This over here, this over here is kind of like just general moisture that's starting to be picked up by the radar, because what's happening is the dew points are still relatively moist over here, but the temperatures are starting to fall because the sun's not out anymore. And if the sun's not out anymore, then it's going to start to cool more and more. The sun, heats up the ground. No sun, no heat. Starts to kind of, lessen a bit. So, yeah. Any live cameras? We do have a live camera. Now, I would look at Fort Worth, but their camera is kind of weird, and I don't exactly know what direction I'm looking at. So we're just going to go with this one. This is in Arlington, in the top right-hand part of your screen. And we're just going to kind of see what's going on over there. Will Austin, College Station get severe storms? I mean, they could, but they don't have a huge chance for some. College Station, Austin is kind of in the 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5 border over here. See this? So you have your 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange, which is at the top part of your screen up there. And College Station, Austin is right in those areas right there. So Not really a huge chance per se for some severe weather, but they could. They could. Let's zoom out here a little bit, try and give you guys a perspective as to what you guys can expect here today. First off, we will be live streaming throughout the majority of the night tonight. Tonight into tomorrow morning, probably extreme early tomorrow morning when these thunderstorms get into central portions of northern Louisiana. Then we'll take a little bit of a break. I'll try to get like 2 to 3 hours worth of sleep, hopefully. But then we'll continue to live stream tomorrow, and we'll show you what that looks like here soon. But we have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 here in the orange. So if you live within any of these areas, you guys need to definitely watch out for the potential of something here, especially in the orange. All right, if you're in the orange, you guys have a very strong chance of seeing, or a very high chance, I should say, of seeing hurricane force winds and the potential for embedded tornadoes within that. Here's the tornado risk, actually, more or less. Green is a 2% chance, brown is a 5% chance, and yellow is a 10% chance of seeing tornadoes within your area. So watch out for that if you guys can. Very closely. As for tomorrow, all right, here is the outlook for tomorrow. Now, we're going to be live streaming quite a lot this week, okay? We're going to be doing a lot of radar analysis, and it's not just over one day, of course. You know, as you guys can see, I'm live streaming right now in the flesh. Tomorrow, we're also going to be live streaming because there is also a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here for portions of Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina. All right, so 1 out of 5 in the green, 1 out of 5 in the green, 2 out of 5 in the yellow, 3 out of 5 in the orange. All right, there also is a strong chance for tornadoes here too. You can see the 2%, you can see the 5%, you can see the 10% in yellow, so that's all the same. The only thing that's different here is this black box with dotted lines right within there. And what that means is that there is a chance for significant tornadoes within this area. It's called a hatched risk. A 10% chance or greater probability of seeing EF2 to EF5 tornadoes within 25 miles of a point. So Savannah, Georgia, Albany, Georgia, Dothan, Alabama, as well as Hinesville, Georgia, and Statesboro, Georgia. All right, they all could potentially be impacted by this significant tornado threat. And this will be more than likely relatively active in the early afternoon to late afternoon hours, as well as into the early evening hours of tomorrow. So if you guys live within these areas, or if you know anyone who lives within those areas, that's when you need to be weather aware. That's when you need to know about the weather moving on through your area. Because if a tornado warning gets issued for your area and you don't know about it, and a tornado is on the ground, that is a recipe for disaster, everyone. And so you need to have a way to get warnings if you haven't already. Please be sure to do that. I will be live streaming once again tomorrow. All right, I will be live streaming tomorrow. So please be sure to come out if you want to see that activity. Also, it's not just Tuesday that gets the severe weather. We also have Wednesday. Look at this. Another 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale here for northern portions of Georgia, as well as central to northern portions of Alabama, in towards the general vicinity of Tennessee, North Carolina, South Carolina, right around the Appalachians. All right. There is quite a bit of severe weather, and I am watching for the potential of significant tornado development over here too. So we need to watch out for this, and I will be live streaming on this day as well. All right. So something to really monitor. If you know anyone who lives here in Atlanta, Birmingham, Chattanooga, Sandy Springs, Tuscaloosa, that general vicinity, I highly recommend tuning into the channel on Wednesday. All right. What time will I be live tomorrow? It'll more than likely be in the morning hours. So sometime I'd say 8 or 9 is when you guys could potentially see me. And then, yes, someone mentioned it in chat. I was reading chat for a little bit. There also is a risk for severe weather here on Thursday as well, day 4. 15% chance for severe weather over here. I could potentially chase this. I could. I don't know for certain, though. I want to take a look a little bit more in depth as to what this thing could potentially, you know, provide for coverage. And we don't have any high-resolution models on this quite yet, so I don't exactly have the best idea as to what could happen. I just have a good idea as to what could happen today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. Let's go back to the radar. Go back to the radar here. We still have that tornado warning over there, and as the storm continues to push on through, areas near Melissa, Anna, and Van Alstyne, or Van Alstyne, I should say. Goodness gracious. I'll get it. I'll get it eventually. I'll get it eventually. There you go. Van Alstyne. There is this giant line of storms that's starting to move on through right now. All right. Now, sure, there is still a tornado warning. All right. So once again, do not get out of your safe space. Do not get out of the sturdy structure. Okay. Weston, Van Alstyne, Anna, Melissa, stay where you are. Okay. Wait for the storm to pass on through. That way, you're rather safe than sorry, okay? But right now, there isn't really a whole lot of areas that show me that things are tornadic, except for one area, all right? There's just one area, and it's relatively weak at this time. Relatively weak, and probably is influenced based off of how much hail there actually is. And oh, goodness gracious, what the heck happened here? That is a lot of precipitation. Yeah, that is a lot of rain. That is a lot of rain. Ow. Yeah, there's a little bit of rotation over here north of Melissa, south of Anna. But there's just not a whole lot of, you know, consolidation nor a whole lot of strength with this either. So, definitely something to monitor with that. But areas that are near Salina, Prosper, Little Elm, Frisco, areas near Gunter, Tioga, Pilot Point, Aubrey, New Hope, Denton, you guys are in the clear. You're out of the immediate threat for tornadoes. You still have some strong damaging winds, even some spotty hail. Look at this. There's a cell over here near Roanoke. And right above us, there's actually a camera that's over in Arlington right now. This is looking off to the north. And you can see that lightning that's starting to kind of pop on through there. So there definitely is some stuff that's happening over there near Roanoke, Double Oak, Highland Village, Louisville, Flower Mound. So that is something to watch out for. Actually, this is what I've been looking at here. This is the maximum expected hail size. And you can see consolidated within this area right there. All right. There is a bit of hail in upwards of about an inch, maybe even about an inch and a half here in some areas, is where there could potentially be some large hail. So I would watch out for that. Definitely something to monitor. If you live in Louisville, highly recommend bringing in everything indoors. All right. If you have anything fragile outside, and have any pets, friends and family that are currently outside, bring them indoors. Bring everything indoors. Because there is definitely some large hail. There's definitely some large hail that's moving through that area. And that could potentially do damage and hurt people. And pets. Just wanted to pull that up here. There you go. Just wanted to look at something here. Yeah, the area in Anna and Melissa is weakened further, so I'm not really too concerned about that at this time. Very strong damaging winds, though, however. Very strong damaging winds. For the people who are trying to figure out as to what this, what these pink and purple lines are here, this basically tells me what the environment is doing at this time, all right? So, I don't know why it's outlined the entire line. I mean, it's probably because it thinks it's that entire thing is the storm, which is not entirely wrong. All right, but there's your entire line right within there. And in this entire line, this thing has recorded 147 lightning strikes per minute. 147 lightning strikes per minute. That is a lot of lightning. Someone said that a lightning strike showed off a defined lowering on my cam. That's interesting. All right, so now a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued out in front of this this line here. So Anna, Melissa, Blue Ridge, Leonard or Leonard, Bailey, Trenton, Blue Ridge once again, Celeste, Merritt, Greenville, Wolf City. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and nickel-sized hail possible. So definitely something to watch out for with that. That is something to monitor. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning over here for Denton and Collin counties here in Texas. That'll be in effect until 10:15. So once again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, half-dollar-sized hail with that one is also possible. There's also a lot of hail that is falling over near Melissa at this time. A lot of hail. So that is something to consider as this moves on through. But this line is now starting to kind of approach the Dallas-Fort Worth area. All right, we're starting to get a lot more showers and thunderstorms over here. Coverage is starting to become a lot more widespread. Let's see if we can find, care. It's from the Villa de Leon condos. Not sure if it's looking at these thunderstorms or not, so I can't really say. Yeah, that's at the airport. Yeah, no, this is the airport right here. I'm sorry. So this is not Arlington. This is at the airport here. It's actually looking at a really interesting area here for the most part. Because what we have here is a bit of a forward flank downdraft that's trying to develop over here near Grapevine and Keller. All right, so this is... where's this at specifically here? Let's pull this up here with Omega. All right, so this is right along the general area of Keller Parkway, getting really close to the 114 Texas Expressway, and eventually closer towards 635, where 635 merges with 121, 26, and 114 as well. All right, so areas near the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, more or less. Okay, that's where this activity is at, and it's kind of trying to develop here. If my mouse can try and function for once, there it is. All right, it's trying to develop these little vorticity bands here. This kind of air currents, more or less. Now in the upper levels of the atmosphere, not as much maybe. I mean, there is maybe a little bit of turning with height within this area. But right now, not really too much. So that's kind of the good news here. But there is something that I want to watch out for with this camera. So let's take a live look at this. Let's take a live look at this here. And once again, this is in Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. I want to kind of watch to see what we can see here. I also want to turn on the light over here, if you guys don't mind. But I want to wait to see if we can see any lightning strikes here. I can kind of make out a little bit of a lowering right there. All right, I think we all can see that. Actually, let's see if I can edit this. There we go. But you all can kind of... What the heck was that? You all can kind of make out this right here. All right, there's a bit of a line right there that's starting to kind of form. So maybe a little bit of a lowering. I need a lightning strike right along the base, though. I need something that's right on the... right along the base of the storm. Ooh. There's something there. Once again, this is in Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. All right, we'll come back to the radar analysis here in a second. I want to see what the base of this looks like, to see as to whether or not there could potentially be something hidden behind all of this. There's a lot of hail that's just to the north of Dallas-Fort Worth International. A lot of hail. And I'm trying to see if there could potentially be something developing, maybe something tornadic, right within this area. So... trying to get this. There is definitely, lowering in the base. So you have your cloud line sitting, right along here. And then it drops down just like this. And then that's where the base kind of is at. Terrible drawing, more than that. That's kind of what the cloud kind of looks like at this time. Let's select all that here. Let's delete that. Oh yeah, look at that. So yeah, at the base, this is definitely a some form of wall cloud and or shelf cloud. And this is where we would potentially find a lot of strong damaging winds. Oh yeah, we saw something right there, potentially. But it's this thing is not like anything tornadic that I can see. I think this is showing me a lot of strong damaging winds. So what's basically happening here is you have a lot of rain that's coming in behind this, and it's shooting in behind the actual cloud. So you have the base right here. Whew. And behind the base, you have some very strong damaging winds and rain that's coming in behind this as well. So yeah, there is quite the storm there. You might even see some very strong damaging winds here on the cam here soon. But yeah, this is definitely something to watch out for very closely. Let's go half and half screen, go to radar here. As we talk about this, we'll show you the line that is approaching Fort Worth. And yeah, there is definitely... there's definitely a strong line that's moving on through. All right, I'll say that much. Now, it's not severe at this time, so that is the good news. However, the bad news more or less is that probably will change. That probably will change. You see right here all these kind of greens and light blues? This right here is hail sizes, all right? We're looking at the maximum expected hail size parameter. And these are potential hail sizes that are at or above 1 inch size in diameter. All right, so that is enough for severe weather. That's enough for there to be a severe thunderstorm warning. And they do dents, they do damage to property. They don't just issue severe... Ooh, I don't know what they just saw, but that was really interesting. That is something to watch back there. I'm watching out for something right there. Yeah, watch out for that very closely. Could be something right there. Yeah, look at that. Ooh, let's go full. Wow. Let's go full to this. I'm watching like right over here. There's like this very deep lowering scud. Probably not something tornadic if I had to guess. I'm looking at velocities here. I can't really say for certain. As soon as I say something, it doesn't happen. There's no more lightning that occurs here at the base. That's nice. Weather's just not going to cooperate with me. Although weather doesn't cooperate with anyone, right? Weather doesn't really cooperate with anyone. There it is. Saw a little bit of it. Let's see if we can see another one. Maybe get a little greedy here. Maybe. This camera is looking near the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport here, which is, of course, near the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So we have a pretty strong storm that's moving on through. Oh, wow. Did you see that? Right there on the backside. There was definitely something there. Definitely a lightning strike, more or less. Very strong damaging winds and spotty hail. Trying to see if there is anything tornadic based here. I'm looking at radar, and I'll show you guys here what I mean with radar. I don't see a whole lot. There is something on the backside over here. You're like, you know, the Flower Mound Double Oak area. But that's really pretty much it. It's really embedded in all this rain here. So if there was something, it would be really back in there. And we probably wouldn't even be able to see it due to how much rain there is. But we're currently looking at the front part of this. All right, so the Dallas-Fort Worth Airport is right here. This is where it's at. We're looking off. It appears to the north and west and towards the Grapevine and Colleyville areas. And there is a tornado warning that just got issued.
Tornado warning for northwestern Hunt County in north-central Texas, northeastern Collin County in north-central Texas, southwestern Fannin County in north-central Texas.
Oh, yeah. Oh, boy. That just appeared out of nowhere. Within one scan that took 3 minutes, something just appeared over here near Blue Ridge. If you live near Blue Ridge, this thing might have actually deteriorated just as quickly as it formed. My goodness. Blue Ridge, Celeste, Leonard, as well as Merritt, areas north of Greenville and Farmersville in Texas. If you live over here in this tornado warning that just got called for Hunt, Collin, and Fannin County, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. There is some rotation with this storm over here. That is the reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. And you can see the rotation right within here. Red's moving away from the radar, green's moving towards. So right over here, right over Blue Ridge, maybe even a mile north of Blue Ridge is where the tornadic rotation would be. And so this is definitely something to watch out for. A little bit of spectrum width here, trying to see if there is any turbulence. Yeah, there is definitely a little bit of turbulence here. You can see the reds and oranges indicating about, I'd say, moderate amounts of turbulence within this area. And so this is definitely something to watch out for. What about radar reflectivity? Well, what it seems as to what we got here is we talked about earlier on in the stream. There's going to be a lot of these bow echoes, all right? A lot of these big bows that form in the line. And then right here in the middle, you can see there is a lot of wind that comes in behind this. That's the reason why the line kind of juts out, just like this. And on the top part of this, when you have a lot of wind that comes in behind, it starts to kind of whirlpool. So you have whirlpooling at the top, you have whirlpooling at the bottom, and at the bottom, it kind of just doesn't really work out too well. All right, 9 times out of 10, that's typically where other showers and thunderstorms form, and it's not really as significant. Whereas at the top, the whirlpooling seems to be a lot more dominant, and so at the top part of that whirlpooling, right about here, more or less, is where we got our rotation, and indeed we do have it. So you see reds moving out, greens, the greens moving towards, more or less, very broad, more or less. But there is something right over here near Blue Ridge, and so this could potentially get some activity over here, and that's the reason why the National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning. So, all in all right, with my rambling aside, if you guys know anyone who lives within any of these areas, all right, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions. All right, Blue Ridge, Leonard, Celeste, Merritt, please tell them, if you know anyone who lives within those areas, even Wolf City, Texas, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions if they haven't already. All right, copy the link to the live stream, share it with Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we can continue to get this out to more and more people on YouTube and social media in general. Because if people don't have, cable, if they don't have, let's say they don't have cable, let's say they don't have power, and they go onto their phones, they go onto social media, and they try and figure out what's happening over there, this live stream could be beneficial to those who live within these areas. So please be sure to copy the link to the live stream, share it with as many people as possible. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. We're approaching 900 people so far to actually do that. So please be sure to help me get over that. And to the 900 people, or actually a little under 900 people who have actually helped me try to get this out to as many people as possible, thank you so much. That really does mean a lot. Not just to me, but to the people who also are watching. Yeah, there is definitely something inside of that, inside of that live camera there. May have dropped a brief tornado. Let's see. We also have to account that it could potentially be hail. We also have to account that it could potentially be hail, because there's a lot of hail with this too. Look at this, guys. All right. To make matters worse, all right, we remember our bow echo here. Look at the maximum expected hail size within this entire area too. Remember, the greens is when you start to get in towards the 1-inch sized hail frame. And some of these brighter greens indicate about 1.5 inches. So this storm is not only creating significant amounts of strong damaging winds, but it's also creating some large hail too, on top of the threat for the tornado. On top of the threat for the tornado. So we got to continue to watch out for this very, very closely. Latest scan just came in. Still some pretty large hail with this too. I do not see a debris signature. Could have been a tornado that occurred within this area, but I don't see anything on my end at this time. Oh boy. What is that? Hold up, let's go back. I'll go back to the tornado warning here in a second. I want to go full screen to the storm that's going straight to Dallas-Fort Worth's International Airport, okay? Look at all the scud that's in here. Look at how ugly this thing looks. Very strong storm that's moving on through. This thing is ugly. We'll see another lightning strike here in a second, but this thing is an ugly storm. Man, oh man. You can also see the wall of rain right here. Look at all this rain. Visibility. Notice how visibility is starting to plummet over here in some of these areas, right? Visibility is starting to go. So watch out for that as well. All right, visibility is going over there. Scud is more or less rising moisture. So it's a relevant cloud, as I like to describe it. But yeah, this isn't a tornado, all right? That's the good news here, all right? I don't see any rotation here on radar. I go back to our radar here. I don't see anything, tornadic rotation-wise. So here is Dallas-Fort Worth, right here, I just circled. And the only areas that have reds and greens that are indicating some rotation is like over here to the north and west of Dallas-Fort Worth. And I don't really see a whole lot of it. I don't really see a whole lot of it here. So this tells me that we have a lot of strong damaging winds in this area. And we do have a severe thunderstorm warning because of it. You see this yellow box right here? Covered most of the area. That right there is our, severe thunderstorm warning. Go back to the cell over here in Blue Ridge. And velocities are still a thing over there. This thing is still surprisingly rotating. So yeah, there is something there. Red's moving away. Green's moving towards. Still ongoing at this time. May not be on the ground. Could be on the ground. That's the one thing here with tornado warnings, is that they are warned because they could. Okay? And it's more or less the narrative of You'd rather be safe than sorry, because if you don't heed the warnings and a tornado is actually on the ground, well, then now what do? All right, you don't care, or at least you will care unless you see that tornado is right in front of you. But if you heeded the warning, all right, let's say they issued it 8 minutes before it hit your area, then you'll be able to, you would have been able to take your proper precautions, get all the things you may need, get into the proper spots for you to be safe from getting hit by the tornado. So that's kind of what we're dealing with right now, is that there is rotation that indicates that there could be something here. All right, there is rotation that is indicating there could be something here. It's currently right over Blue Ridge. It's actually a little bit to the east of Blue Ridge, south of Desert, south of Trenton, and it is approaching the U.S. Highway 69 area, all right, near the Celeste and the Leonard general vicinity, and then eventually heading off towards Wolf City. So if you live near Leonard, if you live near Celeste here in Texas, all right, this is practically north central to northeastern portions of Texas, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. What website am I using for the camera? This right here is the NBC5 local news for Dallas-Fort Worth. So that's what we're using right now. Let's see. Aaron with the 5. Whole family's in a closet in Blue Ridge. Thanks, Nate. Yeah, I appreciate you guys getting in your safe spaces. All right, regardless, one thing I can say, regardless if this thing is producing a tornado or not right now, it's producing some large hail. It's producing some very strong damaging winds. All right, this storm is strong. Okay, we were talking about how these things could continue to bow out. We have more spots of the line that could bow out. Whenever you see that, that's when you know you have a very strong storm that's moving on through. Okay, so, I appreciate the fact that you guys are in a safe spot. And I'm thankful that you guys are in a safe spot. Tornado warning just got updated here. Still in effect for Hunt, Collin, and Fannin counties until 10:15. But the warning now has cut out portions of Blue Ridge. So if you're along 78 still, if you're immediately along 78, the rotation has passed you and you're on the backside of the storm, but you still can see some very strong damaging winds. So I wouldn't go outside. I would not go outside. But the immediate threat of something tornadic within your area has moved out of your general vicinity. One thing I can say for right now is that if you're in Leonard, or Leonard, I should say, it's probably Leonard, Celeste, and Wolf City, you need to stay in your sturdy structure right now. You need to get into your sturdy structure right now. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that live cam continues to show some amazing things there. That live camera, by the way, for people who are curious, that are watching above me, that right there is a live camera that is situated in Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. It's looking off to the north. And you can clearly see this giant shelf cloud here. A lot of strong damaging winds and rain that's coming in behind this. And visibility is starting to, starting to shrink in within some of these areas because some of these lights are starting to become less and less easier to see. So something to watch out for with that. Andrew with the 5 as well. It says, thank you from Alabaster, Alabama. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Really does mean a lot to me. And then Titan with the 20. Everyone say thank you to Titan before I read this out. Thank you so much, Titan. Really does mean a lot to me. Says, Nate, a little gas money if you decide to chase later this week. Great content. Thanks for putting in the work for us. I really do appreciate your support to the channel. It really does mean a lot to me, so thank you. Just lost power in Louisville, Texas. Jeez. Well, I'm glad you found your way onto the stream here. Glad you found your way onto the stream. Ooh. Ooh. That's a very bright lightning strike. But that is very interesting. A lot of greens, a lot of reds. If this consolidates over here, this will be moving right over US Highway 69. That is... That is something to watch out for very closely. Is it bad to be in a mobile home? For the most part, if there is a tornado warning in your area, or if there's any severe weather that moves on through, yes, it's pretty bad to be in a mobile home. Because mobile homes are not sturdy. All right, the walls are not heavily supported. And especially if they get hit by a tornado, it just gets obliterated. That's the reason why, you know, let's read what the tornado warning says from the National Weather Service. All right, we will quote it here for you all. Impacts. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be damaged or destroyed. Damage to roofs, windows, and vehicles will occur. Tree damage is likely. Notice how they called out mobile homes specifically. Mobile homes specifically. They will be damaged or destroyed. All right. Usually they, usually they don't really say that a whole lot with severe thunderstorm warnings. You can see, the severe thunderstorm warnings, I'll quote this as well. Hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, sidings, and trees. Okay, so with normal severe thunderstorm warnings, you don't really anticipate that type of damage. With tornado warnings, they specifically say that mobile homes could be damaged and or even destroyed. So if you're in a mobile home and you ever are in a severe weather risk, it doesn't have to be in Texas. It could be in, say, Oklahoma, Kansas, Nebraska, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky. If you're in a mobile home, you probably should, find a way to get into a sturdier structure. So it looks like the line here that is on our top part of our screen is starting to get closer and closer to the camera here. So we might be able to see some activity here soon. But we're going to continue to watch this very closely. And I really do appreciate what you guys have done for my channel here so far. All right, we have 1,100 viewers at this time. Really does mean a lot to me. So thank you guys so much. If you want to support the channel, please be sure to help me spread this with more and more people. All right, that's the best thing that I can ask for, because I want to continue to try and spread this with people who may not have, may not have this type of coverage, whether it's with cable, local television, or even if they don't even have power. They don't have power, they can come to my channel. Okay, so please be sure to spread this, friends and family, and on social media if you haven't already. And also, by hitting that like button down below, or even subscribing, you help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, because that's how YouTube's algorithm works. If you help me get out onto YouTube's algorithm, if people try and get onto YouTube and they try and search up, severe weather analysis, then they'll be able to see our live stream here, guys, and we'll be able to get this information out to more and more people. All right, so thank you to the people who have already done it so far. I mean, almost 1,000 of you have actually done it. Almost 1,000 of you have actually done it. So it really does mean a lot, but yeah. Thank you so much. You're in Salina. Thank you so much. Yep, no problem. You guys are actually behind one of the big lines here. You guys could still see some more scattered showers and thunderstorms, but you guys are mainly out of the big line there. So Happy that nothing really big happened over near you guys. Is this severe weather getting more stronger? Yep. It is getting stronger. It is getting stronger. Yeah, Catherine, although the only thing about that is that it would be really hard if it was, you know, immediately right on your doorstep. If you had a lot of time to drive away from these storms, yes. Actually, when there was a very strong EF4 tornado that was approaching the city of Mayfield, and I've reviewed this footage over and over and over again on my channel. There was a very strong tornado that was approaching a major populous, well, not really a major populous area, but a very huge populous area of Kentucky called Mayfield, city of Mayfield. And about 25 minutes ahead of time, all right, I knew this thing was heading off into that general vicinity. And I said, hey, if you don't have a sturdy structure, all right, or if you don't know anyone to where you can go into a sturdy structure in Mayfield, drive south and east, get away from the city of Mayfield. Because that's where the tornado is going to head straight towards. And so, you know, of course, I'll continue to do that if there's more significant tornadoes in the future. I'll continue to tell people ahead of time, hey, you know, if this thing is strong enough, you might need to drive away from this thing. All right, but luckily, between then and now, hasn't really been that much of a case. There's been one tornado that was really strong, but luckily it wasn't as strong as Mayfield. Because Mayfield was very strong. Mayfield was probably one of the strongest tornadoes I've covered. And I've covered, one of the largest tornadoes in all of history. The Bassfield So-So tornado in Mississippi. That was 2.25 miles wide. It's the largest tornado to ever hit Mississippi. And I think it's the third largest tornado in U.S. history. I'm not sure. It is top 10, though. That's what I've heard. So. No power in Blue Ridge. Which guys are okay. That's good to hear. That's very good to hear. Can I look at Wednesday's severe outbreak? Wednesday I'm watching very closely. Wednesday I'm watching very closely for the potential of some discrete supercells, maybe something tornadic in the northern portions of Alabama and Georgia. Mayfield was 190. Yes, it was. It's an EF3. Or not EF3. EF4. Not EF3. It was EF3. Then it got upgraded to EF4. And it still is under some current research to maybe even upgrade it further to an EF5. But in my honest opinion, once you get to an EF4, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter as to whether or not it's a 5. Because it does significant, it means that the tornado has done significant damage somewhere. And in this case, it did. I'm happy to hear that, Allie. Keep pursuing your passion. All right, keep going, because this is a fun thing to track. All right. Of course, it's not fun when tornadoes actually happen and they're strong and they're hitting places. All right, but when you're actually tracking it and you actually try to predict it and you try to help people and stuff like that, or at least in my opinion, it's a very fun thing to do, and it makes my job very enjoyable. And especially with having you all here too. You all tracking it with me, you all talking with me, watching, because we all are going to want to continue to communicate. That's the one thing that I want to continue to try and do with you all as long as I have this YouTube channel. All right. I don't care how many people I have. I'm going to continue, I want to continue to try and have this relationship to where I can continue to talk with you all, continue to live stream, cover stuff, even if it's not even super significant. I still want to continue to try and provide this coverage for you all more and more. So. New severe thunderstorm warning here. Look at that. For Dallas. So there is a severe thunderstorm warning now for the city of Dallas. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. It also looks like our live camera over there, the Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport, is now getting hit So now we're probably going to want to move this camera. And I think, oh, it is 11 o'clock Eastern. So that helps. This is in Globe Life Park in Arlington. This is looking off to the north. And Arlington is kind of along the border of where the severe thunderstorm warning is. Globe Life is specifically right over here. All right, so it's on the southern side of the warning. That's where it's at. That's where Jerry World is, where AT&T Stadium is at. So the Dallas Cowboys and the Texas Rangers play over there. And we're just seeing some general lightning off to the north. I want to see, in a second, I'm going to see if there's any more lightning strikes that I can find on there. But, yep, see ya, Titan. And see ya, Andrew. Is Rockwall going to get hit by one of those little supercells? Rockwall is going to get hit by this giant line here in a second. That's the one thing I can say. Probably in about a half an hour at minimum, and maximum maybe even later than that. That's when stuff's really going to move on through. So watch out for that very closely. How do I feel about the unwarmed, very low precip supercell that produced an EF2? All I got to say is that I pray for the people who live over there in Pickens County, South Carolina, as that tornado moved on through and did damage. Yeah, it's already 10 p.m. Central. I'm not tired yet, though, guys, so I'm going to keep going. Keep going. Pushing on through. Is it going to be bad in Longview? Maybe later on tonight. Maybe later on tonight. You guys can get some activity, but you got, you know, long time before it actually starts to move on through your area. Got a long time. Oh, that is ugly. That is ugly too. Sheesh. That is absurd. That's not going to load. Oh, that did load. The last second, of course. How's it going to be in Atlanta? Tomorrow and Wednesday is going to be your significant... Jeez, I can't speak to save my life. Significant activity. I'll be live streaming both those days, tomorrow and Wednesday. But Wednesday is supposed to be a lot worse than tomorrow. Although tomorrow you're going to get a lot of strong damaging winds within your area. So I'd watch out for that very closely. But yeah, today and tonight, you should be fine. Tomorrow, however, you guys are going to get a lot more activity. So watch out for that. And then even on Wednesday, you're going to get more than that. Proceeds to yawn. I don't feel tired. All right. Yawn, I'll yawn. You know, that'll happen. Because I yawn a lot. All right. If you've been on my channel, you know that I yawn a lot. I can't stop it. It just happens. But I'm like awake. Omaha's in the clear. They're fine. They're not expected to get some stuff until the middle of next week. Look at Lamar County, Texas. Let's take a look. Lamar's in a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. So I'm assuming the Paris area, Summer, and Powderly. You guys do have some severe weather within your area. One thing I will say is that the radar is pretty much unreliable at this point in some of these areas because we are super far away from the radar. Super far away from the radar. I'm trying to stop myself from yawning here. Thank you. Why did I just say thank you for myself? There you go. Yawn is just my brain needing oxygen. There you go. It's good enough. All right, I think I've hyperventilated enough. Yeah, Paris, Toko, Sumner, Powderly. You guys can get some activity here. Spotty Hail. Maybe some strong damaging winds with that as well, but I don't see much more after that. You'll get a little bit of a break, and then this big line that'll move on through, of course. Huge line. So I'd watch out. If you're in Lamar County, stay away from windows. Love my shirt. Yeah, thank you. This is from my Penn State weather camp that I went to when I was, what, 16? I can still fit into my shirts that I had when I was, what? Actually, I think it was 15. Something like that. 15. Yeah, severe thunderstorm warning over there for areas near Sumner and Powderly and Paris. I actually had someone chase over there last year. No, not last year, in 2020. In 2020, and they found a tornado over here near Sumner and Powderly. I remember that, surprisingly. So, yeah, that's pretty interesting there. But I don't see anything tornadic over there for your area. Maybe something in the upper levels, but I see more of a wind and hail threat, so watch out for that. Did I major in meteorology? Well, I'm trying to. I'm taking a gap year in college right now. Taking a gap year. But I'm gonna try and get my meteorology Oh my God, I'm having my brain's dying. Oh boy. Trying to get my meteorology degree. Trying to. And then if I do, then that'll be pretty cool. That'll be pretty cool. Aren't I going to be 19 in a couple of weeks? Nope, I'm going to be 20. I'm going to be 20 in a couple of weeks. I won't be a teenager anymore. So that'll be nice. But I'm already 19 right now. Remember the happy Texas Twins? Yeah, I do. Can I say anything for Texarkana in the future? Yes. Texarkana is going to get a lot of activity here. Let's show you guys what's happening here in South Central Pennsylvania in general. All right, let's go over here. Timing is above me. We also have what's supposed to be a camera up above us, but it's not really showing us a whole lot. So it is what it is. There you go. We got our cam. It's good enough. So let's show us the HRRR. Let's get us 0Z. And yeah, let's just see how it goes. So here's how this stuff progresses. It's 10 o'clock right now, of course, Central. And as this continues to move on through, a lot of showers and thunderstorms form out in front of this that are moving off and towards the Texarkana, Longview, Tyler general vicinity. Even up to Shreveport could be some activity that forms off over here. As we continue to progress towards midnight, big line continues to, form here. That's the line that pushes on through. And that is our significant damaging wind maker. All right, that is what's going to continue to get our activity boiling more and more. Also, our window of opportunity for tornadoes is going to be around this general time frame. So from 1 and onwards, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Not exactly 4 o'clock, but maybe even, there you go. There's 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock. That is our window of opportunity for our tornadoes to form over here as well. But big line that pushes on through. And of course, we do have the threat for hurricane force winds within this as well. Like my hat, thank you so much. Bought it at the merch store of Nate Snyder. What a segue. Get the merch. I'm just kidding. But yeah, the merch is nice. I do like it. So it looks like the line of showers and thunderstorms are starting to develop a little bit more. You can see how much more widespread this is. And let's just actually play the loop here real quickly. Oh boy. Since when did this happen? Since when did that happen? Well, let's just play the line here. And it seems as if these lines of storms is caught up with the outflow boundary. All right, so this is formed into one giant line at this point. You can see these lines moving this way. These thunderstorms out in front moving off towards the north and east. Actually more north-northeast more than anything. So we're getting a lot of stuff here. A lot of stuff that is forming across the board. You know, we're just going to have to watch out. Because this is increasing in coverage. By a lot. That's the Denton Courthouse. Let's see if we can find anything here with a good view. It's the Lake Cliff Tower. That's not bad. We can also take a look at the Dallas skyline cam over here, which is looking at another spot, Dallas. I have no idea in which direction we are looking, though. So that doesn't really help us out too much. Haley Plaza, that's not helping. Reunion Tower. I know Reunion Tower is not bad. That is not live, sir. That is not live. Alright, well, I guess we're just going to have to settle with this camera or some of these other cameras, which is not bad. Where does every tornado start? On the border or the coast of Texas? I don't know what you're talking about. There's a lot of tornadoes that happen in Texas in general without, you know, being in the border or, you know, along the coastline. Is there a chance of Lafayette getting a tornado? Possibly, but it's a small chance. Mesoscale discussion. Interesting. All right, tornado threat continues across north central Texas. Discussion. Weak surface low appears to be evolving just southwest of the Metroplex with an attendant warm front extending downstream just south of the Red River into southwest Arkansas. Warm advection and higher SRH values will remain concentrated along this corridor as mid-60s dew points advance north of I-20. Into this region, a complex MCS has evolved north of the Metroplex this evening with embedded supercells over northern Collin County. Well, some large hail has been noted with the stronger cores and continues to be the threat. The risk for tornadoes may actually increase over the next few hours, especially with more discrete updrafts as better moisture advances into the stronger lower level shear. Interesting. Interesting. So they are saying that the tornado risk is actually going to increase here over the next few hours. Did I see the big dry line across the plains on 12Z GFS? Yeah, 12th, 13th, 14th looks nice. Does indeed look nice. Do we need to share this information? You can. I prefer if you do, so we can continue to get out to more and more people. Excuse me? Um. Huh. Well. There's a bot. All right, I'm going to say this here. There's a bot, a robot, that has an algorithm that creates potential tornado outlooks, okay? Outlooks based off of what the models say. This will update, tomorrow morning. But this is what it says for tomorrow. Ow. Ouch. So what this is basically telling us is the probability of a tornado within 25 miles of a point. First off, very noticeable 2% over here near extreme southwestern Iowa, western Illinois, and northeastern Missouri. But on the other hand, very noticeable 5 and 10% chance for tornadoes over here across the board in Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, South Carolina. So, yeah, here's the NATO cast. Can I tell you if Dallas could get a tornado near it? Probably not. Or I'd foresee more strong damaging winds and hail within your area. But oh, geez. I see large hail, actually. Very large hail. It's going to move into University Park. That just moved right over. Wow. Large hail that just went right over the international airport. Do I read model diagnostic discussions? Not as much as I should. Not as much as I should. Yeah, there's some large hail that's moving off into northern Dallas right now. Very large hail. How much lightning is within this area? 123 lightning strikes. That kind of combines a bunch of areas. So let's take a look. Oh boy. Oh, that's a lot of lightning. Oh, that's a lot of lightning. Ow. Um. Yeah, that's a lot of activity. See ya, Jonathan. See ya. Yeah, there's a pretty strong severe storm that's moving on through into northern Dallas right now. So if you're near Carlton, Richardson, as well as University Park and areas along I-635, you're along the Beltway in northern Dallas, there is a tremendous amount of hail and lightning within this area. Lot of hail. Lot of hail. So I highly recommend getting into a sturdy structure, maybe parking it in a parking garage. Yeah, I'd put everything in a parking garage. Or take stuff into your garage. And one other thing, additionally, please do not go outside during this. If you have any valuables outside, bring them indoors. Bring them indoors. Pets, any sort of fragile lawn equipment or tire out there. Anything out there that is fragile or can get hurt, bring it inside. Flash flooding being reported? Sheesh. Yeah, there's a huge flash flood warning over here from McKinney and Louisville. Huge flash flood warning. Yeah, northern states don't really get a whole lot of warm moisture. They do get tornadoes, but not as much as areas where the moisture is at. All right, so here is a refresher as to what's happening here tonight. Okay. First off, what are you? What in the world? All right, I'm moving Shreveport's radar down here because I have no clue. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for Slidell and Pearlington. Doesn't make any sense. All right, let's go back. This is the look of what our convective outlook is here for today. Okay. 1 out of 5 in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. All right. And that is our severe weather scale there. So if you live along this general area here, with a 3 out of 5, you guys need to have a way to get warnings overnight because strong damaging winds and the potential for a tornado or two is possible as this continues to move on through. So we'll have to watch out. New mesoscale discussion out in front of the tornado watch. Let's see. Tornado watch will likely be issued across the remainder of northeastern Texas and vicinity by 4Z. So half an hour from now, there's going to be a new tornado watch that'll be issued for portions of Longview, as well as areas in Clarksville, Texarkana, Mount Pleasant, Carthage, Jacksonville, and Tyler. But you have that here today. And then tomorrow, same thing. It extends all the way through in the southern portions of the United States. You can see 1 out of 5 in green. Also, don't forget the areas over here near St. Louis. 2 out of 5 in yellow and 3 out of 5 in orange. So we will be live once again tomorrow. Of course, we're still going to be live for quite some time here tonight. Still going to be live for quite some time here tonight. I mean, we've already been live for 3 hours. Why not go for, 3 more, maybe even 4 more. But we have some activity there tomorrow. Threat for tornadoes. There is some. 2% in green, 5% in brown, 10% in yellow. There also is a black circle with dotted lines. That is a threat for significant tornadoes. And that is for portions of Savannah, Albany, Dothan, Hinesville, as well as Statesboro as well. So if you live within those areas, or if you know anyone who lives within those areas, you need to tune into the live stream tomorrow or have a way to get warnings. Because if a tornado does occur over here, and there are significant tornadoes that form, you need to have a way to, get information, stuff like that. So please be sure to stay weather aware here tomorrow. And then on Wednesday, we will be live on Wednesday as well. So 3 straight days of us being live. Today is day number 1. Here's day number 3. 1 out of 5 in green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. I'm watching for this day to potentially have discrete supercells. So we could potentially have something over there in northern Alabama, northern Georgia. We'll have to continue to watch out for this as this continues to move on through, but still. Something interesting. So I have a handheld wind meter. Yes, I do. I have a, was it a Kestrel? That's what it's called. Something like that. Becca, thank you so much once again for helping out every single stream. Really does mean a lot. Thank you for sticking with me for as long as you have. And you have a great night. Have a great night. So let's go back to New Orleans and see what this cell is doing. What is this? Hold up. What are you? I need to see what environment you're in. What? What? You wanna know the weird thing, chat? You wanna know the weird thing? This thing has a little teeny bit of rotation. It's moving at 30 miles per hour. All right, well, there's a severe thunderstorm warning here for St. Tammany Parish in Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 10:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So, yeah. Consider the following. Just for reference as to where this is, if people want to know. There's New Orleans. There's Slidell. There's I-10. Actually, sorry. I-10 into I-12. So there's I-10 there. I-12. Of course, I-55. And, yeah. There's a little supercell right here. So if that doesn't tell you all you need to know, I don't know what will. Oh boy. This storm is great. All right, well, we'll continue to watch that storm very closely. I think we can move our OKC radar to Shreveport now. So OKC isn't going to help us a whole lot. Jeez, we are looking really far away. So we still have ways to go before we can start using Shreveport. But yeah, these storms, a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Once again, there is one for Dallas. I'm looking over here on the camera, seeing if we can find anything. Lake Cliff Tower. Dallas Skyline. Don't see too much there. LBJ Freeway. Oh, that's not nice. Stop. Go away. Dallas Fort Worth Airport. Denton. Alright, so we don't really have a whole lot of options for sky cameras over in Dallas. But oh well. Oh well. So it seems the further north you go, the better the environment it is for tornadoes. That's what it seems to me. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning over here for Broken Bow and Idabel. Dude, you know what there needs to be, chat? You know what there needs, chat? There needs to be a radar over here in Texarkana. If there is a radar that's in Texarkana, I guarantee you that we'll be able to see more of these storms as they continue to move on through, because, you know, this is not helping. All right, we're looking up 21,000 feet with this radar. All right, if we go to Shreveport, go to Idabel, looking up 11,000 feet, and we still can't even see anything over there. So that's a huge help. You know, if we had a radar over here in like Texarkana or north of Texarkana, you know, like Idabel and Broken Bow. Oh yeah, we'd have so much better coverage. There's a bunch of areas that I would love to have radars in the United States, but they just cost a lot of money. Got a couple reports here. Got a couple. Oh, jeez, I'm losing my mind. Got a couple reports. 1-inch size hail over there in Coppell. And there is also another report here of $half sized hail 1 mile west of Kingston. So that is something to watch out for too. I just opened a lemonade and it shot all over me. That's not very nice. All right, well, luckily I have napkins. What the heck is this? Alrighty. Okay. There we go. Here in Blossom, should you stay up or take cover later? Blossom is in Texas. I'm assuming that correctly. I hope. Yeah, Blossom is in Texas. Or at least I hope that's the Blossom you're talking about. That's over near Paris. And you've got a couple showers and thunderstorms that are moving through your area. So the thing of it is that, all right, we have a big storm that's pushing on through. You see this line right here. All right, see that line? What's happening here is this is the main event right here, this giant line. If this line passes your area, you know, granted you have a storm that's moving off into your general vicinity within the next 5 minutes, so I would highly recommend staying indoors. But after this line pushes on through, you're pretty much done. You're pretty much done. So that is the good news. That is the good news for for you guys. If you were to stay up, you wouldn't have to stay up for very much longer. But on the other hand, as we look at these storms, all right, and if we try to determine as to whether or not they're tornadic or not, I try to see if there's any sort of storms that are moving off in your area. I mean, there is one that's right over Paris, but the one that's south of that over here, and this would be Klondike, as well as the Ladonia, heading towards the Lake Creek general vicinity, north of Commerce. This is expected to continue to move on through towards Bogota and south of Clarksville. So this isn't really going to be hitting you guys. And I don't really foresee you getting a whole lot of tornadic activity. Now, severe weather, with strong damaging winds, spotty hail, sure, you guys could. But from a tornadic perspective, I don't really see it a whole lot as of this time. But of course, I'm going to continue to stay live. So if you really wanted to stay up, you could. Or if you have any questions later on, say you were trying to go to sleep, which I would probably go to sleep. I probably would. If you wake up, hear something, you can always come back. And I'll tell you what's going on. Out of context Nate compilation when, bruh. Doesn't the line expand? It does expand. It expands a lot further south, actually. There's a couple storms over here with the severe thunderstorm warning for southern portions of Fort Worth, heading towards Crescent and Crowley, as well as Joshua. And there's a lot of activity over there. A lot of activity over here with large hail. Here's the maximum expected hail size. And the thing of it is here, all right, I want to point this out real quickly, is that we are getting super close to the radar. And you guys might, excuse me, and you guys might be thinking, well, if you're getting close to the radar, wouldn't that be a whole lot easier for you to be able to see what's going on? Well, not exactly, all right? When you're that close to the radar, all right, what the radar typically does, once again, it sends these beams out, and if it hits something, it sends it back, and that's how radar shows, what's going on. So the distance traveled between those beams can determine as to what, how far and how significant you actually have your stuff. But if you're that close to the radar, right, you're going by super quickly to the point where you start to get into a bit of some fuzzy areas. The radar thinks you're seeing stuff that you're not. Things might be traveling a little too slow, a little too fast. And that's when things kind of start to go all over the place. So it's when you're really close to the radar, like you can kind of see these like missing values over here in some of these areas. The radar is right there. All right. I'm trying to figure out the right way to word this. So bear with me here. Radar is right there. You can see all the messy values, but notice how everywhere away from that, where all the rain is actually at, where all these thunderstorms are, is a lot cleaner. Okay. So it's just areas around the radar, more or less, that actually is, dealing with the stuff. Speaking of which, before I get into some other areas, all right, because I do want to talk about, Texarkana. I do want to talk about, Longview. Other people even say Cleburne and stuff like that. I'll get to that in a second, because Cleburne actually is south of the severe thunderstorm warning. You can see Cleburne's right there. There is an area to watch here for some tornadic potential. There is something tornadic possibly within this area. And what I'm going to show you here, something really interesting. We have a little arcing characteristic right within there. But you guys see this line right here and this line right here? This is an outflow boundary. Okay, an outflow boundary does some weird stuff with showers and thunderstorms. It can, potentially produce like, land spouts and stuff like that. Tornadoes that aren't exactly the strongest, but tornadoes, of course, still do damage regardless of strength. So, we do have a little bit of rotation over here because of that outflow boundary. You can see even the outflow boundary extends all the way over here, and then it extends down here as well. But right along here, right next to where the storm is, there is some interesting outflow boundary characteristics. And with that becomes some rotation. So look at that right there. We do have that. We do have it. We have greens moving towards the radar. We have reds moving away. Right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. And this outflow boundary is creating some weird stuff with this. So if this thing continues, if it keeps going on this trajectory, we could be talking about a tornado here. All right, there's your outflow boundary, and it's interacting with that rotation. Oh yeah, look at that. So if you live along I-35 West, south of Dallas-Fort Worth, near Burleson, near Briar Oaks, Joshua, Crowley, Rendon, Retta, Lillian, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions now, all right? They could potentially issue a tornado warning for this thing if this continues at this rate. But I would go ahead and start taking your proper precautions right now, all right? Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. This thing is starting to wrap rain around the actual rotation itself. You see this little green ball right within here? All right, so if there was a tornado on the ground, that wouldn't be green. That would be like red, pink, maybe even yellow if it wasn't as strong. But there is something right there. All right, it is starting to wrap rain around this general area. And so this is something to watch very closely. And there is turbulence. Look at this, spectrum width. Right within this area, all right? So you see all of this. This is inflow. This is all the moisture being wrapped around into the area. This right here is the tornadic turbulence. The tornadic turbulence that is starting to really wrap around within this area. This is going to be something to watch out for very closely. Very closely. So this is south of Fort Worth. South of Fort Worth in Texas. If you know anyone that lives in Crowley, Burleson, Briar Oaks, and Joshua, you need to tell them to watch out for the storm, and I would say even get into a sturdy structure. Latest scan just came in. Oh boy. I have no clue if that is on the ground or not. I have no clue if that is on the ground or not. There's a ball right there. That is where the rotation is. The velocities will update here in a second. There it is. Velocities have updated. There is spectrum width. And that's a big blue ball. I don't know if that's on the ground or not. Regardless here, this is the same. I'm going to keep tooting this horn though. All right, I'm going to keep tooting it. If you live over here in Joshua, along 174, all right, I'm going to go down to Omega here. If you live near Godley, right over here along the Chisholm Trail Parkway. The Chisholm Trail Parkway over here, all right? Near Joshua, near Cross Timber, Briar Oaks, as well as, let's see, this would be Wilshire Boulevard, Southwestern Wilshire Boulevard, Burleson over here in Texas. I know I'm stuttering over my words, so I apologize. Burleson, Joshua, Cross Timber, Briar Oaks, Marystown, the Wilshire Boulevard, as well as the Chisholm Trail Parkway. If you live over there, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now, because there very easily could be a tornado in progress at this moment. All right. I-35 west. I-35 west. That is where this is heading off towards. If you know anyone that lives within these areas here, south of Dallas-Fort Worth, all right? If you know anyone that just lives south of Dallas-Fort Worth, you need to tell them to take their proper precautions right now. You need to tell them go. Gotta get into the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. All right, now is the time for you to go. So guys, we got to continue to try and share this information with as many people as possible. All right, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. It's pronounced Chrism. I appreciate it. This is not on the ground at the moment. I think it's wrapping rain around, so I can't quite tell. We're so close to the radar, so it's almost impossible. Remember, the pixels are now starting to become an issue. It's starting to kind of not help. There's some rotation right there. There's also some rotation south of that. All right, but we got to continue to try and spread this information with as many people as possible. Once again, by copying the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, you are helping me get this information out to more and more people. All right, so please be sure to do that. And by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread the information. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already, because we do have 2 tornadic rotations here. Potential tornadoes here. We do have 2 potential tornadoes that are here south of Dallas-Fort Worth. South of Dallas-Fort Worth. All right, so just for an idea as to where we are talking about, okay? Here is Fort Worth right here. There is Crowley, there's Briar Oaks, there's Joshua, all right? This is north of Cleburne. So Cleburne, as of this moment right now, they are in the clear. As of this moment, they are in the clear. Okay, this is just to the north in Joshua and Keene. Let's actually say some specific areas here. So yeah, Joshua, areas near Keene, areas near Marystown and Egan, as well as areas along Happy Hill, Cross Timber, Briar Oaks, that general area, Burleson, and areas south of Burleson, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. So Burleson, Briar Oaks, Joshua, areas north of Cleburne, need to get in your safe space right now at this moment. Because these things could potentially be producing tornadoes that are right along this area. Oh boy, that's a big inflow notch. There's 2 areas right there. Look at these inflow notches here, guys. These things are sucking in all sorts of moisture that they can get. They're sucking in everything. So we still have 2 potential rotations here. 2 potential rotations. One over here near Joshua. You can see the big... let's actually go to Storm Relative, make it easier for you guys to see. You have green moving towards the radar, red's moving away. So right in the middle, right there is where the tornadic rotation would be. You have another one right here. Right over here. South of Joshua, north of Cleburne. And then we could potentially even have another one a little bit more down the line. We'll see if that thing does anything. That could potentially be approaching near the Cleburne areas as well. So we'll watch out for if something could develop off of that. Watching this very closely here with these 2 cells. But these are tornadic. These are indeed tornadic. And we got to continue to try and spread this information with as many people as possible. So once again, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. And by hitting that like button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. New tornado watch has been issued. Yes, it has. Texarkana, as well as areas near Shreveport, Longview, Tyler, Carthage, all the way down towards Nacogdoches. There is a new tornado watch over there. Probabilities are 50-20, so it is the same probabilities as this current tornado watch. that is over the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So new tornado watch out in front of that. And it's all because of this giant line that's moving on through. You guys see this giant line that is all moving off now. This is going to be heading off into that new tornado watch general vicinity here. But yeah, new tornado watch. There's also a big severe thunderstorm warning that's right on through in towards University Park in Dallas. So the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex is now starting to get impacted by these severe storms. What? What? Yeah, okay, buddy. This thing ain't doing anything. There's a supercell over here in Burlington, but it's just not. Yeah, some relative helicity values are pretty nice, though, I will say. But I don't think that's really getting it. Let's go back to radar over here. Dallas-Fort Worth. Latest update here just went right near Joshua, right over Joshua. Oh, it's hard to say. It's hard to say if there's a tornado in progress with this one right now. Oh. Yeah, this thing could potentially be on the ground right now. This thing could. Here at Texas? Huh? We're looking up really far away. I'm not going to be able to see what's going on, especially with us having 2 potential tornadoes right now. Probably not going to look at that all too well. It's not really doing the funny. Yeah, this is, these are 2 cells that are probably producing tornadoes. There's one that, in my opinion, is borderline on the ground at this point, based off of how significant they look. You see here how you have kind of a bump here in the green and how it all kind of consolidates into like these very high values of green and almost blues. All right. And then you also have areas right within here that's consolidated. These reds and these outlines in the red. So this is all kind of consolidating into one giant area right over here. And that's one area there that could potentially be tornadic. You can clearly see the hook. Oh boy, latest scan just came in. Oh. That could be the dagger. It's so hard to say. We're so close to the radar right now. We are too close to the radar right now. But that could be the dagger. Tira should be fine. They're getting some very strong damaging winds. You just need to stay in your safe space. Yeah, this could potentially be a tornado in progress right now. Oh boy, that's a huge spectrum width drop right within there, and we're that close to the radar. We're looking up 400 feet above ground level. 400 feet. If that doesn't tell me anything, I don't know what does. So we do have some rotation right here that's 400 feet above ground level. It's practically super close to the ground. We could potentially have a tornado in progress right now within this line. So just for people who are new, okay? This is south of Dallas-Fort Worth, okay? National Weather Service has issued a severe thunderstorm warning on this with a tornado possible tag. So that's not really helping. That's not really helping. But this is south of Dallas-Fort Worth. This is near Joshua, Keene, Briar Oaks, and areas along I-35 West, where we have 2 areas of rotation. 2 areas of rotation right now to where they could potentially be producing a tornado right now. one that just went near the area of Joshua, another one that's just to the north of Keene. So this is north of US Highway 67, and it is approaching Interstate 35 west right now, south of Burleson. And it's about to go right near the Briar Oaks area. So if you live near Keene, Briar Oaks, there's the new tornado warning. They've issued the tornado warning now. They have issued the tornado warning now. One thing I want to note here too, Cleburne, get in your safe space now.
County in North
Cleburne,
Texas,
I know there's people over there. Safe space now.
North Central Texas.
Now's the time. I think you need to get in your safe space. I see a developing rotation. I saw one a couple minutes earlier, and I do kind of see one now. Cleburne, get in your safe space now. And yeah, that area, that rotation is starting to move off into that area of Cleburne. So get in your safe space now. Please do so. All right. I know you are outside of the tornado warning just by a mile or two. There is a new rotation that is developing near your area as well. All right. So we have one right there. We have another rotation right there near Keene, and then another one near Joshua. I know the one in Joshua and Keene is a lot stronger than the one that's over in Cleburne, but on the off chance that this thing does produce a tornado, it'll be right over Cleburne. All right, so you need to go ahead. Oh boy, that is... that... I know I said a couple of minutes ago that that was the dagger. This may be the dagger right here. This is the dagger. There is a, more than likely a strong tornado ongoing at this time. Strong tornado ongoing at this time. South of Briar Oaks, south of Burleson, north of Keene. And there's, might even be two tornadoes that could be ongoing, but my goodness. But that is the dagger. And that is some significant rotation right there. That close to the ground. Do you guys notice here how bright these pixels are? You see the bright greens and blues moving towards the radar. The bright reds and pinks moving away. Right in the middle. Right there is where the tornadic rotation would be. And then we also have another one, a little weaker one, just to the south of that, right there as well. That is a little bit more consolidated. So that is something to watch out for. But that might be the dagger. We're too close to the radar to say as to whether or not the NROT says it. The NROT for the southern one, the small one down here, is at the yellow stage. All right, so it's above a green now. It's at a 3 out of 5. Actually, it's a 3 out of 5 on the scale here. So that tells me that rotation is very consolidated. This one over here, south of Briar Oaks, oh boy, there's a lot of turbulence over here. Yeah, there is some turbulence. Oh boy. Yeah, that is quite a lot of turbulence. Try and see and look up at the higher elevations. Duh. Duh. Wow. 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 Jeez. We have a left flank velocity enhancement. A left flank velocity enhancement. It's actually right here. That's the left flank velocity enhancement right there. Wow. That right there. And we also have a mini left flank velocity enhancement. Don't be surprised. All right, guys. Oh, that might be 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time. That might be 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time. That is 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time, I think. Wow. Guys, one thing I will say here right now. Okay? Areas along Asher Road, Cummings Drive near Happy Hill, Conveyor Drive, I-35 West, Country Road 604 near North Cummings Drive. All right, and Cummings Drive. If you live over there near Asher Road, you need to get in your safe space. Pleasant Point right now. Thompson Road, as well as areas along 67 near Alvarado. Need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadoes as possible. What's going to happen here now, guys, all right? This is going to sound weird, but this is more than likely what's going to happen. This southern rotation is going to head north. This southern rotation is going to head north, and it's going to head towards this other tornado. This tornado right here is going to suck this tornadic rotation in. All right, so watch. Watch very closely. This tornadic rotation is going to kind of curl this way. This tornadic rotation is going to curl this way. So this one's going to get jut out in front. And we're going to watch two tornadoes that are going to kind of circle around each other. Yep, that's the dagger. That is the dagger. There is a tornado, maybe two, on the ground at this time. And, oh boy. So yeah, Happy Hill, Pleasant Point, Lillian, Alvarado, Thompson Road, Venus, areas near Old Fort Worth Road near Middleiathan. All right, Middleiathan, out ahead of this. You need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right, this is a serious situation south of Dallas-Fort Worth, okay? Just, if you are tuning in right now, there's a confirmed tornado warning. There it is. If you are tuning in right now, there is possibly two confirmed tornadoes. There's definitely one, but there could be two tornadoes in progress right now south of Dallas-Fort Worth. All right, this is near the Alvarado, Venus, Middleiathan areas, approaching Lillian over here in Texas. So we need to spread this information out to as many people as possible. All right, copy the link to the live stream, put it out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. All right, we got to try and continue to get this information out to as many people as possible because, let's be honest here, everyone. It's about to be the top of the hour. It's about to be 11 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Some people could be sleeping at this point. All right? If they just got a tornado warning on their, on their indicator, if they just got the notification for it, they're going to head out to either social media, they're going to head out to their local news network or whatever to try and get information, all right? If they don't have cable, if they don't have any sort of power, we could be a useful source of information. So we got to get this live stream out to people on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. All right, so Alvarado, Venus, Lillian, Middleiathan, get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right, you got to get there right now. If you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to go now, okay? If you're in Middleiathan, you have a little bit of time. You have a little bit of time. All right, same thing with Venus. You have a little bit of time. Alvarado, you have about 5-10 minutes, so you need to start heading that way right now, okay? But Venus, Middleiathan, you have a little bit of time. You have not a lot of time. You have 15 minutes, but you have a little bit of time. Go get helmets. If you don't have helmets, go get a pot or pan that can fit your head. Go get pillows. Go get shoes on. Go get shoes on. Get in an underground compartment or in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. All right, that is the thing we have to do right now. We have to go ahead and start getting prepared, because if this thing is on the ground, all right, this is going to be heading off into your areas. So you need to get in your safe space. This pink box here is a confirmed tornado warning. All right, there's a tornado in progress. Midlothian. All right, Midlothian. If you're in Midlothian, appreciate you guys for correcting me, because now I can actually, transcribe it to people. If people live in these areas and they're thinking, well, why is he saying Middleiathan? Now it's Midlothian. All right. If you know anyone who lives in Midlothian, Venus, Alvarado, need to tell them to go ahead, go now. All right. Alvarado, you might even have a tornado that's right over your area right now. It might be going right over your space. All right. There's your rotation here. Green's moving towards, reds and pinks moving away. So you do have rotation over here on the storm as well. Alvarado, right in your area. You guys could potentially have a tornado right there. And then, of course, if we go north, you can see here, big rotation within this area. Let's see if we can make it a lot easier to see. Yes, we can. Brighter greens moving towards the radar. Brighter pinks moving away. Very large area of rotation here, and it's still going. So a lot of stuff that's moving on through. So once again, Midlothian, Venus, Alvarado, areas over here in Texas. All right, if you know anyone who lives over in those areas in Texas, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions right now. All right, they need to go. Because if they don't, they could potentially have a tornado that's going to go right over top of them. Okay? So if you or anyone you know lives in these areas, you need to call them up, send them a text message, tell them to go now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. All right? And once again, for people who are new, this is a confirmed tornado warning. Could potentially have 2 tornadoes within this very same tornado warning, which is in this pink box. Okay? This is south of Dallas-Fort Worth, near the Alvarado, Venus, and Midlothian areas. All right? If you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell them to go ahead and get in their safe space right now. And we got to continue to spread this information with as many people as possible, too. Copy the link to the live stream. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, so that we can get this out to as many people as possible. All right? Because some people may not have cable. They may not have power. We could be a reliable source for them so that we can continue to try and, provide accurate coverage as to what's going on here. All right? So please be sure to do so. Oh, boy. Look at that hook. Look at that spiral. Look at all the moisture and inflow that's being channeled into this thing. Oh my goodness. That looks like a snake. Now, eventually here, after this tornado warning, if this thing continues to maintain, Waxahachie could be something to watch out for. All right, this thing will head off towards Waxahachie. All right, so if you know anyone who lives in Midlothian, Venus, Waxahachie, all right, Alvarado, you just got impacted. You need to wait, until this thing passes on through, okay? This thing is going to pass. It's passing on through your area right now. Wait for another 10, 15 minutes, and then get out, okay? Venus, Midlothian, Waxahachie. You need to get in your safe space right now. Underground, lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Midlothian, you still have a little bit of time, all right? 10 to 15 minutes. Venus, you need to go now. You need to get in your safe space right now. All right, time to go. Anywhere along US Highway 67 from Alvarado to Midlothian, gotta go now. Gotta get in your safe space right now. All right? But Midlothian, you still have a little bit of time. So if you're new to the channel and you live in Midlothian or Waxahachie, need to go ahead, get helmets, get pots and pans if you don't have helmets, get pillows, get your shoes on, and get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. So please spread this information more and more. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, essentially helping me spread information, all right? Believe it or not, that's how it works. It takes 1 second. It takes 1 second to do. You just exit out of full screen, you look for that thumbs up button, and you hit it. All right? That helps me get this out to more and more people on YouTube if people are trying to come to YouTube for their information, okay? So please be sure to do so if you haven't already. Still a radar confirmed tornado. Still a radar confirmed tornado. Look at this. So it did what I thought it would do. The southern rotation near Alvarado is now starting to spin out in front of the old rotation. It is now starting to spin up out in front of the old rotation. And you see how it's kind of jutting itself just like this? So it's now starting to try and either rotate into the storm or it is starting to get swallowed up by it. But wow, this is a heck of a rotation here still. Very strong. You can see greens and blues moving towards the radar, pinks moving away, right in the middle where that tornado signature, that red icon is at. That is where the tornado vortex signature is currently located. And my goodness, there is a very strong hook on this thing. Look at that hook right there. Heavy hook. This is a powerful mesocyclone right here that just developed. Very powerful. So once again, all right, we got to continue, get information out, because this is a confirmed tornado warning, confirmed tornado south of Dallas, Fort Worth, south of Arlington, near the general vicinity of Midlothian, Venus, and Waxahachie. All right, I'm going to start calling out some roads here. All right. So this just crossed over the Thompson Road area, south of Pleasant Point and Lillian. It's now going to head towards the old Fort Worth Road and US Highway 67, just to the west of Midlothian. Midlothian still can be impacted by the storm, and I actually do think it will be impacted by the storm. Mountain Peak, Tower Road, areas over here near Farm to Market Road, 157. Areas in Griffith, okay? As well as areas further along. Let's see if we can find some more. Power Way, Forbes Road, as well as areas near McAlpin Road, Plainview Road, Mount Zion Road, areas over here near Singleton Road, as well as Norrell Road, and then Bauckham Road. All right, if you're in any of those areas, and then even areas over here near Britain and Gifco Road, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Alvarado, once again, stay in your safe space, all right? The storm is not completely over your area. You need to continue to stay in a sturdy structure if you haven't already, all right? You need to stay in there because the potential for something tornadic still exists, and even if it's not immediately within your area, it still could be the winds that are surging in towards the actual tornadic rotation. So need to watch out for this very, very closely. And this thing at some point could have even had 2 tornadoes, might even have 2 tornadoes in progress right now, because look at this, guys. All right, look at this. This right here is exactly what I thought would happen. You have your rotation down here and your rotation, your big, strong rotation up to the north. Now what's happening here is this, as it continues to go down, head towards Venus, this rotation is getting slung out in front. The big tornado is now picking it up and slinging it around. Look at this. Look at that, guys. Look at that. The tornado, the strong tornado, is taking the weak tornado and it's spinning it around like a satellite. Look at that. Oh my goodness. It's taking the smaller tornado and spinning it around like a satellite. Oh boy. That's... wow. This is in north central Texas, south of Dallas, Fort Worth. All right. This is a confirmed tornado warning with confirmed tornadoes, and the big tornado is slinging the small tornado around it. Wow. And they're, both of them have turbulence right within here. You have one right there, one right there. It looks like the stronger one has less turbulence, so it may not be fully condensed on towards the ground. I, of course, don't see any, debris signatures here. But, of course, the National Weather Service has confirmed that this is a tornado in progress. This is being slung around completely. Latest scan just came in. Can't see all too much. Big inflow that's being surged into this, though. My goodness. Once again, all right, for people who are new, this is a confirmed tornado. Actually, possibly even 2 tornadoes in this tornado warning. You see this big pink box. This is a confirmed tornado warning. If it wasn't confirmed, it'd be red. This is south of Dallas, Fort Worth. This is approaching the Midlothian areas and the Waxahachie areas. This has gone right over Venus. If you live over in Midlothian, Venus, Waxahachie, You need to get in your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. Wow. Oh, wow. What just happened? It slung it around. It slung it around. It's over here now.
Warning for northeastern Johnson County in north central Texas, northwestern Ellis County in north central Texas.
Yeah, they issued the tornado warning again on the outside. All right, so once again, all right, zoom out here. Here is Dallas-Fort Worth right there. Okay, everyone knows where Dallas-Fort Worth is. Dallas-Fort Worth is one of the most populous areas in all of the United States. Okay. Here is the tornado warnings down here. They are approaching Waxahachie. Midlothian, Waxahachie. If you know anyone who lives over there, now is the time to go. Now is the time for you to go into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. This thing has slung the tornado around completely. There's the rotation now. It was over here, and then it was over here at this point. All right, fine. I'll take a 3D. Jeez, guys are making me lose my mind over here because I'm trying to see what this thing is doing. Oh boy. What an inflow notch. What an inflow notch. Oh. Wow. For people who don't know what's happening right here, all right? Do you guys see this cave right within here? See that cave? That is, that's where the inflow, all the moisture, all the energy in the atmosphere, that's where everything gets consolidated and pulled right into where the actual tornado is at. And oh my goodness, this thing takes rain and just wraps it around. Your inflow gets pulled in. That is a monster supercell right here. And that's a lot. That's a better look at where the inflow notch is. Look at that. Big cave right in there. Don't pre-rate, please. All right. We don't know what the damage is like. Out of respect to the people who have been impacted by strong tornadoes in the past, let us not rate what the tornado could be until we see damage. All right. What pre-rating means is we don't say what level it is on the enhanced Vegeta scale. All right. We don't say EF5. We don't say EF4. We don't say EF3 until we actually see a tornado. All right. We don't know what's going on right now. We know that there's tornadoes on the ground, though. Oh my goodness, there's 2 areas. Yeah, there it is. So there's spectrum width number 1, spectrum width number 2. And, well, they've just slung around each other entirely. Go back to the velocities here. All right, so this is where the original one is at. This was a weak tornado over here near Alvarado. Here's the strong tornado that caused the tornado warning. And you see, there's where the weak tornado was. There's the strong tornado. Next scan here. Watch this. There's the weak tornado once again. There's the strong tornado. There's the weak tornado. There's the strong tornado. And then, of course, we'll sling it around again. There's the weak tornado. There's the strong tornado. It is picking up this rotation, picking up this small tornado, and it is slinging it around itself like a satellite, as if the thing was orbiting it. All right, that right there is called the Fujiwara effect. The Fujiwara effect. And this thing is spinning it around. It is absolutely... This thing could have merged, actually. They could have merged. Actually, I think they are merging. Wow. I actually think they are merging right now. I don't think I've seen people do reports on this. I don't think I've ever seen tornadoes merge. I know they've done it. All right, I'd known they'd done it, but I've never seen it on radar here. And then of course, we also have to talk about there's another rotation north of this. So, the Cliff Notes version of what all I just said. There's a tornado warning. It is south of Dallas-Fort Worth. It is approaching the Midlothian and the Waxahachie areas. Or the Waxahachie areas. All right. If you know anyone who lives over there, you need to tell people to take their proper precautions now. The time to go is now. All right, Midlothian, you've had your time. Now it's on top of you. You need to get into safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet, with no windows so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. All right? If you're along I-35 East, this storm will be approaching you in 15 minutes. In that time frame, it may not seem like a whole lot of time, but I need you guys to go ahead, get pillows, get helmets. If you don't have helmets, get pots that fit over your head, get shoes on, and get underground or get into your lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right, need to go. Need to go right now, because if this thing does consolidate once again, all right, the National Weather Service, this is no longer a confirmed tornado right now. And I think it's because the tornadoes have been slinging around each other so much so that now they just, have not been able to materialize on the ground. All right. This thing here could potentially go back on the ground here soon. And if it does, it's going to be right on top of Midlothian. So you need to get in your safe space right now. Now is the time for you to go. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. And if you're near Pecan Hill, Red Oak, and Waxahachie, you need to go too. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building as well, because this is a significant storm that could potentially be producing a tornado here soon. So guys, we need to continue to share this information with as many people as possible. All right, copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. So that way we may be able to continue to try and get this information out to as many people as possible. And by hitting that thumbs up button down below. Sorry, I'm just kind of getting choked up a little bit. By hitting that thumbs up button down below, you're helping me get this information out to more and more people on YouTube. All right, it only takes 1 second, guys. It only takes 1 second. Go down there, hit that thumbs up button, so that we can continue to try and get this video recommended to more and more people on YouTube. All right, that's how YouTube's algorithm works. Because this is a serious situation here. If this thing does produce another tornado here, it'll be approaching the I-35 corridor here very soon. So you got to watch out for this very closely. Please do not compare this to other tornadoes. All right, I understand that these look pretty significant. Please do not compare this to tornadoes in the past. Are you good in Palmer? Palmer is near 45. So you guys are just barely outside of the tornado warning. I would watch out for this. All right, this storm could be heading off towards your area here soon. I would say about 20 to 25 minutes. Okay, 20 to 25 minutes. So I'm not saying that this thing is directly heading towards your area. I'm saying that it is just heading off into your general vicinity. You're not officially in a tornado warning, but you're like right next to the thing. So I would highly recommend monitoring this very closely. All right. The general direction takes this in towards your general area. All right. Either that or south of Palmer. But once again, I'm going to be continuing to watch this very closely. Big spectrum width ball. Now this thing is starting to kind of consolidate more. Another thing here too, guys, this thing is going to be rain wrapped. This is going to be rain wrapped. Oh, jeez. This is not in Louisiana. This is in Texas right now. All right, this is a tornado warning south of Dallas, Fort Worth. It's approaching the I-35 corridor, I-35 East. This is rain wrapped, so people won't be able to see this coming. Oh, it just took the rotation on the northern end near Britain and pulled it in too. So it took the rotation on the northern end, pulled that in. There's a new rotation developing on the northern end. What is this thing doing? This thing is trying to create more rotations and it's trying to sling it around it. This thing is taking more satellites and it's pulling it around itself. Sorry for everyone turning the screen black. Yeah, this is called the Fujiwara effect. This is in Texas here. This is specifically in, this would be Ellis County. This is in Ellis County now. Just went through Midlothian. And it looks like the rotation is finally weakened. So now we just have a bunch of rotations in this entire area here. We just have a bunch of rotations inside this giant hook. The good news here, though, is that this rotation has weakened significantly. Let's backtrack here, show you what it looked like a lot earlier on in its lifespan. You can see how significant it was with the bright greens and blues and pinks and reds. And now, as it's moved on through, you can see how it has weakened more and more. And I think that's more because of how rain-wrapped this thing is. There's so much rain now. This rotation has pulled in so many other rotations. So much other rain that is within this area. So I'm not too surprised, to be completely honest with you. It's what this thing is looking like right now. But my goodness. So Midlothian, stay in your safe space right now. Stay in your safe space right now. Red Oak, Pecan Hill, Orvilla, Glen Heights, areas near Waxahachie. Need to watch out for this very closely, because this thing could potentially be tornadic here. Midlothian power flashes reported. Oh boy. Yeah, there's so many little storms here that are just spinning over and over and over again. Wow. So yeah, we do have a bit of an outflow boundary here, maybe even a gust front that's starting to develop out in front of this. So a lot of the rain is starting to get pulled into this here now. And we're getting a lot of strong damaging winds out there along the front side. It's starting to create a bow echo now. All right, so if you guys remember, you guys were in the beginning of the stream and I was talking about how we're going to see a lot of these arcing characteristics, a lot of these bow echoes. There you go. We got more of this here. And you got a lot of strong damaging winds that are surging behind this. So at the top of this over here, I-35 north of Waxahachie, you guys are going to get a lot of very strong damaging winds here. That's been updated. All right, that's the good news. Yeah, the rotations have died out a lot. A lot of the rotations here have died out. There are so many embedded rotations in here, though. but it does look like it's gotten significantly weaker, so that's the good news. Still a tornado warning here. Still a tornado warning here. Johnson County. If you're in Johnson County, you're in the clear. All right, from the immediate tornadic activity. Alvarado, Venus, Lillian, Briar Oaks, Joshua, Keene, Cleburne, all in the clear. Okay? You guys are good. You guys can go outside, investigate if there's any sort of damage that have impacted your area. Make sure everything's all right. Midlothian, areas near Waxahachie, Pecan Hill, Red Oak, or Villa. Palmer, nah, I'd say if you're east of Palmer. Or, no, not east of Palmer, west of Palmer. Starting to become disoriented right now. West of Palmer, you need to go ahead and take your proper precautions right now. Large fire in Alvarado. Jeez. Is there any big hail around this? Yeah, there is quite a bit of hail, actually. And upwards, it appears to be 1.5 inch size hail possible with this. I'd say, as a good base, we'll start out with 1 inch, so quarter-sized hail around. That's currently being slung around this thing. But it could be at most up to $half sized hail within some of these areas, so that's something to watch out for. But yeah, it looks like the inflow kind of did. Yeah, this thing became very heavily rain-wrapped now. Very heavily rain-wrapped. A lot of rain being pulled around this entire thing. So it's kind of choking itself out a little bit. But yeah, Red Oak, Pecan Hill, Waxahachie, you're not out of the clear. You need to get in your safe space right now. If you're new to the channel, we do have a tornado warning right now that produced a significant tornado, or at least according to radar, a significant tornado. Excuse me, I'm now starting to get hiccups. And this is down south, due south of Dallas, all right? South along I-35, I-35 East specifically. If you're near the Waxahachie area, as well as Red Oak and Pecan Hill, you need to get in your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Is it past Paris? Yep, Paris and Blossom. I know I have a person or two that lives over there. It's past. You guys are in the clear. Your event is done. But yeah, this is where it's at right now. Fort Worth is in the clear from all the severe weather, so Fort Worth is good. Dallas is almost done. They had some 1 inch size hail, quarter-sized hail over there, downtown Dallas. You guys are almost done. You guys are almost done. All right, so that's something to be in, something to watch out for. Is that if stuff starts to deteriorate more and more, you guys should be in the clear. What about Center Texas? Is this out in front of the line? Yeah, it is. Very, very much so. You guys are in a tornado watch, so watch out for the activity overnight. I'm not sure if I'm going to be up that late. I could be, so I'll watch out for you guys very closely. But yeah, there is a tornado watch in effect for some of your area, and we're going to have to continue to watch out for that. We'll get back to the tornado warning here in a second, all right? But I do want to take Hatchie. Okay, so Hatchie. But I do want to take a second here to show you all this here real quickly. All right, all these colors right here, the dark green, the yellow, and the orange, this is something called the convective outlook. This is issued every single day from the Storm Prediction Center. And this gives you, a general idea as to where you guys are on the severe weather scale. All right, so if a 1 out of 5 in dark green on the severe weather scale, 2 out of 5 in yellow, and 3 out of 5 in orange, okay? If you are in the orange area here, and you are watching me live here right now, you need to have a way to get warnings on your phone, because if a tornado warning gets issued or a severe thunderstorm warning gets issued, you need to be able to, know what to expect. And you also need to have a plan in place to be able to, go ahead and get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. All right. So that's the main thing I wanted to show you here. The other thing I wanted to show you is that the same thing will happen tomorrow, but not for these areas out in front. So once again, this shifts over towards the southeast. 1 out of 5 on the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. All right. If you live within these areas here on the severe weather scale, you need to watch this very, very closely. Okay. Because severe weather is possible for your area, and there even is the threat for significant tornadoes here. All right. We do have the threat, a 10% chance for tornadoes in the yellow, and in the black circle with dotted lines, there is a significant, there is a hatched risk threat for significant tornadoes within that area. So something to watch out for very closely. And then even after that, there is another risk for severe weather. Okay, so this is the beginning of a multi-day severe weather event that we are currently tracking right now. And it all starts with that tornado warning here just south of Dallas-Fort Worth. Now, someone asked if it's south of Tarrant County. Yes, it is. It is right along the border, actually. Right along Red Oak, Pecan Hill, and Waxahachie. All right, Waxahachie, that's where it's currently at. So if you live near Waxahachie, Red Oak, Pecan Hill, you guys need to get in your safe space right now. I think this is starting to become more linear. All right, so Palmer is kind of right on the edge of the tornado warning. I think they're going to see some significant damaging winds more than the tornadic activity, because I don't see anything really congealed within this area that is screaming tornado. So that is something to watch out for very closely. That is something to watch out for very closely. But Palmer is not in a warning. I think they're in a severe thunderstorm warning, I should say. They're not in a tornado warning. 65 mile per hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So Palmer, I'm assuming the people who are over there, or at least the viewer that asked from Palmer, I'm assuming you're already inside. One thing I recommend, stay away from windows. All right, stay away from windows. I've seen too many events to where there has been debris of straight line damaging winds, you know, tree limbs, large hail that has came on through and they broke windows and they've injured people. Stay away from windows. All right. You can, you know, stay near the wall and look out the window. You know, like if you have the innermost part of your room that is away from windows, okay, you can look out the window that way. All right. But don't be up against the window looking outside, because I've seen too many events to where that's gone wrong. All right, so just please stay away from windows if you can. I do think this tornado warning is going to expire here soon. We do have this tornado warning until 11:45 p.m. Central Daylight Time. So that is another 12 minutes. Another 12 minutes. But, I mean, this is definitely a lot more of a strong damaging wind maker here. Now, don't get me wrong, all right? This does not mean that this thing can't produce tornadoes, all right? It's just right now, I don't see the immediate threat. And so we're just going to have to watch out for this relatively closely. I appreciate everyone who has helped me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. Once again, really does mean a lot to me for you guys helping me share this with as many people as possible. I am going to be live streaming tomorrow, and I am going to be live streaming on Wednesday. So if you want to continue to see more activity, please be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. All right, subscribe, hit that bell button right next to it. That also helps me get this live stream out to more and more people on YouTube too, believe it or not. But I feel like that's just kind of a way to get more subscribers and stuff like that. And that's, you know, there's a tornado on the ground, I'm not going to say, oh, subscribe because there's a tornado on the ground. No, that's insensitive. So now, since the threat is not as high, if you want to continue to watch analysis like this from me on this channel, please be sure to subscribe if you haven't already. Canton and I-20. They should be fine for a little bit of time. They could get that activity later on, though. Let's see if I can get some timings out here for you. Give it an hour. give it an hour. Give it an hour when I think you guys can get some activity. So watch out for that. Don't worry about it, Kazu. I'm just happy you're safe. I'm just very happy you're safe. So don't worry about it. All right. I know we had some super chats during that entire thing. Let's go ahead and recognize these people. Wow. Christina with the 50 says thank you from Joshua. That really does mean a lot to me. So thank you so much, Christina with the 50. Everyone say thank you to Christina. It's a very generous donation, and it really does mean a lot. So thank you so much. That helps out the channel significantly. That IT guy with the 5 says, is there seriously twins? Yeah, there was more than likely twins. It was a heck of a storm. Heck of a storm that really moved on through that. But thank you for the 5. That IT guy really does mean a lot. And then Journey32 with the 5 says, oh, yeah, thank you so much. I really do appreciate the 5. And as I said, you know, you guys, I wouldn't have been able to get this information out to as many people as possible without you guys. So this is all just one giant team here. All right. We all did a good job. So thank you so much. Really does mean a lot. Does it look like there could be some supercellular activity in Hillsborough? Let's take a look here. Pull that up. Possibly see if the storm near Bastrop, Louisiana are bad. Yeah, I'll take a look at that here in a second as well. Hillsborough, Texas, they could get some activity. But, I mean, it's just not really supercellular, so I don't really foresee it. Bastrop, Texas is really far south. I don't foresee them getting a whole lot of activity. Bastrop, Louisiana, on the other hand, if I remember where it is correctly. Yes, it is. It is north of Monroe. You guys are really going to see your activity early tomorrow morning. Early tomorrow morning is when I think you guys are really going to see your activity. I would say sometime around 4, 5, something like that. Ports around Midlothian. Trees and poles down. 18-wheeler flip from Jeff Petrowski. Wow. If you guys, by the way, find anything on Twitter, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder. You know, any sort of damage. If you're taking pictures yourself, make sure that you are safe. All right, make sure that you are safe before you start taking pictures, okay? Because I do not want you going out risking your life just for the sake of a picture. That is not what I want you all to do. Yeah, there's a report here from Petro. He's a really well-known storm chaser. Damage reports around Midlothian, westward to north of Venus, Texas. Trees and power poles and 18-wheeler flipped. Of course, I'm retweeting all of this. I am retweeting all of this on my Twitter. But yeah, please be sure to @ me at Nate_Snyder so that we can continue to try and spread information even on that too. Scrolling through. This is from Connor Weather here. If my mouse would cooperate with me, I probably will be able to show you all. Here's the sirens at Red Oak. You missed a tornado that was slinging other tornadoes around it, Joe. So basically a Fujiwara effect tornado that was just making everything go round. Tornado warning has been canceled. That is the good news. I do believe it's because everything is now more of a straight line damaging wind maker. So everywhere in Fort Worth all the way up to Arlington, and then not quite Dallas yet. Not quite Dallas yet. But if you are east, so if you're north of I-20 and you're not east, if you're north of I-20 and you're west of I-35 east, west of I-35 east that goes through Dallas, you guys are in the clear. You guys are in the clear. You guys are done. You don't have to worry about anything else. Wow. All right, there's the picture of the semi in Midlothian. Wow. So that did indeed get overturned. Oh, wow. Here is a here's a picture. What is this? About 5 minutes ago, looking south towards Midlothian. And the one thing I want to point out to you all is he can literally see the wall cloud here, guys. Look at this. There's the wall cloud right with him there. So he's looking towards the north. Or no, he's looking towards the south from the north, I'm assuming. He's got a heck of a view on that. Is the Lufkin Nacogdoches area going to get tornado activity tonight? They are in a tornado watch, so I would say yes. But I'm going to have to watch that very closely. But yeah, there is some reports of damage over here in Waxahachie. Let's see, let's get our scanner. Police scanner. And should we do Ellis County or Johnson County? There's some reports here. 18-wheeler flipped at Love's in Midlothian, US 67 and West Main Street. I actually don't know. Let's go with... Let's go with Ellis County. Let's go with the public safety.
DQ presents.
We also do have an ad because that's the website that I'm using, so I'll turn that off for a little bit. Is tornado going to be bad in Longview? It's unknown at this time.
Moments like these are
I think you guys are going to see a lot of strong damaging winds regardless. But just have a way of getting warnings overnight if there is a tornado warning. Keyword if. Johnson County is very active right now? Okay.
Drive, Village South, and Overlook Drive. The downed tree blocking the roadway. Artie could not give an exact location. Husband told her it was by Auger Road.
It's down tree near Auger Road in Ellis County.
Be clear with the report and route back to sea.
Kentucky is in the out of the risk here. So here's the risk for severe weather here tonight. Okay, we have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. So if we look all the way up in Kentucky, they have a light green over here in near the Paducah areas in Mayfield, Benton. This is a general thunderstorm, so
Swing in the middle of the roadway. That's all we have on it.
tree in the middle of the roadway once again.
Walrus out here. Check it.
And then we do have some activity here tomorrow.
Confirm who was en route? I'm sorry.
1 out of 5 in green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. Once again, light green in Kentucky, so just general thunderstorm. I will be live streaming tomorrow for the people who live over there, so I highly recommend coming back to the channel. I'll continue to provide more information on what stuff is going on through there. All right, we're gonna be playing some Iron Man live streaming. We're gonna try and live stream for as much as possible without, you know, dying because sleeping's overrated. I'm just kidding. We're gonna have a little bit of sleep in between the stream and the next stream, so hopefully we'll have something. Now Wednesday is something interesting. Okay, once again, we also have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. I'll be live streaming this day as well, so if you guys want to come back on Wednesday too, feel free. But Wednesday, there could be the chance for some severe weather within your area. Maybe on the border of a green. So I'd watch out for that. Night, Caleb.
10-12. I'm having issues with the CAD, but that main place looks secure. Please show me out at City Hall on building check, please.
Ooh. Watch out here in Wilmer. Wilmer. Yeah, someone said in chat, look at Wilmer. Not quite yet. It's not fully consolidated. It's really weird, but I do think that it could potentially jut out. I think Wilmer should be in the clear for a little bit, but it's going to be areas that are near Combine, Crandall, and Seagoville. Maybe areas near Kaufman that need to watch out as well. Near the Ferris and India area. So I'd watch out for that very closely. Randy watching Bush with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Didn't I say you're aiming for 2 to 3 hours of sleep tonight? I did say that. 2 to 3 hours of sleep. Heard thunder. Should you be worried? Depends upon where you're at. Although I wouldn't be worried even if thunder did roar. One thing I do always say, or at least not always, but I do say sometimes, when thunder roars, go indoors. Thunder roars, go indoors. Let's take a look at the cells from Shreveport's perspective. So we do have the big line that's now starting to surge on through near Mount Pleasant, Mount Vernon, areas near Wilkinson, Avery, Annona, DeKalb, and that'll eventually move off towards the Texarkana area here. I'd say, what? Next hour and a half is probably it. So definitely something to watch out for with that. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and probably what? Quarter-sized hail? Yeah, quarter-sized hail. Will it hit Houston? More than likely not. I think Houston's a little too far south to get into the main risk, so you should be fine. Can I confirm that it looks like it's dying as it heads towards Texarkana? I cannot confirm because the radar coverage in that area is not very good, so we're looking pretty high up in the sky. Whatever is happening at the ground is completely unknown at this time because there are no good radars. Yeah, that cell near Wilmer is starting to go now. I would watch out very closely. This thing could be trying to consolidate here. Could be talking about a tornado here in a second. So yeah, this is right near the Wilmer area. Right near the Wilmer area. Watch out for this very, very closely. But there is definitely rotation. You can see greens and grays moving towards, reds and pinks moving away. So right in the middle right there is where the tornadic rotation would be. That's as textbook as you can get it. That is as textbook as you can get it right there. There is a little bit of spectrum width with it, so it is starting to increase in turbulence. Just a little teeny bit. So this could be the next tornado to go. Could be the next tornado to go. Next scan came in. Yeah, it is trying. It is definitely trying on it. Yeah, this thing is definitely trying to produce a tornado here. You can still see it. kind of consolidated a little. Once again, red's moving away, green's moving towards, so there is counterclockwise spin here. Normalized rotation, just a little bit of green, so it's right on the border of it being noticeable and potentially even tornadic enough to produce something. Oh boy, that is some spectrum width though. There is quite a bit of turbulence now on this thing. Big red ball. With a little bit of orange, which is the next level above it. So there is definitely something to watch out for here, very closely. Let's go back to Omega. And let's see if we can read out some roads here. So Malloy Bridge Road. Malloy Bridge Road, as well as areas near Boys D Arcade Road. Or Boys D Arc Road as well. Areas near, what is that? Billensey Road. Billensey Road. Combine, general vicinity of Combine and Crondall. You guys are more than likely going to have something tornadic move on through your area. Probably is going to be a tornado. Could potentially do so. So if you guys live over there, or if you know anyone who lives over there, near Walnut Springs, India, Patrick, Combine, Crondall, Seogoville, south of Seogoville, south of Highway 175, you need to tell them to go ahead and take their proper precautions. Underground or lowest innermost part of their building. There's a small tornado that went from Venus to Midlothian minutes ago. Yep. We did track that here on our channel. We did indeed track that. Yeah, this looks like a bookend vortex almost. Javier with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Really does mean a lot. What does the term anticyclonic mean? Anticyclonic means spinning the opposite direction of a cyclone. So cyclones, or tornadoes in this instance, spin counterclockwise. Anticyclonic spins the opposite way. It spins clockwise. So a lot of rain and a light show in Sulphur Springs. Y'all be safe, calling it a night soon. Yeah, Sulphur Springs for me, it kind of looks like they are in the clear. At least that's what it looks like to me. You're starting to get on the back side of the line. I think you guys are all right. I would have to say so. Yeah, that cell near India is starting to get there. This is, once again, south of Dallas. No tornado warning on this yet. It's pretty weak at this time. It could, could develop something here soon. So we'll have to watch out for that. Because there is tornadic rotation with this storm. But excuse me. Good news as of right now. Not really super strong, but we still are going to want to watch out for this. Very closely. Going to want to watch out for this very closely. I'm glad. I'm glad, Kazu. Yeah, I'm from southern Pennsylvania, but I've been studying, radar analysis for quite some time. And I've been trying to study up more and more, study with even people who are studying meteorology. I'm taking a gap year in college, so can't say I'm an active meteorologist, but I'm trying to study to get the title. Trying to study to get the title of official meteorologist. So right now I'm just using the knowledge that I know. And just putting it out on here. College Station, you guys are fine for the most part. I think you guys are too far south to really get the main activity. You guys will get activity, but the main activity, no. I think you guys are going to be fine. All right, let's go to the areas that are over here near Shreveport, southeastern Arkansas as well, southwestern Arkansas, I should say. Hope, Fulton, Prescott areas along I-30. There is a severe thunderstorm warning over here. 60 mile per hour wind gusts, quarter-sized hail, so I'd watch out for that. Bring all your stuff inside if you haven't already. There's also another storm that's near Spring Hill and south of Spring Hill. South of Hope as well. That could be something to watch out for. So, I'd watch out. There's also a lot of scattered storms out in front of this. Don't see anything tornadic though, so that is the good news. Yeah, I don't see anything too tornadic. There is a cell that I'm watching. I'll see what that does. But as of this moment, the main thing to watch is this cell right here near India. And it's not the country. It's in Texas. All right, just for people who wanted to know, the people who are new to the stream, it's in Texas. All right, India, Texas, south of Dallas, Fort Worth. It's actually more southeast of Dallas, Fort Worth now. For the people who want some cliff notes as to what has happened already, a lot of strong damaging winds so far, and then a big tornado warning that was issued, where there was a couple of tornadoes that actually spun around each other and orbited each other. So that was a sight to behold, but it was also an unfortunate sight to behold because they produce tornadoes and they, of course, impacted areas. So we're hoping that that doesn't do it anymore. We're hoping that we don't see any more tornadoes for the rest of the stream, especially since, we're 3 minutes away from it being midnight here in Central Daylight Time, or at least it's 3 minutes away from being 1 o'clock here for where I live. But there's a, the one thing that's in common with the two areas is that it's in the middle of the night. And the one thing to be certain is that tornadoes in the middle of the night are very dangerous because you can't see it. A lot of people are unsuspecting it because, most people are asleep. So that's where I came in. That's where I still stand. I'm going to continue to try and show you guys what's going on here as long as I can. Then I'm going to try and get a little bit of sleep and then do it again tomorrow. So if you want to see me tomorrow again for my severe weather coverage of what's going to happen in this event right here, which for people who may not know, 1 out of 5, this is, well, first off, before I even go into 1 out of 5s, this is the severe weather scale, 1 out of 5 and dark green. Okay, apologize for making things black once again. 1 out of 5 dark green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. All right, so that is the areas to watch, and I will be covering this tomorrow once again, so if people want to come back, feel free to do so. I'll be creating a live stream tomorrow morning, probably at around 9 or 10. What is with all these nocturnal threats lately? The wind shear. Wind shear is usually more significant overnight. Actually, it starts to amplify. Mount Pleasant, Shreveport radar, check it out. Yeah, let me take a look. Mount Pleasant. Ooh, that storm is still... Yeah, I still need to watch out for that storm very closely. What about this cell? What are you? Yeah, I'll watch out for that cell too. I'll definitely watch out for that cell. Mount Pleasant, however, a lot of strong damaging winds I see for the most part. In the winds, in the velocities, you can kind of make out this bowing characteristic right here. So you have a lot of very strong damaging winds coming in behind this. And at the peak of this, unfortunately, is where Mount Pleasant is at. You guys have a lot of very strong damaging winds. So if you live over there, you need to go ahead and stay away from windows. Do not go anywhere near a window. All right? If you want, you can get in the lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or closet. Should you sleep in Text Arcana? well, you are going to get some strong damaging winds. So, you know, for severe weather's sake, you're going to get it. All right. It'll come in about an hour and a half. I believe it's an hour and a half at least. Yes, an hour and a half. In regards to whether you want to sleep, or whether you should sleep, I think you are probably... I think... It's at your discretion, and I'll say why. All right? I think you are going to get a severe thunderstorm warning. I think you are. I think that's going to be set in stone for the most part. In my head, it actually is set in stone. You probably will see a severe thunderstorm warning. However, whether or not you see a tornado warning, that's a little bit different. All right? I have 2 reasons why. Okay? You probably could too, but I have 2 reasons why. One, the line here is pretty linear. You could see some sort of something that juts out more or less, but I think this is going to be mainly severe. I think this is going to be the main severe, mainly strong damaging winds within the storm. So I don't really foresee this being as much of an issue. However, there is one storm that I'm watching that could potentially become tornadic. That is heading off towards the general vicinity of Texarkana. All right, I can't say for certain as to whether or not it's heading off to Texarkana in itself, but there is a storm that I'm watching very closely. It is located over Ore City right now in Abinger. All right, actually it's north and west of Jefferson, south of Lone Star, south and west of Linden here in Texas. You see a huge arc right here. A lot of inflow being pulled into this thing. So this is a developing supercell within this area, okay? If you were to ask me as to whether or not this thing could produce a tornado, I don't know. I can't say specifically as to whether or not this thing could produce a tornado or not. But I do have to be open and honest with you that the threat for tornadic development is there. So, it is at your discretion, okay? If it were me, you know, of course I'm crazy though. I'm a weather freak, you know. I stay up. To some other people, they may go to sleep. But this is what you kind of have in your area, all right? As I said, I'm going to be able to stay with you, all right? I'll be with you all the way up until the storms come up to you and maybe even pass you, all right? But I can't give you an exact answer right now. I think you probably should stay up a little bit more. That's kind of what I would think. Someone asked, update on Nacogdoches for tornadic potential. It's still there. I think you're on the southern end of the risk, so probably not as much, but I do think you guys could see something. Burleson, let me take a look. Are you sleep in Dallas? Yes, Dallas is in the clear. Dallas is completely in the clear now. You guys can go to sleep. DeSoto, Midlothian, Lillian, Alvarado, Grandview, Waxahachie. You guys may go. You guys can go to bed. All right. Burleson, same thing with you. You guys are in the clear. You guys may, or not Burleson, Burleson. Jeez, I cannot speak to save my life today. I really can't. You can go to bed. You can go to sleep. Corsicana, you have storms that are approaching your area. All right, so nothing tornadic at this moment. Nothing tornadic, but they are approaching your area. And they seem to be more severe more than tornadic at this time. How's Tyler looking? Tyler's got a little ways to go. I think you guys have a lot of time between now and when the line of storms is going to approach your area. I'd say hour and a half to 2 hours. You guys should be good. Up until then, though. Forney. I don't think you'll be up until 4. I don't think you'll be up until 4. I think you'll be up a little bit less than that. Whoever is in Texarkana. 40 Texas. Huh. You're right in the line right now. Right in the line. You are outside of the immediate tornado threat, so I do think you're out of the threat for that right now. But I would still watch. Well, actually, looks like the hail is starting to pass on through. So maybe you are starting to get towards the end of your event. I'd wait 5 minutes. Wait 5 minutes, and then when the rain starts to kind of simmer down a little bit, you're good. You can go to bed. I don't live in Burleson. I live in, I don't even live in Texas. That's the funny thing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Josh. Yep, hopefully I'll be able to continue to be live all the way up until it goes up to Shreveport, too. Who knows? I'll be live for as long as I can. That's the one thing. That cell in Hope in Arkansas is starting to look really interesting. North and east of Texarkana. All right, so that cell is something to watch out for as well. That's another supercell that's developing. So, geez. I actually want to take a look. Upper levels of the atmosphere. What is this thing looking like? Still relatively young at this time, so I don't see anything at the moment. That's the good news. No problem, Kathy. Blue Ridge, Texas. Huh? Nani? Yep, to everyone who's leaving, see y'all tomorrow. Hopefully. Hopefully you guys come back. Blue Ridge is north and east of McKinney. They're good. Anything that's north and east of McKinney really is good. Yeah, Blue Ridge is good. Actually, now I remember. Yeah, Blue Ridge was in a tornado warning earlier. But yeah, now they're good. They're just getting some sporadic rain. They're fine. Rice, Texas is north of Corsicana. They are currently getting some activity at the moment. But I don't see them getting tornadic activity. I do see an area over here near Scurry in Oak Grove, Gray's Prairie. That's a little bit of rotation over there too, so that's something to watch out for. Let's see what you guys have sent me over here on Twitter, if you guys have sent me anything. More tornado sirens in Waxahachie. Ooh. Yeah, there was damage in Blue Ridge, so potential tornado that went through that area earlier that we covered. Look at that. This is on Church Street. Wow. So yeah, that was from one of the other storms that moved on through, and that was near Blue Ridge. So there was potentially some damage off in that area. Huh. Aaron with the 10 says, thanks for the all clear and great coverage. Resource, I could trust the threat. Still no power here. Little juice left, so hope to be with you tomorrow if power comes back. Well, I really do appreciate you sticking with me here for the stream today. I'm glad you guys were safe. If I remember correctly, you were off in the area to where that damage was that I just showed, like near Anna, Blue Ridge, Westminster, Melissa. So I'm glad to hear that you guys are safe. Hope you guys have a great night. I hope you guys sleep well, have a good rest, and take care. What in the world? This was Ravenna. Wait, Ravenna was... Wasn't Ravenna back in the storm? Hold up. Or Ravenna. Oh, Ravenna was over near The Bonham areas. Okay. Yeah, that's crazy. All right, here's some video. Here's some video over here from Ravenna, which is just to the east of Sherman. And you can see how strong these storms were as they continue to move on through. So look at that. Hopefully it'll pull up here in a second. Hopefully. North of Texarkana, can you check out that rotation? Looks to be getting strong. Lot of radar interference. Yeah, I was looking at that storm too. I do think that could potentially be tornadic here in a bit. When do I plan to sleep? I don't know. 3, 4 in the morning Eastern. So that would be like 2, 3 Central. Maybe a little bit later if I feel like I want to keep going. I have an energy drink. Actually, I probably can go ahead and drink the energy drink now. I'll let you guys decide which Monster I have. I've never had Monster in my life. But when I went to Walmart to pick up an order, they gave us a sugar-free Monster. Right? So, you guys decide. Should I go with Ultra Peachy Keen or Ultra Gold? I have no clue if I'm going to enjoy this, by the way. I have no clue if I'm going to enjoy this. So, let's hope that I do. Let's hope that I do. All right. Yeah, you guys decide. I'm gonna put a thing in the chat. It'll be a poll in the chat. Should I go with which energy drink should I try? And it's going to be Ultra Gold or Peachy Keen. I also have water, but this is just to have it. All right, ask in the community. We'll see what we got. I'm putting it back in the fridge for right now so that this thing doesn't, you know, warm up. Power lines down across the road, tin and insulation scattered through a 20-yard swath in Midlothian. Jeez. Well, I have water beside me, but I'm gonna want to drink one of the energy drinks. So yeah, in the chat is the poll. You guys get to decide my death. I get that it's awful for me. That's the reason why I said I'd never had it. But we'll see. Yeah, by the way, both energy drinks are sugar-free. So, it at least isn't as bad as what it normally would be. Oak Grove. Ooh, could potentially be a tornado over there. There definitely could be a tornado off near the Oak Grove area, so that is something to watch. Stephanie with the 10. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, following me for a while. California, just got to Dallas today to visit family. Turned in your stream as soon as I heard about the storms. Thanks for all you do. Well, thank you so much for the 10, Stephanie. Everyone say thank you to Stephanie. That really does mean a lot to me. TBE as well. Thank you so much. Everyone say thank you to TBE too, because that's, before I even read anything, that's an absurd amount of money. So that's a $20 super chat. Thank you so much. So tonight was my first time watching from Grapevine, Texas. Drive trucks at night. I have to keep up with the weather. Thanks for all you do. Amazed at your Joshua call out before the National Weather Service. Loves its dedication. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. So as I said, everyone say thank you to TBE and Stephanie. Really does mean a lot to me to support the channel. Do you have to worry about storms coming up through Mobile, Alabama tonight? No, that is tomorrow. That is tomorrow. All right, so you are fine. You are fine. Tomorrow, that is the risk. Yeah, I know water is better for me in the long run. It's not like I'm going to be drinking, Monster every single day, all right? First off, I don't like energy drinks. I never really cared about like 5-hour energies. Stuff like that. Can you sleep in Longview? You're in a tornado watch, all right? So, as long as you have ways of getting warning, like if your phone has the emergency alert service on there and it sounds off whenever a tornado warning gets issued, then yes, you can go to sleep. All right? That's the same thing for any other place that's out in front of this. Okay? But you got to have a way to get warnings. Because if you don't, then could be an issue. How much cape is in front of this cell? It's not a whole lot. Lemonade is approved. Oh, yeah, of course. I have lemonade around me. Look, lemonade. Boom. Can you sleep in Nacogdoches? As I said, same thing with Longview. All right. If you have ways of getting warning, yeah, you can go to bed. Okay. You can you got to have a way to get warning. All right. That is the big thing there. All right. Of course, I'm going to continue to cover it so that if anything does happen, I'm right here. Now there's going to be a certain point where I'm going to have to call it a night and probably go to sleep, but That's fake lemonade. This is Minute Maid right here. Look, Minute Maid lemonade. My thing. Give me a Minute Maid sponsorship, please. I drink all your stuff. True facts. Give me that stuff. I'm doing good, Alona. How are you? Minute Maid. Looks like a notch is trying to form in Oak Grove. I do believe so. I do agree. It does have a bit of rotation right within that area, so that is something to watch out for. But we'll see if this thing does produce something. For the most part, though, Kemp, areas near Mabank, areas south of Canton near Tundra, highly recommend watching out for some tornadic activity over there. Watch out for that very closely. All right, I'm going to end the poll here in a second. end the poll here in a bit. Very overprocessed. Meh. Tastes good. That's all I care about. Yeah, this cell over here near Kemp is now starting to kind of go. So I would watch out for this very closely. I do think this thing is trying to wrap up just a little bit. I do see that. So Kemp, areas near Tundra, south of I-20. Could get something here soon. Could get something here soon. What's the craziest, most unexplainable weather phenomenon I've seen while observing radar? That is a good question. Now you're gonna actually make me think. You really are gonna make me think. Because I honestly, never really thought about that. It's pronounced Maybank? Well, I appreciate the correction. Now I can remember that. Pretty worried in Burleson. Think it would have touched down a few miles south. Joshua and Cleburne. No people in Happy Hill. Alvarado. Man. Lothian Arcado. That's good. That's good to hear that, people are alright for the most part, Brian. I would have to say the craziest weather phenomenon? There isn't really a lot, honestly, because most of the stuff on radar I've really, hammered down. I've done a lot to try and study radar analysis as much as I can so that I can be the best that I can be. But unexplainable. You know what? This wasn't on stream, but I saw it. I saw it on radar. Okay? I took a picture of it, but I can't really show you right now because obviously we got activity here. It was a pyrocumulus tornado. And for people who don't know what a pyrocumulus tornado is, it is basically a fire tornado that was caught on radar. Oh, what? Excuse me. It's enhanced. That's crazy. Anyways, we saw a fire tornado on radar. I was in my Discord server, and I was looking at it live. It was pretty cool. But it was unexplainable, because you didn't really know it was going to happen. So I would say the pyrocumulus tornado. The fire tornado that I saw on radar. December 10th was explainable. You can explain the reason as to why December 10th happened. Alright? And I think we all knew that was going to happen, too, going into it. But fire tornadoes, that's a lot more unexplainable. Alright, here's the risk for tomorrow. Alright, they've updated it here. Once again, they still maintain the 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, or the 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. 2 out of 5 in yellow, 1 out of 5 in green. There is the potential for this to potentially be upgraded. Alright? The reason why I say that is because if we take a look at the wind risk, alright, there is a 5% chance in brown, 15 in yellow, 30 in red, 45 in pink. Okay. So, strong chance for severe winds here, especially in the pink and the red. But if they increase the risk to a significant severe risk within any of these areas here in the pink, this will go and be turned into a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. So this is something to watch out for. Something to watch out for. and we'll have to see what goes on. All right. It seems people have spoken, and it was relatively even for the most part. At first, everyone thought Peachy Keen. Then they said Ultra Gold. So we're going to go with Peachy Keen. Peachy. This is what it looks like. I have no clue how long I'm going to stay up for with this, but you know what? We'll see what happens. Northern California, it happened in the wildfire in California. It wasn't Northern California, though. It was like extreme Eastern California. All right, ready? We're going to try this Peachy Keen. It is low sugar. Actually, it is no sugar. 0 sugar. So, we'll see. Now I remember why I hate drinks with no sugar. Ow. That sucks. If it had sugar, I probably would enjoy it. Because the peach, I can taste it. It tastes pretty good. Of course, I'm going to continue to drink it anyways, because, you know, gotta be able to function, you know. I'm not going to shotgun it. I'm going to work on it. It'll be fine. Yeah, it doesn't taste half bad. Just if it had sugar, it would be probably the best. I probably would actually want to drink more of those. Oh yeah, Maggie. I fully expect myself, if I ever were to drink a Monster, for me to go, you know, just crazy. All right, let's go back to Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go back to the rotation over here that's near Kemp. And, it did spin, but it didn't spin up, so I don't see a tornado. That's the good news here. That is indeed the good news. Yeah, Nate would become a tornado if he shotgunned it. That is true facts. There is a flash flood warning for Dallas. So, assuming that there are a couple of people that are out and about, turn around, don't drown, don't drive in the flooded roadways. Alright, there also seems to be a severe thunderstorm warning for the Texas portion of Texarkana. So if you live over there, you guys now have a severe thunderstorm warning for your general vicinity. And it only seems to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. So that's the good news. The cell that's in Linden does look like it is developing a lower-level mesocyclone. It's trying, at least. It's not really doing a very good job at the moment, so... This thing is kind of weakening. It has 15 lightning strikes in it, though, so this thing could try and become tornadic if it really tries, but it's not looking too good for it. Eli Moore with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Says, thanks, Nate, for staying up and delivering us this info. It's inspired me and my little cousin so much to learn about weather, and thank you. Well, thank you so much for sticking around with the channel. It really does mean a lot. And just keep pushing through with this passion, because trust me, doing stuff like this, you know, of course, the only thing that is not fun about weather is seeing when it actually impacts people. All right, that's the only thing. But if all of this stuff happens over a field, or if you're trying to figure out ways to try and get information out to people, it's so much fun to do that. And it's just kind of marvelous to see how this stuff happens naturally. And you're like, oh, well, I'm just watching it live. And, or I forecasted this more or less, and it was just like, yeah, this is interesting. So keep pushing. All right. If you need any help, feel free to ask me. I'll hopefully be able to answer some of your questions. Hopefully. But yeah, thank you, Eli, for the 5. It really does mean a lot. Will I be live tomorrow? Yes, I will be live tomorrow. I will be live Wednesday, because this is what's happening on Wednesday too. There you go. Big risk. This one might be more of a tornado risk here. Actually, if you guys would pardon me here for a second, I want to go and look at newer models here. And I want to see what's up with the risk on Wednesday, so I can have a general idea as to what I could be dealing with. All right, so there's Tuesday, big line that pushes on through. Now Wednesday behind that. Oh. Huh. Huh. Lot of scattered showers here on the southern end of this, but this up here, that's interesting. Yeah, Crunchyroll bookmark, indeed. Indeed, indeed, indeed. Interesting. What in the world? That is... Hold up. I want to see sounding. What is that line there? Okay, that is a sleeper risk for tornadoes there along the border of Georgia and South Carolina tomorrow. So that's interesting. That is also a discrete supercell out in the middle of Georgia with very weak wind shear, but a lot of cape. That is some decent wind shear, but that QT profile is unrealistic. What is that off the coast of Florida? Alright, well, thank God that's not in Florida. Yeah, the risk on Wednesday is kind of interesting. Alright, let's go to the worst case scenario indicator. See this? Alright, so nothing from the STP. I was going to try and cherry pick. That's kind of funny. Oh, this says nothing in northern Alabama and Georgia. That's interesting. Let's do 1 hour. Yeah, that is very interesting. ARW, last but not least. It's a model that I like to use. Wednesday. No dice. I wonder if that could potentially be shrunken down to a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale on Wednesday. Last but not least, NAM 3 kilometer. Yeah, tomorrow, definitely very strong damaging wind threat. Very strong damaging winds. I will definitely be streaming at like 8 tomorrow morning. And then I'll cover that all the way through. Wednesday, however... Oh, what? 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 Hold up. That doesn't make any sense. The NAM Prince updraft? What does this mean? You just got to hear what's going on? I'm trying to look to see what's happening on Wednesday so I have an idea as to what I can do and how I should adapt my analysis. But now I'm looking back at the severe threat here today. Yeah, today there was a couple tornadoes that occurred south of Dallas-Fort Worth. A lot of crazy stuff that happened over there too. Nothing tornadic that I see here for the most part, though, so that is the good news. Let's go back to Shreveport. And nothing really too much with that. So yeah, now we're kind of just trying to figure out if this thing could do anything. A lot of lightning with this here still. Let's go back to Fort Worth's radar, see if there's any lightning. Oh yeah, there's a lot of lightning. This entire line has a crap ton of lightning. As a matter of fact, this thing has 114 lightning strikes per minute, according to radar. So that's a lot of stuff over there. Blech. Blech. Why could Wednesday be shrunken? Because wind shear is not as significant. Keeps getting calm and quiet in Mount Pleasant, and then when you think it passed, it's it kicks back up again. Yeah, you guys are almost done. Believe me. I know it may not seem like it. Alright, but there's like waves of these storms. So you have one wave, it'll calm down, you have another wave, calm down, and then a third wave. Alright, now I think after that third wave, hopefully, you guys should be done. Hopefully. If not, there will be a fourth one, and then hopefully you should be done. But I'm guaranteeing the next few waves. It'll happen. Can you sleep in Longview? You can if you have a way to get alerts and warnings if something happens over your area. Like, alright, let's be honest here, everyone. You can go to sleep as long as you have a way of getting warnings overnight, okay? Because there could potentially be tornadoes that occur overnight. So, if you have a way of getting warnings, then you guys can go. If you have like a weather radio, if you have like the EAS on your phone that alerts and stuff like that, yeah, you can go. But if you want to stay up, watch the analysis, stay up to date with that, feel free to stick around. Around in Maybank. Yeah, Maybank. It's starting to push on through your area. You guys also are probably getting some hail too, aren't you? You would do water if you're not staying up later. I am staying up for a little bit later. My plan is to stay up for another like hour and a half-ish, 2 hours. Probably. But I get tired really easily. Especially around this time frame here. You can ask my friends, and that's when I start to drag a lot. Even coffee couldn't help me. There is area of rotation here. Alright, so new area of development near Tundra, south of Canton. So this is something to watch out for. Potentially something tornadic heading off towards Martins Mill and Ben Wheeler. Alright, so this is north and east of Maybank, heading towards the State Highway 19 general vicinity, as well as the State Highway 64 area. So this is all in all south of I-20. and south of Canton. So if you know anyone who lives over there, you need to go ahead and tell them to take their proper precautions and get into their safe space. Does it look like the cell will develop north of Linden, heading towards Texarkana? This was the cell that we needed to watch out for. This was the cell to watch. It looks like it is heading towards Texarkana, but I don't see it doing a whole lot at the moment. Let's actually answer our question here by trying to figure out what the wind shear is like in this area. Shreveport? Something tells me you guys should be all right. My goodness, that does not that photograph is not the best in the world. Winds are shifting though, will say. The winds are shifting. Interesting. That's what I would do, Norbert. If I was watching someone live, I'd sit in bed and I would just watch that way. That is the best way to go. Just relax, chillax. Thunder and Minna. Where is Minna specifically? Hold up. I'll look at it so that you may be able to relieve yourself. Minna, Arkansas is... Oh, that's really far north. You should be fine, honestly. You should be fine. Those storms up there, they aren't as significant, so you're fine. Trust. You guys should be okay. KGRK. Let's move KGRK over to Fort Smith. Check the state of Vivian. Excuse me. Excuse me. Yeah, there actually was 2 of them. There was 2 tornadoes. Which is pretty crazy. Can you check Junction City and explain what the opposite velocity going opposite of the storm is called? Yeah, Junction City. I guess I'll just see what is happening when I get there. That is over there. Okay, so the severe thunderstorm warning that is south of El Dorado. Let's go ahead and take a look. What's going on? Do I have an estimated time? Maybe on after you sleep tonight, like 8 in the morning Central, something like that. Give or take. So what's going on with this storm? Well, this right here. All right, you see these big velocities here? Yeah, that is contamination. Don't pay attention to that. This right here is a hail spike. All right, there is a pretty, there's a lot of hail in this area here in Junction City. And you can tell, because if you go over to correlation coefficient, if you see this big blue, spike more or less, that is a hail spike, 3-body hail spike. That basically means there's a lot of hail that is interfering with the radar and how it perceives data. So it's kind of not going to give you the best velocity signature and stuff like that over there. There's a lot of lightning on that too. But yeah. It's pronounced Mina. Now I know. Yep, keep correcting me, people. Keep doing it. Hopefully I'll be able to get everything. Will Chattanooga have a strong tornado risk Wednesday? I don't think so. I do think there is the risk for something tornadic over there, but I'd watch. Can you see the risk warning? Risk warning? I don't see a risk warning. I see a severe thunderstorm warning. I see a couple of those. I see a flash flood warning. I don't see a risk warning. Let's go over to Dallas Fort Worth. Yeah, that cell near Tundra could probably be producing a tornado here soon, so that is something to watch out for very closely. I would definitely watch out if you were in Tundra. Corsicana, in a severe thunderstorm warning at the moment. A lot of strong damaging winds from what I see, but I don't see really anything else. I'm pronouncing Nate wrong? Bruh! I can't even pronounce my name correctly. What's the orange box there? There's an orange box. One orange box. This, or the orange box below me. I'm confused. I'm very confused. Everyone's telling me to find stuff that I don't even know where it is. Oh boy. I'm not sure if they're even associated with weather. Alarm just went off in your house. You're in the Shreveport area. Thought it was a tornado, but it was just something. Jago touching the window. There it is. Outside of the red watch. What the heck is that? Excuse me? Excuse me? What the heck is KDFX? Alright, not a radar. What is this? Doesn't appear on my thing. Definitely not seeing things, I don't believe. Yeah, radar is operational. So what the heck is this? Are that's apparently the radar's picking up some UFOs or something like that because there's a lot of hail signatures and there's no rain. Not even any ice. What is this? What's the satellite looking like over here? What's the satellite? Barely even any clouds. Must be like a UFO attack over here in like portions of Boston and Nantucket and Providence and Hartford and Bridgeport and stuff like that. Because what the heck is this? Oh boy. That's This doesn't make any sense. Oh, the light pink right here? Is that what he's talking about? That's a mesoscale discussion. So that's what the Storm Prediction Center issues to kind of inform the general public or weather enthusiasts like myself. What's going on? Threat for tornadoes continue to exist across this area. That's all I needed to see. Yeah, these people probably have spun around in too many roundabouts. If anyone has seen that video, then there you go. But yeah, it's pretty funny. We didn't have tornadoes until they started putting in these traffic circles. Because you want to know why? When people go round and round in traffic circles, it causes the disturbance in the atmosphere, which causes tornadoes. Someone literally said that live on air, by the way. No joke. It happened. It's pretty funny. Woo! All right, trying to pull something up here, trying to see what's going on. Send me a message on Twitter. Answer what that is, or just a radar glitch. I'll pull that up here in a second on my side. I'll try and answer your question. Speaking of pulling things on the side, look at this, guys. Getting a lot of subscribers and stuff like that. All right, 28,000, almost 500 now. All right, remember, for the people who are in the channel, you know, the goal, 71,008 subscribers. Okay? You guys may not know how significant that number means to me. All right, but when we get there, I'll tell you. So 71,008 subscribers, and we're just 2 away from getting 28,500, which is pretty cool. We're so close to getting to 30,000 subscribers. We are really close. We're getting there. All right, let's go to Twitter. A lot of people sent me stuff on Twitter too, so let's see what people have been sending. So yeah, there's that. Here is a video from the tornadic storm that went near Venus. A lot of power flashes over here. Look at that. There's the power flashes down there. So yeah, potential of a tornado down there. You can also hear the hail on the background too. So yeah, I'll retweet that on Twitter. If you want to take a look at it yourself, please be sure to look at my Twitter, because it's all retweeted. Here is some hail in Arkansas. Pretty gnarly hail. Looks to be, I'd say $50 size. I wouldn't say golf ball. I'd say $50. Pretty large hail right there, falling from that storm. This is in Johnson County. So this is specifically near Briar Oaks. Here's some tree damage, trees on a house over here. You can see how it got uprooted here too. So look at that. That's pretty crazy. Can't believe That tornado was so weird. So it was absolutely crazy. If that's the case, that's pretty insane, Aaron. This is from Brittany. With the roundabouts, do you mean NASCAR's vortex theory? Now I gotta share the audio clip. Hold up. Can I find it? Didn't have tornadoes until they put in the traffic circles. All right. This is funny. Listen.
Have tornadoes here.
I gotta start from the beginning.
We didn't have tornadoes here until we started putting into traffic circles. Because on the count of, you want to know why? When people go round and round in circles, it causes disturbance in the atmosphere and causes tornadoes.
You wanna go why? That's one of the greatest audio clips I think I've ever heard. It's just by the way, funny superstition that I always have. Before I actually chase, alright? This is a funny superstition I have, just to hope that I get something. Alright, I don't need tornadoes, I just need something. I always go around one roundabout before I actually go chase. Always go around one roundabout, just because of that one guy right there that said, you know, tornadoes happen because people go round and round and roundabouts. There's my superstition right there. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate you guys shouting out my channels and stuff like that. It really does mean a lot. What is this? Green going opposite way? What? Let's go full screen. Oh. It's there you go. What is... Ugh. That's what it was. The heck is this? Looking at rotation here, trying to see if there's anything going about, and it's kind of just half and half at the moment. It's kind of just meh. There's just a lot of strong damaging winds. Can't have naders if you drive backwards. Yep, you are right. You are right. Let's go back to that severe thunderstorm warning and over there. But yeah, now you guys know my now you guys know funny. What is this? That's pretty funny. NASCAR goes in circles, must help too. Yep, there you go. I have live chat if you don't interact with viewers. I mean, I am interacting with my viewers. I mean, I am though. 2 a.m. Nate streams are definitely different from daytime streams. Isn't that the truth? You guys want me to play it again? What? Yeah, might as well. Might as well. Yeah, here you go. This is the sound science of someone who clearly knows more than I do.
We didn't have tornadoes here until we started putting into traffic circles. Because on the count of, you want to know why? When people go round and round in circles, it causes disturbance in the atmosphere and causes tornadoes.
Very sound science. Kansas ran current. One vortex theory. I mean, a vortex hypothetically would have to move off somewhere, so I mean, be out of the thing. I don't know. Something like that. That's my guess. So these severe thunderstorms are now starting to approach Texarkana. And it looks like as soon as this kind of moves on through, you should be good. But for the most part, that tornadic storm that moved off into your area, very close by the way. So I wasn't wrong in how it was moving off into that general vicinity, but it's just, it looks like it should be out of the way for a little bit, so it should be fine. All it is now is just very strong damaging winds. So, highly recommend staying away from windows. That's always what I recommend. But yeah, Texarkana is almost done. Believe it or not. Believe it or not. Really, Pogo? Really? That's an actual thing? Oh my god. That's not funny. That is very messed up. Oh boy. Can you go to sleep in Mana? Yeah, you guys should be good for the most part. I think you guys actually are good. Is it a bad omen if the birds start getting noisy when it's calm between waves? I'd say no. I'd say no. I'd say no. Oh, that is a severe, considerable 70-mile-per-hour wind gust just got issued from Shreveport. Okay, so big severe thunderstorm warning for Tyler and Kilgore now. Big storm that's starting to move on through. Do I foresee any tornadic activity for the North Carolina East Coast? Yes, on, I'd say Tuesday evening, but it'd be like southern North Carolina. Wednesday possibly, but that's a very small chance. Thursday, yes. Thursday, yes. That's true, Pogo. That is true. Very true. Carolyn with the 20. Everyone say thank you to Carolyn before I read it. Everyone say thank you to Carolyn. Says watching from Newton. Thank you for watching out for us. How is Deep East Texas looking for later? They're expected to get some very strong damaging winds for the most part, upwards of hurricane force. So I would watch out for it. Areas like Tyler, Whitehorse, or Whitehouse. Geez, not Whitehorse. I can't read. Sounds about right. Kilgore, Longview, Marshall, Winona, Henderson, Carthage Center, Rusk Alto, Nacogdoches, Palestine. They're going to continue to get some more activity from this as this moves on through, and it's anticipated to become a lot stronger from the strong damaging wind department as this moves on through as well. So that's something to kind of consider. There is also a tornado watch in effect for areas out in front of the line. You can see the big red boxes here that are in the surrounding areas. So these are the current tornado watches here. This is one tornado watch. And then there's another back here. This could probably expire here soon. Or they could probably issue a new tornado watch. But there is a tornado watch for areas over here in eastern Texas. So they could get some stuff. As for Newton, Texas in itself. Okay. Newton, Texas is pretty far south. Pretty far south. Now, I can't really show you what's going on right now because this, Storm Prediction Center has already updated the day one outlook-ish. So I want to take a look at the current one. You can see here that Newton is kind of at the bottom here near the yellow and the orange area, maybe a little bit in the dark green. Probably right on the border of the yellow and the dark green here. Basically, what we're looking at here is the convective outlook. All right, so we have a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale in green, 2 out of 5 in yellow, 3 out of 5 in orange. So the one thing that we can say for certain is that the areas in the orange is probably going to get the majority of the activity, and practically most of the activity, I'd even say, is where that would exist. Anywhere further south, probably not. Probably not. You could have the bands that could extend further along. So we're taking a look back at Dallas's radar, and you can see how the rain continues to extend further down to the south and west. That could potentially move on through into your area. But you guys are like kind of right along the border of the 2 out of 5, more or less. Actually, you probably are in the 2 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. So I'd watch out. Actually, are you guys in? You guys are not in a tornado watch at the moment. So that's good news. But if you guys were to ask as to when you can get this specifically, I think you guys can see this more in the extreme early morning hours. So we'll go over here. I'll show you all what's going. Yes, I am still watching. Let's pull up the Dallas skyline and just hope for the best. And there you go. Hopefully that's good enough. And let's pull up the latest HRRR. And you can see how things continue to progress more and more. The line starts to uptick in activity at about, say, 8 o'clock. 7, 8 o'clock, something like that. So I would watch out for that right around that general time frame. It'll move on through, become strong damaging wind event. But yeah, early morning hours, probably dusk, is when you guys can start seeing your showers and thunderstorm, or not dusk, dawn. Dawn is when you guys can start seeing your activity, and that'll be really interesting. Now, eventually, I am going to go to bed here. I think I'm going to stay up for probably another half an hour to an hour. Probably an hour from now is when I'll stay up towards. And then I'm going to get probably 3, 4, 5 hours of sleep. I plan on live streaming again. It will be sometime around 8 o'clock in the morning, maybe a little bit less than that. And yeah, we will live stream tomorrow's risk because there is a severe weather risk for tomorrow, believe it or not. You'll see right here, look at this. Big 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. I'll just say it ahead of time. If you know anyone who lives over in these areas, please tell them to monitor the weather. All right? Please tell them to monitor the weather because, you know, severe weather is a high likelihood in this area. All right? There could even be a chance to where this gets upgraded to a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. There's actually a decent chance. All right? And if you would like to, please share my channel with them. Copy the link to my live stream or copy the link to my channel and share it with them. So that way they may be able to stay up to date with this as well. But I will be live streaming tomorrow. I will also be live streaming on Wednesday. Here's Wednesday's risk. Big 5% chance for tornadoes. 30% chance for wind. I do think that actually is correct. And I also do think that is correct for the 5% chance for tornadoes, too. It extends as far north as northern Georgia, as far south as the Big Bend of Florida. It even includes portions of... Actually, Jacksonville is just barely in the 2%. How could you do this to them? I do think they could be potentially a part of the tornadic risk as well. So that's something interesting. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Let's see, 12,000 feet for Tyler. Let's go to Shreveport. How high are we looking up in Tyler over here? 6,500 feet. So I think this is probably the way to go from now on. We're probably going to use Shreveport's radar. Yep, the line's starting to move through Texarkana now. I don't see anything tornadic in Texarkana, so I think you guys should be good. Getting quite a bit of lightning, though. Or, actually, maybe not. Maybe not. There is lightning south of you, but not in the main part, so that's kind of interesting. Going to Sleep by Nate's Voice. There it is. A lot of people have told me that my voice puts people to sleep. And I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Especially if there's like an ongoing tornado. If there's an ongoing tornado, I'm not sure how I feel about, my voice putting people to sleep. Because that's just a recipe for disaster, isn't it? For the people who have this, all right, one thing I want to say, I do own a Discord server, okay? So for the people who have Discord, okay, please join my Discord server, all right? My Discord server has a lot of people in it. We also, try to better each other for the sake of weather. So if you want to try and get better in weather, try and get better at forecasting, radar analysis, whatnot. The server's the way to do it. All right. I'm actually holding classes that'll start here probably in the middle of April to the end of April. That will be able to teach you guys how to forecast, how to actually, how to read radar and stuff like that. I also talk in Discord a lot. I go into voice chats a lot. I chat in the chats and all sorts of stuff like that. I try to communicate with you guys. So, I communicate. If you want to communicate with me, that's the best way to do it on Discord. But I do have, of course, Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, all sorts of other stuff like that. Although, I don't really use Snapchat a whole lot. Yeah. How am I doing this early in the morning? Doing pretty good. You just woke up? You missed the tornado that spun around a tornado. It was the Fujiwara effect. Bunch of stuff that was spinning around each other. Pretty cool. Yeah, even if you don't talk a whole lot, you know, that's fine. You can still watch. You can watch and stuff. Yep, see ya, Joe. I think Tuesday's risk will be upgraded. Really hope it doesn't. Just has me worried. I think there's a strong potential for it to be upgraded. And that's only if this line continues to do what it's been doing, alright? So now it's starting to develop into more of an organized line of showers and thunderstorms that is consistently producing strong damaging winds across the board. So if it continues to do this and get stronger, yeah, we could potentially see a 4 out of 5 on the severe weather scale for strong damaging winds. Yeah, just stay safe, Brayden. Alright. If you can't, if you can, you know, I would say wake up your parents and stuff like that. Say, hey, these strong showers and thunderstorms are going to move on through. Now the timings for this could move off in about half an hour. Half an hour is when you guys can get some your activity. 70 mile per hour wind gust, quarter size tail, so that's almost hurricane force. So I'd watch out for that. Definitely watch out. But in the short term, this is heading straight for Tyler. And for the people who don't know, Tyler, Texas, the population of them is quite extensive. Specifically, there's over 104,000 people. 104,000 people that live here in Tyler, Texas. This is a pretty extensive city. This is a large city. Very large city. So, you have a very strong severe thunderstorm that's moving through your area. It's about to impact your immediate vicinity. So if you know anyone who's still awake by now, and they're in Tyler, you need to tell them that this stuff is right on their doorstep. If you haven't already, at least. Can you see what the lightning strikes was per minute in the Gun Barrel City, Texas area? Lost some electronica. How bad was it? Gun Barrel City, let's see. There was a lot of lightning strikes with it as it went over. How many per se? I can't say for certain. It doesn't go back that far. It only goes to what's happening right now, unfortunately. There's 63 flashes per minute now, though. That's really interesting. Morning, morning from my friends in the UK. How do to you all. It was 123 per minute, was it, back then? If that was the case, then yeah, that probably makes a lot of sense. Yeah, it was a big storm that went through there. That's selling Joshua and... Man. Joshua. Alvarado, Venus, Midlothian, Lillian. It's a heck of a storm. Can't believe I saw that today. That was pretty crazy. One of the craziest storms I think I've ever seen. Now forecast what's going on in Arkansas, Jefferson County, southeast of Little Rock. You guys should be fine for the most part. Yeah, Jefferson County, that's like the Pine Bluff area. All right. You guys should be fine for the most part. I'll show you guys the simulated radar. Just to say, hey, I didn't just make stuff up. You get a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms here, but the main thing to watch out for, if you were trying to find severe weather, is this line right here. Okay, anywhere within the dark red into the pinks, that's the stuff to watch out for, and it just doesn't go over your area, more or less. So I can't see you guys getting some significant amount of activity tonight, but I can see areas south of you that could potentially get some strong to severe thunderstorms and upwards of hurricane force. A lot of hurricane force winds over there. Pouring in Athens. Yeah, Athens is getting a lot of rain over there. That much I can say. Tyler's going to get a lot of strong damaging winds here soon. It's about to go. Fort Smith. Can I check up there to see if the aliens have went away? No, they have not went away. Okay, well, that's nice. Yeah, let's go back to the radar. So here you go. Big storm that's pushing up. We're going to continue to see a lot of this activity here. We do have a little bit of a hook storm. That is something to watch out for. But I don't see anything super tornadic with this. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. My radar shows way different from the Weather Channel. That's because my radar is better than the Weather Channel app. Weather Channel app is not exactly super precise. Than the Weather Channel app. Oh, no, go away. Oh, no, go away. Possible new area near... Oh. Hope. Let's see. Hope. Texas. Oh, no. You guys are way too far south. No way. No way. You guys are way too far south. You guys should be fine in Hope, Texas. What about Hope, Louisiana? Why are you guys over there? Oh, no. That's... Oh, well. Monroe, Louisiana, yeah, you guys will get activity tomorrow morning, all right? If you want to come back to the channel, feel free to do so. As of right now, you guys are good. You guys are getting scattered showers and thunderstorms, of course, but... some of which could even be severe, but... the actual tornadic activity, it'll really start to fire off early tomorrow morning, so... I'd consider that. That is a huge fire risk for today, technically. Ow. Hold up. Ow. That is a huge fire risk. Huge fire risk. That connects from one part of the United States to another. My goodness. A literal chunk of the United States is under a wildfire risk. Yep, good night, Kazu. Thanks for sticking around. Really do appreciate it. Glad you guys are safe over there. Oh, crap. This is from Mike Prendergast over here. Big lightning strike. Don't see anything there. That car is definitely tilted on its side. Wind pretty strong over in that general vicinity. But yeah, there's definitely, I'd say, a wall cloud back within here. That's what I'm, kind of seeing. That's what it's looking like to me. Sheesh. You about to get hail in Chandler. Let's take a look. I would say so. I think you guys are probably going to see some hail in Chandler. But not a whole lot. If you guys were a little bit further south towards like Noonday, Moore Station, you guys would be getting a lot more hail. But yeah, I do think you guys could see like probably pea-sized, marble-sized hail. Not a significant amount. But I do think you guys could see something. Thank you, MK. Appreciate it. Appreciate the help. Yeah, I couldn't see if there was a tornado, I couldn't see it. And that's the danger too. That's the danger about night chasing. You won't be able to see anything unless if you have a good lightning shot. You don't always get those. There it is, Chase. The storm through Texarkana. All right, the main part of the storm is kind of pushed on through. Okay, so now the line is pushed off. In about, say, 5-10 minutes, you guys are good. At least I would like to say that you're good. Yeah, I hope there isn't any wildfires tomorrow. I don't want to cover wildfires either, although I will if I have to, because I can. You can actually do radar analysis for wildfires, believe it or not. There it is, Norbert. How's White House, Texas? White House specifically is kind of, they're in the risk for severe weather. There's a giant storm that's moving right into your area. So within the next, I would say, 5 to 10 minutes is when you're going to start seeing things. You're going to start seeing a lot of activity. So I would prepare accordingly. And get into a sturdy structure. Stay away from windows if you can. But as soon as this storm passes through, should be fine. I also want to mention there is some large hail with this cell too. Potential for some hail and upwards of quarter-sized. So if you have any pets outside, I would bring them indoors. I would bring them indoors because they could potentially be hurt. But that's my update on White Horse. Or not White Horse, White House. Oh my goodness, I'm losing it. Put him down. Put him down. I want to show you guys real quickly. Look back at Dallas. All right, Dallas is out of the risk. Okay, but I just want to show you guys something really cool. Look at the cloud line over here. Clouds. The condensation is really low, so now it's going through the actual towers and stuff like that. That's pretty cool. So look at that. It's pretty interesting. You can even see the clouds right there. The light reflecting onto the clouds. It's that high up. Or at least that, I should say, the light is that high up. The clouds are that low down. So that's pretty cool. I was watching over here. The sky camera. So yeah, that's live. 63 degrees over there. And definitely some fun stuff. You want to beat me? There it is. There it is. Mine as well. Trees down across power lines over here near, or at least 4 miles east of Kemp. Homeowner reported roof blown off of a home here 6 miles northeast of Maybank. So there could have potentially been a tornado over there. There could have been a tornado over there. Which would not be surprised more than anything there. But yeah, there is some damage reported near Gun Barrel City, Maybank, Kemp, Tundra, south of Canton. So, really interesting. But yeah, that view is pretty relaxing. You know, if I were to put some, like, you know, some smooth music to it, you know, or maybe some sort of relaxing music in the background, I'm pretty sure we all could fall asleep. I'm pretty sure we all would fall asleep. Not gonna lie. I would fall asleep. Tyler is now being impacted as we speak. White House in about 5 minutes, I'd say. How did the Dallas area make out? Garland specifically, please. Garland is fine. All right, so Garland and stuff like that, anywhere on the northern side of Dallas, they made it out all right. They did have some hail within some of those areas, though. All right, I will say, quarter-sized hail, so maybe some dents in cars and stuff like that. They did have some hail in that general vicinity, so that is something to consider. Yeah, lo-fi beats. 100% if I put lo-fi beats. Now, if you guys are telling me, if we had lo-fi beats, right, in the background to this right here, you know, take my camera off, turn that off right there, I'm pretty sure we all would fall asleep. We all would go to sleep. Because that right there, that looks relaxing. I'll even create your lo-fi beats. There, everyone can fall asleep. No more coverage. Boom. That's it. It's done. But I'd fall asleep 100%. I would fall asleep. You know what? Let's have the half and half screen. You guys can watch it there. Yeah, not bad, not bad. You just have to add the bass every now and then. Dude, there's actually a playlist that I have specifically set for lo-fi beats. It's all actually Japanese lo-fi beats. I think I might go to sleep to that tonight. Not gonna lie. It's got me in the mood. It has got me in the mood to go to sleep. ASMR weather, there it is. But yeah, it's from Lo-Fi Geek. Lo-Fi Geek. And then there's a couple others that I have. Nate Lo-Fi album when? Dude, that would be amazing to have. You know, the official Nate Snyder soundtrack. If you want to buy the official Nate Snyder soundtrack to listen to while we cover the severe weather, please go do so. It is currently in the music store. Be amazing. And I can even play that while, you know, like I'm out on break. You know, if I have like new graphics and stuff like that, which I do plan on get some, before a person actually couldn't get me new graphics. So that was the unfortunate thing. We'll have to get that soon because I do want things to change. I think it could be so much better. But yeah, if we had our own music during all that, oh boy. That right there is legit. Red Bull and a coffee. Yeah, I'm going to lose to that. I'm going to lose to that. Texarkana, you guys are almost done. Actually, I think you guys are pretty much done. Heavy thunderstorm over there, too, though. Boogie or reggae. Stevie Wonder's not bad. I'm not going to lie. Reggie Woman. That's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. DJ Hockey Boy rocking the airwaves tonight. Yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. That's classic. Classic DJ Hockey Boy. Yo, 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 yo. Oh, 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 oh. Will I be streaming tomorrow when the storm hits North Florida? Yes, I will. So please come back whenever you can. And I'll be live streaming for the most part. Much of this spring. I'm probably going to be live streaming most events that are a 2 out of 5 or above. More than likely. There's an event in the middle of next week that's going to be really interesting. So watch out that. Power just went out in the White House. There you go. 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts in that area. It's unsurprising. Longview is going to be impacted here within the next 15 minutes. Let's go back to there. Yeah, that probably is what it was, Christina, because I was like, What do you mean? Autocorrect does that, though. Autocorrect does that. Oh, that is a storm that is south of Monroe. That is a hailer. That is a hailer. That has a decent amount of cape. And some pretty good helicity, too. So it's in a pretty good environment for something tornadic. Let's see if, Oh, KULM is not operational at the moment. Please leave a message after the beep. Beep. There it is. Yeah, I think I'm going to stay on for another 20 minutes. I think I'm going to stop at the top of the hour here. Then I'm going to get some sleep. I'll wake up. I'll come back at, I'll come back in, you know, probably at 7 Central, 8 Central in the morning. Live stream throughout most of the day tomorrow. Let's see as to what actually happens here. Let's go with the HRRR 0Z. And let's see what happens throughout most of the day. So you have your very strong showers and thunderstorms that start to develop here. Start to push on through. Yeah, I think I'll start to live stream sometime around 7 to 8 o'clock. 7 to 8 o'clock is when I kind of see myself doing it. It'll push on through. And then the event seems to be almost over with as it pushes out to sea. Sometime around 9 o'clock, I'd say. 8 to 9 o'clock. Something like that. So I think I'll start streaming at 7:30 Central. 8 Central. I think that's when we'll start. You know what I can do here, chat? All right. So we're obviously still going to watch out for the severe weather, of course, what's going on. But you know what I can do? I can create my thumbnail for tomorrow's stream. You guys can see how I do it. And I probably should fix my bottom bar as well, because I got new stuff. Stuff like that. All right, this is what I do. Welcome to Thumbnail Creator. Thumbnail Creator 2013. There it is. This is called PowerPoint. Yes, I do my stuff on PowerPoint. Congratulations. So here's the background. Of course, severe weather is there, the live and the picture of the shelf cloud and whatnot. Now there is the threat for tornadoes, actually significant tornadoes. So I think I'm going to want to change this picture to probably some sort of tornado. And I'm going to want to obviously change the background because we don't want something similar to what we have tonight. So let's go over. Let's see what we got for the southeast. Let's go upper air, moisture, water vapor. Water vapor's not bad, actually. Yeah, that isn't terrible. I think I could use water vapor. I don't think I can use east, however. So I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to go to United States. Go to this, save image as. Yeah, there is no tornado warning. There is no tornado warning at the time, so we're good. Use a flying pig, that seems legit. All right, so I'm going to zoom out here. Really zoom out. I'm going to crop it down. Break it down. There we go. All right, so we have our background. Take that out. We kind of have our background at least. I think we should probably extend it, make it a little bit larger. I'll make things look a little bit better. Let's crop it one more time. There we go. That looks a little teeny bit better. Shreveport getting hit hard yet? Nope, not quite yet. Right now we're in the middle of editing our thumbnail for tomorrow. We can set that up. But yeah, Shreveport not getting hit hard quite yet. So let's edit our thumbnail a little bit more. Do you ever have tornadoes in my area? Not a whole lot, to be completely honest with you. First time July 29th anniversary. Jeez. I apologize for your loss. Wow. That's crazy. Jeez. Yeah, I'm sorry for your loss. I'll pray for you. Pray for you, Christina. I will pray. I think this might be a little too bleh. Southeast. Why don't we just try this? All the numbers and stuff like that. It's not that big of a deal. Not that big of a deal, hopefully. Hopefully. It's a big deal. I repeat, it's a big deal. Put that up there. Yeah, it's a big deal. Go back, go back, go back, go back, go back. So this is what we have to roll with. It is what it is. Oh. Well, either or, I'm still praying for you. Because it's always hard to lose one. So, God bless you. God bless you. So I think we're going to want to put a picture of a tornado in here. And I think I want to put a skinny tornado. Tornado. Skinny tornado image. Not like a rope tornado per se. Yeah, not a rope tornado. QLCS. Tornado! All these pictures are not for broadcast, so that's not very nice. Alright, let's go back to the radar real quickly, see if anything has changed. Longview's now starting to get hit by the storms here within the next 5 minutes. So I would continue to stay in your sturdy structure. Do not leave it. And if you stay away from windows, you're going to be good. There's nothing to be scared about here with this. There's a lot of lightning that's approaching it too from the south, so I'd watch out for that. But you're fine. You guys are okay, in my honest opinion. Let's go back over here. Tornado pictures. Let's just do tornado pictures then. Let's see if I can find one. This one kind of represents what's going to happen tomorrow. Not going to lie. Is there any other tornadoes that I need to consider to put in there? I wouldn't put in that one. No. 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 Oh, that one's not bad. That one's not bad at all. Yeah, that one's not bad at all either. I think I'm gonna go with this tornado over here, though. You guys will see what tornado I'm talking about. There we go. Saving my jazz. Is Gilmer, Texas in any risk? Gilmer, Texas is... Hold up. They are in a risk for severe weather. Let's see. Let's see what's going on right now. They are behind the line. They are in the clear for right now. You guys are good. Yeah, Longview, you guys are still getting some strong damaging winds. You're about to get your strong damaging winds. But if you guys wait for like 10 minutes, it'll all be starting to calm down. You guys should start to get some relief, more or less. Okay. Let us put our picture of our tornado in here. Here we go. So that's a picture of our tornado. Put that there. Put that there. Boom. Let's also crop the ceiling a little bit. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. How fast is the storm moving? Like 45 miles per hour-ish. No, it's moving east at 60. Jeez, these storms are screaming. I thought they were moving a lot slower than that. Yeah, these storms are moving pretty quickly. So they'll be out of your area as quickly as they hit you. Don't worry about it. You got it. I'll be here. All right, let us get our thing. Let us edit it. More gradients. Line, solid fill. I like the idea of the white border. I'm not gonna lie. So let's get that up to there. Let's put a glow, black. There we go, and a shadow, which will be preset to this. We're gonna have less transparency, larger size, and more of a blur. There you go. Turn that off, delete that, make that the top, turn that on. Let's put that right about there. Put that right there, and boom, we got ourselves a thumbnail for tomorrow. Not bad, right? That's not a bad thumbnail for tomorrow's live stream that we'll do. That's not terrible. So I will post that. I will put that in our... I will set that for our live stream tomorrow. After the stream here today, or at least tonight, I'm going to set up a new live stream. For tomorrow morning. Of course, I'll go to bed, and then I'll wake up, and then we'll continue our coverage here. But we'll save that as JPEG. Why me? Yep, just this once. Boom. All right, so if you guys see this thumbnail, you guys know it's me. You guys know that I probably could potentially be on. So consider that. Consider that. Consider that. Why is Shreveport's radar not functioning right now? I don't know. I don't know why it's not functioning right now. Emily Glosson, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. Means a lot to me, so thank you so much. It's the best way to become, the best way to support the channel, and I really do appreciate it. So thank you so much. I'm hopefully going to be updating the members, so as you guys can see, you have people's names at the bottom here, or now it just switched over, but it had people's names at the bottom saying what, whether or not they, not whether or not, but if they were a member or not. And so it's basically just shouting you guys out because you guys support the channel. So it really does mean a lot to me when you guys do so. And I thank you guys so much. So if you want to become a member, feel free to do so. How to do so for people who are curious. So if you go to my live stream here, all right, see, nice live stream, chat on the side, right next to the subscribe button that hopefully you've already pressed by now. There's a join button, all right. Click that join button. It'll appear with this, and you will get to become a member. If you don't have that, all right, there is a link in the chat. Boom, there you go. That's a way to become a member as well. But yeah, hit that join button. If you're on mobile, or if you're on a mobile phone and it's iOS, you have to go through Google Chrome. You can't go through Safari. So you have to go through Google Chrome and do it that way, because you can't do it with the YouTube app for whatever reason. But yeah, it's $5 a month. You get special perks. You get shout out. You get, emotes and badges and stuff like that. Pretty cool stuff, in my honest opinion. Is this mostly a rain event right now? Mostly a strong damaging wind event. Reports of trees down in White House. Trees on at least 4 homes in town. Another tree down on 10 and Main Street, along with power lines down. So very strong damaging winds now with that storm. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts with quarter-sized hail now. Wow. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. 80-mile-per-hour wind gust. Holy, that's above hurricane force right there, everyone. It's above hurricane force winds. So Henderson, Carthage, Gary City, Tatum, Darko, Kilgore, Overton, Arp, Troop, Henderson. Areas along I-20 and south of I-20. All right, you guys should probably get into a sturdy structure right now. Specifically south of I-20. Because there is some very significant strong damaging winds. Very significant. 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts can be expected from this. That is pretty significant. And we can see more of this overnight more and more. That'll happen. But areas north of I-20, so like Longview, Hallsville, Marshall, East Mountain, looks like you guys should be fine for the most part, although you guys are still expected to get some strong damaging winds. So I would continue to try and, sit it out. Even if you have a lot of windows, just try and stay away from them. Get in the centermost part of your building, if you have to, and you'll be fine. What about Nacogdoches? You have your grandparents there. Will it get slammed by these storms? If you're talking about Nacogdoches, Texas, yes, they could, but I don't think they're going to be in the main threat. If you're talking about Nacogdoches, Louisiana, yes, I do think they could potentially be in the main threat, but they'll mainly get it, 3 hours from now? Yeah, 2.5, 3 hours, more or less. Maybe even 4 hours from now. So, a lot of activity to expect over there. I would watch out for with that. But yeah, this is where the big line is starting to surge on through. You see this huge line, just like this. A lot of strong damaging winds that are surging in behind that big line of storms that are producing widespread 60-mile-per-hour winds. What about Little Rock? Little Rock is fine. You guys are in the clear. What is the wind speed for Longview? I'd say 60. So severe, typical severe thunderstorm warning. Not pronounced the same? Or that's Natchitoches. Jeez. Yeah, you can see I am not very awake at the moment. Please leave a message after the beep. Beep. It's gotten to this point in time in the night where I'm starting to see things. And that is not very good. So that is Natchitoches. Instead of Nakadoches. So there it is. Yep, losing it. Definitely losing it. Losing my brain. Losing my mind. I'm going to stay on here. I'm going to stay on for another 15, 20, 30 minutes. I'm going to stay on until these storms pass through Longview, Henderson, stuff like that. What's going on with National Weather Service Shreveport? His story with the 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It says thanks. Thank you for all your hard work. Thank you so much for tuning into the channel. Really does mean a lot to me. So thank you. What's going on outside? There's like a train. There's like a train that's outside, but I'm like nowhere near. Yeah, there is a train nearby. Huh. The more you know. Like the nearest railroad tracks is like 2 miles away. Oh yeah, that is definitely a train. That is definitely a train. You keep saying he's gonna stay on for 20 more minutes? Yeah, well. Nakatish? Where's this at? Nakatishes? That's what it is? Nakatishes? Say natives sound like trains, Nate? Yeah, there's like a casual tornado that's right next to my house. That sounds about right. New mesoscale discussion. And the first tornado watch has been canceled, so that's the good news. New mesoscale discussion. Watch issuance 80%. Storms are expected to increase in coverage through early morning with a tornado, wind, and hail threat. Batch of thunderstorms currently exist over northern Louisiana near a warm front and is well ahead of MCS now over northeastern Texas. The air mass into northeastern Louisiana and central Mississippi is currently moistening rapidly, and mid to possibly upper 60-degree dew points are expected to surge north through the night. At the same time, storm relative velocity will increase with effective values over 300 M2S2 common. Lift along the warm front is clearly sufficient as strong cells have increased rapidly over northeastern Louisiana recently. As moisture and low-level shear increase, these storms and additional storms that form later tonight will have a tornadic potential in addition to hail. Aside from the warm front focused storms, the area near New Orleans and extending into southern Mississippi will need to be monitored for another area of storms potentially forming around 10 to 12 Z. These storms would have the potential to produce tornadoes given upper 60-degree dew points. So that's something to watch out for. I might actually wake up a little bit earlier and monitor that. And if something does happen over there, then I might need to wake up and then live stream then. That's a gnarly storm still. Storm near Columbia still is trying. So that's pretty funny. But we'll see what that has. Let's go back to Dallas, Fort Worth, because Shreveport's radar is not functioning, apparently. Yeah, multiple damaging wind gust reports are coming in. Bunch of strong damaging winds with this one. I think we could potentially get away with Capo here. Go to Capo's radar. It might be closer. So who knows? We'll take one of these Shreveport radars and put it at Capo. See what we got here, guys. See what we got here. The lights on in your neighborhood that you can see, so probably a good chunk of White House is out of power. Yeah, there's a lot of reports coming in of down trees and power lines over there. So I'm happy you guys stay safe for the most part. Yeah, don't worry too much. Trust me. It's now starting to push on through. You guys are almost at the end of it in Longview. You guys are almost done. Guys are almost done. Almost done. There's the big line right there. All that red. Longview is right there. They're in the back. They're behind it. They're in the yellow, some green, maybe some orange and stuff like that. But the big red here. All right, look at that. Big red. Just past to the east of you. Look at that. I'll back it up a little bit so you can see that I'm not lying. It's passed on through. Look at that. You got the main part of the line that's passed off through Central Longview. Give it another 5 or 10 minutes. Give it another 5 or 10 minutes, and you're all done. You can go to sleep. There's nothing going to be happening behind that. No, Little Rock is fine. You guys are not in the convective outlook. All right. Look at this. Look at this. Ready? Convective outlook. Here is the outlook from the Storm Prediction Center, who know more than I do about weather. Okay? Little Rock is right here. They are not in the dark green. They are in the light green. All right. The light green is a general thunderstorm risk. If you are in the dark green, I'd be more concerned. But you aren't. You are in the light green, so you just have a general thunderstorm risk. Dark green is a 1 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Yellow is 2 out of 5, and the orange is a 3 out of 5. So that is something to note. And then we also have the same thing for tomorrow too. 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5, which is the reason why we're going to be live streaming tomorrow for the same exact thing. And then, of course, on Wednesday, we also have the same exact thing. 1 out of 5, 2 out of 5, 3 out of 5. Same old, same old. It happens. Yeah, it's almost done. You should be fine. It's getting there. Getting reports of damage in New London now. Down power lines here in the New London community. Sheesh. Heather with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, no, that's all fine. Trust me. That's all good. Little Rock is fine. Don't be afraid to ask me questions too about it. I'll be able to hopefully give you an answer. All right. Let's see. What time does a severe thunderstorm warning end? Top of the hour. Yeah, I'm not staying up until the top of the hour. Yeah, I'm gonna call it quits at 2:30 Central. 2:30 Central, 3:30 Eastern. I'll call it quits for tonight. I know full well that there's gonna be a lot of strong damaging winds, but I also have to consider that there's gonna be some activity tomorrow. Alright, and that's when most people are usually gonna be up. So that's a good way for us to continue to warn more and more people. We just have to hope that the National Weather Service warnings do a good enough job for the overnight threat, of course. But tomorrow we're going to want to cover a lot of stuff to where that seems to be more of a higher tornadic threat than what we could potentially get over the next 3-4 hours. And of course, with the higher tornado threat, you know, that speaks for itself. We have been live streaming, believe it or not, people, for 7 hours now. 7-hour live stream. That's not terrible. I'm actually doing a lot of activity with this. We're expected to live stream once again tomorrow, on Wednesday, and then potentially Thursday, but it would be for storm chasing rather than, you know, radar coverage. But if I can't storm chase, then we'll see as to whether or not I upload a video or I live stream with radar analysis. Who knows? We'll see. But if you want to stay tuned to the channel, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button and subscribe, okay? Specifically subscribe. It takes 1 second. It literally takes 1 second to go down, hit that subscribe button. It's free. Poke it, and then hit that bell button right next to it. You hit it right there. Takes 1 or 2 seconds, and you're immediately up to date with all the significant weather events that are going to happen in the United States and Canada. All right, because I do want to build my Canadian fan base. I do want to build my my viewing audience over there in Canada. Shout out to all of you all who live up north of the border. Shout out, shout out. So the White House. There's no power because they didn't spend their taxes on generator. No. That's this is White House, Texas. White House, Texas. There is a town called White House, Texas. But yeah. No, White House, Texas. White House, Texas. Yeah, it's not the actual White House in Washington, D.C. There it is. That's good to hear, Brayden. Vivian with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Really does mean a lot. Let's actually see. Real quickly. We have 131 members. 131 members. Which is absolutely insane. So I'm going to have to change all of that and stuff like that. That's going to be pretty cool. But yeah, we have a bunch of members. New members here that I'll have to update for the thing. That's going to be interesting. But yeah, I really do appreciate it. Really do appreciate all that you guys do. Also, Bama Boy Weather. Bama Boy Weather with the membership. Thank you so much. So we have 131 members now. That's pretty crazy. And of course, we're still climbing with our subscriptions here. So 28,562, so close to 30. We're still a little bit of ways away from the ultimate goal. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. What time do I plan going live? Sometime around 8 Central, give or take, 8 Central. So, Flint is right by White House, Texas, and we have water. That makes sense. Yeah, we have someone else that's over here in White House. There's a lot of reports of damage over there in White House, actually. Trees on homes and stuff like that, but... Sup, Dexter? How do? Not want to deal with this storm tomorrow? Yeah, there's a lot of activity that's expected coming here tomorrow. So there's your severe risk for tomorrow. Once again, giant 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale. Here's the risk for tornadoes. Extends from Atmore all the way to Troy, Dothan, Eufaula, Albany, all the way down towards Statesboro and Savannah, south of Macon. So there is the threat for tornadoes here. And there is the threat for significant tornadoes here, right over that 10% chance for tornadoes. So significant tornadoes all within this silver risk. There's also a 40% or a 45% chance for strong damaging winds within this area. So we have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. Could potentially be a 4 out of 5 in the severe weather scale if things continue to uptrend. And we'll be on it. So please be sure to tune back in anytime tomorrow, as I'll be able to cover this for you all. I will indeed. Day 3 outlook on coastal North Carolina. Okay, so yeah, I will not chase on Thursday. Will not chase on Thursday. That is confirmed. How do you change your pick on YouTube? You have to go to your profile. Go to your profile and then do it that way. So it'll be the top right. If you're on mobile, you have to go to the bottom right-hand side. So if I pull up YouTube here, my mobile app, the bottom right-hand side where it says library, or you can go to the top right-hand side and the circle. All right, go to the top right-hand side, go to circle, and then you have your account. It says manage your Google account. You just go over there, and then you manage it that way. There you go. What about McGahee, Arkansas? What's going on for that over there? Crazy with all these tornado outbreaks here. Gulf Coast past few weeks. Used to hurricanes, but this is definitely something different than we are used to. Yep. It's, you know, you guys have had your fair share of activity over the past couple of years, too. McGahee. You guys can get some activity to overnight tonight, but it's not expected to be significant, so you guys should be fine. Whoever asked about McGahee, that would be Terry. So I do think you guys can see some strong damaging winds, but the tornadic potential is not really super high. Atlanta is just in a severe thunderstorm. That silver area is the tornadoes. That's significant risk for tornadoes. All right, so that's the significant risk for tornadoes right here. So that is south of Atlanta. All right, the significant risk for tornadoes is south of Atlanta. However, Atlanta is in a 2 out of 5 on the severe weather scale indicated in this yellow area. All right, so they do have a chance for severe weather. They are also on the border of a 5% chance and a 2% chance of not severe weather, of tornadoes as well. So that's something to watch out for them. And then on Wednesday, you also have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale for Atlanta for strong damaging winds. And then you have a 5% chance for tornadoes again. So 2 days of severe weather for Atlanta. Tomorrow, which is technically today, and Wednesday. Stay weather aware during all that. I will be live on both days. So I'll be live tomorrow, which will be in a few hours. Well, not a few hours, but probably like 6 hours from now, 5 hours from now. And then on Wednesday, we'll be live as well. My house can't afford a generator. There it is. That's classic. Junction City, Arkansas. Yeah, let me check here real quickly. The radar is kind of dead, I will say, near Shreveport. So it's not really going to be... oh, they updated that. Nice! So now I can see what's going on now. That might be something tornadic developing, heading towards Carthage. So that's something to watch out for. That's not always a good sign. But very strong damaging winds over there. Junction City, Arkansas. There's a lot of scattered showers and thunderstorms that are heading off and towards your general area. So I'd watch out for that. But there's also a big line that's coming in behind that that'll hit you guys in like 30 to 45 minutes. So that's something to note as well. But big storm here. Is Texarkana in the clear? Yes, Texarkana is in the clear. How far will Shreveport, Louisiana? Or how far from it is there? And what can you guys see? 60 mile per hour wind gusts, maybe 70 mile per hour wind gusts, honestly. And you guys are expected to see this within the next 5 to 10 minutes. I think I probably... Yeah, another 5-10 minutes, and then I'll head to bed for myself. So I'll go to sleep when this passes Shreveport. When this passes Shreveport, that's when we'll call it a night. We'll go. And yeah, we'll head to bed. Excuse me. Long day for you. Good work. Yeah, it'll be even longer tomorrow. It'll be even longer tomorrow. Is Alexandria going to get hit hard? I wouldn't say significantly hard, but they are going to get hit pretty decently hard by 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. That might be a tornado that's starting to try and form here, so we'll see. We shall see, but that's heading straight for Carthage if that's the case. Big storm that's trying to develop here. Maybe even produce a tornado as it heads towards Carthage. And that's not good. If that's the case, I'm probably going to have to live stream more. And whenever I live stream more, that means that there's more significant weather in that area. So that's not great. That is not great at all. Is Monroe, Louisiana likely to get hit between stream? Yeah. Even maybe when I start the stream tomorrow morning. It should get paid for this. How I get paid is by the support from the viewers, as well as by you all watching my videos. If you guys watch my videos, you know, help like them, subscribe, and stuff like that. Watch the ads. All right. Big way I make money on YouTube is by people watching ads, but another way is by support from people, generous donations and stuff like that help fund it. So yeah. Yep, might as well stay up while I can. Glad to hear you guys are all right, Donovan. Glad to hear it. Really happy. It's getting closer and closer to Shreveport, isn't it? It's getting closer and closer. See ya, Bo. Take care. Interesting. I want to take a look and see. Power outage map here real quickly in Texas. Oh, wow. 50,000 people. Yeah, there's Smith County. 19,000, almost 20,000 people without power over there in Smith County. That's a lot of people. Johnson County, 5,000 people. Ellis County, 2,700 people. Henderson, 2,000. Fannin, 1,500. So, my goodness. Gregg County with 2,200 people. Yeah, so there's a lot of power outages. There's no people who apparently live in King County. Are there any people that live in King County? Looks like it. I just guess they're not tracked. Where's this King County? Here's Guthrie. Yeah, there's definitely people who live in Guthrie. So that's a thing. That is a thing. Let's go back to Shreveport. His story with the 2. Thank you so much, says Braden. Donated on her behalf. There you go. There you go, Braden. You got it. No, I really do appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Really does mean a lot to me. What's up, James? How do? So yeah, it looks like the storm is approaching Shreveport. Here it is. Within the next 5 to 10 minutes. That's when this is going to hit Shreveport. And as soon as it's gone, so am I for the night. And then we'll come back tomorrow. Does anyone know if there's any sky cameras in Shreveport? I've always wanted to figure that out for the longest time, and I couldn't find any. This is my full-time job. How do I make money when weather isn't ramped up? I work at a ski resort in the winter. In the summer, not as much. I'll be in college kind of ish. Well, spring, summer, fall. There it is, Steven. That's classic. Where's my opinion on the typical tornado alley shifting southeast in states such as Louisiana, Alabama, Mississippi? I think that's, if you want traditional tornado alley to shift, you would need specific tornadoes characteristics to shift. The tornadoes that happen in Mississippi, Alabama, and Louisiana are so much different from what you see in Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas that you can't say that Tornado Alley is shifting. It's just a new Tornado Alley. It's called Dixie Alley. Dixie Alley. Those things are scary. Those tornadoes are fast, they're large, they're long track, and they are wind shear oriented. Not a whole lot of energy in the atmosphere, although when there is enough, that's when you get some significant ones. But they are wind shear oriented. The ones in traditional Tornado Alley, they're relied off of energy. Energy and EML. Elevated mixing layer, which basically means that if there's a lot of cool, dry air in the atmosphere and warm, moist air at the surface, when you have your convective available potential energy, those storms are going to explode. Basically, the giant tornadoes that we saw in Round Rock on the 21st of March. That's what those tornadoes were about. So, if you were to ask my opinion, if Tornado Alley is shifting, I think the general consensus of where tornadoes are forming are shifting. But traditional Tornado Alley moving down? No. Dixie Alley is its own alley, its own Tornado Alley. Because it has a specific style of tornadoes that form over there. And same thing with traditional Tornado Alley. They have their own style of tornado alleys. Or tornadoes that form in that alley. So basically, once you start to get in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, those tornadoes are different from the ones in Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. Some storms are going to form tornadoes soon by the capability in Louisiana, Mississippi, Bama. Yep, it'll be tomorrow morning in about 5, 6, 7 hours. Which means I will probably have to go to bed here soon. Get a little bit of sleep, wake back up, go get it all over again. Go get him. That's an interesting question. Will College Station even see anything? That is an interesting question. An interesting question that I don't know the answer to. They could. Early tomorrow morning. But honestly, they probably won't see a whole lot. That's a good observation. That is really interesting. What about Crossville, Tennessee? Yes, I got you. Anthony Miller with the 1 year, the 12 months. The 12 months. This person has been a member for a whole year. A whole year. $5 a month for a year. That is crazy. Wow. Thank you so much. Crossville, your activity is going to be more on Wednesday. Tomorrow, not as much. I don't think you guys are going to see a whole lot tomorrow. You can see the risk for severe weather within your area is well off to the south of where you guys are located. However, on Wednesday, you guys are kind of bordering the 2 out of 5 and the 3 out of 5. So, actually, you guys are more in the 2 out of 5. You're like over here-ish. So, but still, got some severe weather to watch out for. It's going to be more of a wind risk, though, for you all. I will say that much. Why do you say they are different from Texas, and why? Because the land is so flat? Would like to know. Thank you, Nate, for what you do in your forecast and weather reporting. Well, that's a good question. So basically what happens, how weather works in general with severe weather, is you have two things that go into it, okay? You have your wind shear, so jet stream and all sorts of stuff like that. And then you have energy, which is basically the displacement between warm air rising and cold air sinking in the atmosphere. So the displacement between the two is basically determines how much energy you have. All right. You typically see a lot more energy, a lot more convective available potential energy in places like Texas, Oklahoma, and Kansas. All right, for whatever reason. I would assume it's mainly because of, the warm, dry air that comes from Mexico and is brought up into the United States. So I'm assuming it's more because of that. And there's been some instances of that happening too, where you've had some very hot, dry air here in the desert of Mexico, and it's been pulled up into the United States. So you typically have a lot of cool, dry air above, warm, moist air towards the ground, because you have also moisture being pulled in from the Gulf of Mexico. And so right within these areas right here, you typically get a lot of high energy levels within this area. High energy levels. Now, over here in portions of Alabama and Mississippi, all right, we all know it's constantly moist over here. It's constantly warm and stuff like that. But because this place is constantly warm, there isn't really a lot of cold air above it for there to be that huge displacement, all right? Remember, you want warm air rising, cold air sinking. So if there's more of a displacement between the two, the quicker that warm air can rise and that cold air sink, the higher the energy levels, all right? So that's, you have high energy levels over here. When you're over here, you don't really have as high energy levels. So why is there as many significant tornadoes as there is over here? Well, it's because once you get into this part of the United States, all right, compared to what it is over here in the central portions of the United States, the jet stream typically becomes more significant within this area, all right? And so you have some more significant wind shear over in some of these areas, especially when you have a lot of moisture that's constantly feeding that wind shear. And so you typically have these storms that have rain-wrapped characteristics that move very fast because the wind shear is very fast, and things just continue to kind of blow out of proportion in that way. So you have, in this instance, high wind shear, low cape, low energy levels over here in this portion of the United States where you typically get severe weather. And then you have high cape, low wind shear in this portion of the United States. All right. Now, of course, there are some instances to where you have both. All right. High cape, high wind shear, high cape, high wind shear, low cape, low wind shear, low cape, low wind shear. All right. But for the most part, you typically have a lot of energy in areas here in the traditional tornado alley, but not as strong wind shear. All right, it's modest. And then you typically have high wind shear, modest cape over here in Dixie Alley over here. So if that kind of makes sense, I hope it does. That's kind of the best way I can describe it as to what the difference between the two environments are. So you have slow, fat-moving storms that are over here in the Central Plains. You have fast, skinny-moving storms that are moving in the in Dixie Alley and the Deep South. No, I'm not going to quiz you all on this later. There it is. Storms are now moving into Shreveport. There you go. Pretty strong damaging winds. Now it's just 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts across the board. So that's good news. Can mountainous or hilly areas help break tornadoes? Not always. Sometimes it actually can help it get stronger, which is kind of scary to think about. So it just really depends upon how the mountains are oriented. We got reports of damage over here north of Henderson, south of Kilgore. Trees down along Highway 259. There's also a roof blown off in Henderson. And there is small tree and debris across FM 225 south of Henderson as well. So some more damage being reported from this big, line of storms surging on through. And it's now starting to approach the Carthage areas. So we'll see what's happening over there. There it is, Kevin. Abby with the 5 says, for the wake-up juice of your choice later today. Thanks for keeping folks safe. Thank you so much. I'm probably going to drink some coffee. Probably going to drink some coffee in the morning. And then that'll be that. New giant severe thunderstorm warning was just issued. Cat 1 hurricane force, isn't it? 60 or 65? Category 1 hurricane force is 74 mile per hour winds or greater. Other known as 64 knots. 64 knot winds. Kilo Charlie, thank you so much for becoming a member. I really do appreciate it. Really does mean a lot. So thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. All right, so these storms are now starting to pass through Shreveport. We got about 5 minutes-ish until we cut off the stream. So I want to thank you guys first off for staying up for as late as you guys have. You know, those tornadoes, southern portions of Fort Worth, Dallas, near the Midlothian areas, as well as the Joshua areas and the Alvarado area, or the Alvarado area. My goodness, they were just they were crazy storms. All right, you had tornadoes rotating around tornadoes. They were being slung around each other and stuff like that. That was one of the craziest sights I think I've ever seen on stream. From a tornado perspective, I mean, besides fire tornadoes, I've seen fire tornadoes, but not even on that. Those weren't even on stream. So on stream, that was probably one of the craziest things I think I've ever seen. So my goodness, I hope everyone is safe. I'll pray for the people over there before I go to sleep. For all that activity. Tomorrow, I will be live streaming the severe weather event that will occur here across portions of the deep south into the extreme southeast. There is the chance for significant tornadoes located over here from Atmore and Monroeville to Greenville, Troy, Enterprise, Dothan, Eufaula over here in Alabama, as well as in Blakely, Camilla, Albany, Cordell, Eastman, Americus, Dublin, Swainsboro, Statesboro, Savannah, Hinesville, and Baxley here in Georgia, as well as in extreme southern portions of South Carolina here, such as Hilton Head, Ridgeland, and Estill. So watch out for with that. How do you increase monthly support, Nate? I was actually thinking about creating a different tier. So like one that's $10 a month. But right now there's only one that's $5 a month. So there's that. Wow. Yeah, I'm looking at what could potentially happen next week on the 12th. If the 12th comes true, that could potentially be a dagger itself. Fadilac with the 5. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. It really does mean a lot to me as well. If you guys enjoy the content, once again, please be sure to subscribe, turn on notifications, because I will be continuing this this type of content all the way through spring, summer, fall. We also cover hurricanes, winter weather, and stuff like that. We upload videos whenever we don't live stream on a day. So that is one thing to note. There's probably a tornado ongoing over here along the border of Texas and Louisiana. That's funny, but not funny at the same time. So Keiichi, if you're over here in Keiichi, as well as Stonewall, Keithville, Frierson, Kingston, areas north of Funston, Longstreet, all right, watch out for that. Could potentially be a tornado that moves on through your area. But yeah, we will continue this type of coverage here tomorrow and on Wednesday. Not sure about Thursday, we'll have to see, but we upload videos talking about forecasts and we try to let you guys know where the stuff could potentially happen. I highly recommend coming out to the videos. Highly recommend coming out to the videos whenever I do upload them. And the way to stay updated is by hitting that notification bell to stay up to date with all the latest content that I will provide. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. It also helps me grow my channel more and more. So if you want to help me grow my channel to help me get this out to more and more people, of course, have a larger team more or less, because we can always use more people than what we have right now. And feel free to do so. Yeah, that's Keiichi apparently. So Keiichi, you have a storm that's heading on through your area. Potentially could be something tornadic that moves on through. So that's something to watch out for. But other than that, subscribe if you're new, turn on notifications, share this with friends and family and on social media. Also follow me on social media. Links will be in the description down below, and I will more than likely catch you guys here. How many hours? What? It's almost 4 a.m. and I'm expected to live stream in another 4.5 hours. That's gonna be fun. So we'll see. But yeah, I think I will be live streaming here in another 4. I'd say probably 5 hours. So I'll try and get 4 hours of sleep. See you later, guys. Peace out. Anthony Miller with the 10 before I go. Thank you. Appreciate you. I really do appreciate you. Thank you guys so much. Really do appreciate all the stuff you guys do for me. All right, now for real. I'll catch you guys next time. Peace out. Stay safe.